It was as though the entirety of time slowed to a crawl as each of the students moved at a snail's pace. The only one with any semblance of clarity in the room was Atticus, and the instructor who stood by the side with a calm expression on his face, having no intention of stepping up. None of the students had a chance to respond. None of them even had the chance for their brains to comprehend what was going on. Atticus was the only one currently moving, and with his incredible speed that left a huge crater where he had previously stood, his form appeared in front of Dell like a phantom, his speed so fast that the air currents around his form became visible as they parted where he had just materialized, the desk in front of Dell crumbling under the intense force. Atticus's right hand shot backward and unleashed a punch at Dell in the next instant. His punch landed with the weight of a meteorite, cratering Dell's midsection with a bone-shaking crunch. To Dell, it felt as though a sledgehammer had collided with his body leaning forward, the sheer force of the punch bending him at the waist, sending a world of pain throughout his form. But Dell didn't even have time to completely comprehend the pain as in the next instant Atticus brought back his outstretched hand from the earlier punch. His left hand ascended while his right descended, moving in unison like a kung fu master's fluid motions. Both of Atticus's legs tensed, solidifying his stance. Then, with a swift and precise motion, his right fist arced upward, delivering an uppercut of cataclysmic proportions at Dell's outstretched head, the sound of knuckles meeting flesh echoing like a cannon blast. Dell's open mouth was instantly snapped shut, the sheer force radiating multiple miniature concentric circles around his head, brutally shattering his jaw and teeth. A wave of force surged through Dell's head, his feet lifting from the ground as if caught in the wake of a powerful explosion. But Dell had even less time to comprehend this new pain as in the next instant a spinning kick landed on his right cheek. Dell's jaw exploded in a shower of blood and shattered teeth, the flat side of Atticus's leg acting like a battering ram as it collided with Dell's jaw. The force of the impact shattered his remaining teeth like fragile glass, sending him hurtling to his left, hitting the wall on the other side of the classroom with a sickening crunch. It was then that the world regained its motion, and in turn, each of the second-year students comprehended the events. It went without saying that the reactions of all the second-year students present were a sight to behold, many of their gazes darkening as their eyes narrowed into pinpricks. All this destruction had been caused by him. The second-years who had been sitting beside Dell had long since created a significant distance away from Atticus. This had been before they even registered what was happening. It was a completely instinctual response that many of them were thanking their stars for. They each brought out their weapons, each of their gazes fixed on Atticus. "Why is young master here?" A white-haired youth who had been seated on the second row narrowed his gaze slightly. He was none other than Hogan Ravenstein, the leader of the Ravenstein family youth in the second year that Atticus had met on the first day of coming to the academy campus. After hearing about Atticus on Aurora, Hogan had immediately wanted to join the war with the Nebulon youths. He was eternally grateful to Atticus for saving his life and that of others back at the Raven camp. But Atticus had told him that there was no need and told him to stand down, but now are they going to war with the Alvarians too? Just what was happening? Every single time, during every one of his beatdowns, there was something that would always remain the same, Atticus's complete and utter silence. Many would prefer throwing a tantrum and screaming at the top of their lungs, but Atticus never liked to speak, he wouldn't say a single word. He felt like there was no need to. Dell knew what he did, there was no need to remind him. There was only one thing that Atticus cared about during every beatdown, and that was inflicting an unimaginable amount of pain on whom his wrath was directed at. Considering everything that just happened, many would think that Atticus was going too far. He had literally just broken through the first-year building, completely disrupting and alerting the entirety of the academy, and it didn't end there. He had done the same exact thing for the second-year building, disrupting the second-year class and possibly every ongoing class in the building. Not only did he not say anything, but he had immediately started beating up a second-year student. Even if said student had committed a grave sin, couldn't he have waited till after class and then attack him? There were literally hundreds of ways he could have gone about this. It was too much, many would think this. But Atticus didn't think so, his thought process had been completely different. He had gone this far for two reasons, one was about Dell's beatdown. If Atticus had waited till after class, he would have only 2 hours to torture him, that was completely unacceptable, especially considering the fact that the bastard could hide in his division and not come back to class should Atticus not be able to enslave him. Atticus couldn't have that, not in a million years. Someone had to pay for everything, and that someone had to be him. And the second reason was because Atticus wanted to send a message. A message to the entirety of the academy. One that he should have sent the second he got to the academy. He wasn't in their league. Those were big words, many would even call them boastful. But to Atticus, those words were a fact. A fact that he was going to prove today. Not even 3 seconds had passed since Dell was sent crashing against the wall. Dust had already covered the area of impact, but Atticus didn't seem to care as he raised his leg and slowly took a step towards Dell. It was as though a sensitive speaker was placed right beside Atticus' feet as it resounded throughout the classroom, a gust of wind instantly materializing and clearing out the dust, revealing the result of the attack. Dell's form, which was supposed to be lodged inside the wall, had been stopped by a mingled bunch of green glowing vines behind and around him. The vines had already stretched outwards as each of their forms covered a 10-meter space around Dell, slowly snaking around and increasing their reach. Although it wasn't their forte, the Alvrian family bloodline being plant-based allowed them to have incredible regeneration capabilities, and it completely showed as Dell's shattered jaw and mouth healed at a visible pace. Dell was currently gazing at Atticus, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, and eventually settling on anger. Dell had been utterly shocked. How had Atticus found out? He had covered his tracks so well that he found it hard to accept that he had been caught. He felt disbelief because of what Atticus had just done. Throughout the whole time, he hadn't even seen Atticus's afterimage. If not for his shattered ribs, jaw, and broken cheekbones, he wouldn't even know that he had received 3 attacks, each one more brutal than the last. And then finally, anger. It's happening again, Dell thought with complete rage. It had been the same the last time too, 7 years ago. This same piercing blue eyes that were currently looking down at him. It had been this same feeling of helplessness. I hate this. Dell hated this feeling to the core. His vines immediately responded to his intense anger as each one of them started growing in mass and size, and instantaneously, piercing sharp thorns started sprouting from each of their forms. Greenish tattoos snaked their way upwards towards Dell's neck as his once red eyes turned greenish, glowing with intensity. In the next instant, each of the vines became as big as enormous obstacle legs, whipping about wildly and making the room tremble. Just as their forms were about to shoot towards Atticus, the sound of Atticus's second footstep filled the space as a wave of scorching fire materialized, spreading out in every direction and enveloping each one of the vines. Dell immediately controlled the vines to wrap around him and protect him, but it was a wasted effort as the flames didn't go after him in the first place. It took only seconds for each of the massive vines to become nothing more than ash that scattered across the air. In the next instant, Dell landed on the floor, his shocked gaze fixed on Atticus. His glowing green eyes had turned back to normal, and his tattoos turned into motes of light scattering in the air. The fire had enveloped everything, but he hadn't felt a single thing. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have even known that fire had enveloped his form. The level of precision needed to achieve that was as profound as it was scary. Dell didn't even need to think about it. It was very obvious that Atticus didn't want to kill him and make him disappear, he wanted to torture him. As Dell came to this conclusion, his hand moved to tap his chest, but then the sound of Atticus taking his third step sounded, followed by the sickening thud of knuckles meeting flesh, driving the breath from Dell's lungs with a violent gust of air. Dell's form shot back once more, his body hitting the wall in a devastating impact. Before he could even formulate his next move, Atticus appeared in front of him, unleashing a torrent of punches with the speed of a bullet. Each punch hit Dell's form with brutal intensity, breaking bones and turning his body into a battered, bloody mess. Atticus wasn't here to test anyone, he had no time to trade powers despite how intriguing the Alvrian family bloodline was. He was only here for one thing: beating the crap out of Dell. With each strike, the sound of Atticus's fists colliding with Dell's body reverberated through the room like a series of explosive blasts, the sheer force of the impact shaking the very air itself. Every single one of the second years gazed at Atticus brutally beating Dell with darkened expressions. They each turned towards their instructor to see him simply standing in one corner of the class, watching the scene with intrigue, not intending on interfering. It goes without saying that this would be a humongous disgrace should they allow this to happen. Atticus had barged into the second-year building without any care in the world and had started beating one of their rankers. It was a huge disrespect, and with how every single one of them was looking at Atticus with narrowed gazes, it was clear that this sentiment was shared within them. They couldn't allow it to happen. Each of their gazes suddenly turned to the side to see the massive form of a youth approaching Atticus with a serious look on his face. "I'd advise you not to do that, Arlo." The youth turned his gaze and saw that it was Hogan Ravenstein who had just spoken, his gaze immediately narrowed threatening. "Will you stop me?" His voice sounded hoarse, as though he was forcing his throat to speak. This youth was none other than Arlo Frostvale, the first ranker of the second year. Just like the other Frostvale family members, he was massive, standing at a height of 6 feet 6 feet, with his entire form covered in black tattoos and clothed in beast skin. His glowing bright orange eyes fixed themselves dangerously on Hogan. The rest of the second years who were dissatisfied with Atticus's actions also looked at Hogan threateningly, each one subtly releasing their aura. If both Ravensteins were going to stand together, they would simply have to take care of both of them. But Hogan, who was the focus of all of this, suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth resounding across the room. "Stop you." Those words seemed to make him laugh even more, leaving the second years watching completely baffled. Did he hit his head or something? Hogan stopped laughing after a few seconds and continued, a dangerous glint in his eye. "It was simply advice. If you want to head into the lion's den, then be my guest." Arlo's gaze darkened. Was he implying that he should let Atticus do as he pleased? This thought seemed to anger him as his form slightly grew and his muscles tensed. His gaze snapped back towards Atticus as he continued approaching, having no intention of listening to Hogan. Arlo's head snapped back towards Atticus, who remained undisturbed, and he immediately continued his walk towards him, his massive form making the ground subtly tremble. The Frostbane family had always followed the way of the beasts. In every one of their tribes, there was always an alpha beast presiding over the whole tribe. It was her duty and responsibility to protect and defend every single one of its tribal members in case of any outside attacks. They never shied away if their tribe was being threatened, no matter what. This behavior and mindset was exactly the reason why the Frostbane family wasn't involved in the politics of the human domain. Their ways were too primal, too simple. Each one of them was always honest and seldom displayed any lie or deceit. As the first ranker of the second year, Arlo had already taken himself as the alpha of the class, and currently, it would seem as though his community was being threatened. Arlo's bright orange eyes suddenly lit up with a low glow, and his form grew in size and mass in the next instant, each of his firm muscles becoming even firmer. "That's enough." Arlo reached Atticus in under 2 seconds as his deep hoarse voice sounded. He suddenly stretched his massive right hand, intending to grip Atticus' shoulder with such force that would definitely crush the shoulders of many. But just as his hand was about to make contact, Arlo suddenly felt his vision tilting to the side, as though he was falling sideways, and in the next instant, his form started moving away from Atticus as though dragged by an invisible force. Arlo's gaze couldn't help but widen. His gaze had been fixed on Atticus the entire time, and not even for 1 millisecond did he see him stop his barrage of punches. How? As though answering his question, an unimaginable pain assaulted both sides of his ankles and then his chest in the next instant, his mouth immediately spewing a mouthful of blood as his form shot backwards across the classroom, landing on the opposite wall. To the onlookers, throughout this sequence, Atticus's devastating punches on Dell had never once stopped. PFF'd. The sound of a familiar white-haired youth's laughter broke each of the second years out of their shocked state. Just like that, that same question resounded in each of their heads as they all tried to comprehend what they had just witnessed. But before they had time to continue that line of thought, a roar, bestial as it was primal, rocked the entire classroom. Each of the students used mana to shield their ears in order to protect themselves as the whole classroom shook. In the next instance, an intense wave spread throughout the room from where Arlo had just crashed, scattering dust and debris across the classroom and making each of their clothes flutter. 2 orange orbs filled with unbridled fury lit up, piercing through the dust, and instantaneously, an enraged, bestial voice resounded across the room. "Do you really think you can come here and do as you please?" Arlo raised both of his massive arms and slammed them down on the ground, immediately crushing the sturdy academy ground and making the whole class tremble. And in the next instant, every single one of the runes on his body lit up in a black glow, almost immediately dimming down, leaving only the tattoo directly etched on his chest, lit. The dark light of the tattoo surged outwards, forming into the shape of a massive beast depicted in the tattoo. Almost instantly, the beast turned into motes of light that bathed Arlo's massive form as his body immediately absorbed it. He immediately grew in size and mass, tusks protruding out of his mouth and black, harder fur growing out of his body. His orange eyes radiated an intense orange glow as he fixed his gaze on Atticus, who still kept releasing his barrage of punches with dangerous intensity. Each of the second years immediately got pumped as they saw Arlo's transformation. All of them instantly unleashed their aura in full and directed it towards Atticus's form. A few of them turned towards Hogan, a dangerous glint in their eyes. Their intentions were clear: if he should intervene, they wouldn't hesitate to attack him too. Hogan raised and shook his hands with a smile, indicating that he had no intention of interfering in the battle. He then moved towards where the instructor was settled and joined him sitting on the obsidian table while watching the unfolding events with a small smile. Seeing that Hogan had no intention of interfering, every single one of them then focused their attention and efforts on Atticus. Although Dell was basically the only important heir in the second year, there were still many significantly strong members of the Tier 1 families present. Apart from the Stormrider family and Hogan Ravenstein, who had chosen to stand on the side, each of the other Tier 1 family youths stood at the front line just behind Arlo, who was standing on all fours as though his form was going to pounce on Atticus at any second. As each one of them focused their aura on Atticus, the tension in the air escalated. Just as Arlo's form was about to erupt, Atticus suddenly spoke, his cold words resounding across the room, "It's really my fault." It was at that moment that Atticus stopped his brutal barrage of punches and faced Arlo and the other second years. Dell's battered form fell down on the ground with a sickening thud behind him, but Atticus had no intention of letting him go. The air suddenly wrapped tightly around his form, holding him firmly in place and restraining each of his limbs. Atticus's piercing blue eyes landed on each of the youths, his gaze sending shivers down the spines of those who heard him. "I should have done this on the first day of the academy." The time was just after 12 p.m., and usually around this period was among the times the expansive garden should be peaceful and tranquil, as each one of the students would be in class. But unlike what many would expect, it was currently anything but tranquil. The chatters and murmurs of students filled the space as a tsunami of students walked through the expansive garden. The ruckus that a particular white-haired boy caused had attracted the whole of the students and staff in the leaders section of the academy. Currently, everyone was outside. From the first years to the remaining second years below the 100th rank, to the third years. Hell, even the instructors came to watch. With more people streaming into the expansive garden every passing second. The first years in Atticus's class were at the forefront of the group, as each one of them had immediately ran out as soon as Atticus burst out of the class. Each one of them were currently just outside the second-year building and could all feel the tremors from the battle happening in the building. "Stop being worried, Lovebird. You should be more worried about who he went after." Lumindra's voice suddenly sounded in Zoe's head, immediately snapping her out of her thoughts. Zoe cleared her throat awkwardly and instantly retorted, "I wasn't worried." Lumindra rolled her non-existent eyes. "Sure Zoe, sure." Kale was also standing not far away from her, his gaze completely glued to the second-year building, both his hands folded on his chest. Every one of his sheathed swords was trembling with intensity as though begging to be unleashed. Each of the students steered clear of Kale, the space around him devoid of anyone. And this was because of the oppressive aura that kept emanating from his form. Kale currently looked so hungry for battle that each of them were worried that he would attack them. At a location not too far from Kale, the form of Alila stood while staring at the second-year building with a worried gaze, her heart racing. "Please tell me it's not Dell," she thought worriedly. Apart from the first years, each of the third years was also present. Ember stood with her usual aloof gaze while staring at the building, completely unbothered. The forms of Zezizius Enigmum and his short Psyquilian subordinate stood at a location not too far away from her. For the first time since his appearance, Zezizius currently had a serious look on his face, which was completely odd for an Enigmum, but only he knew the myriads of thoughts that were currently running through his head. The forms of Isabella and many other instructors were suspended in the air. Unlike the students, each of their gazes was focused directly on the unfolding battle through the hole that Atticus had made when he breached the second-year building. "What the fuck is this boy still doing in the academy, Isabella?" Isabella turned to see Jared floating just beside her, his gaze also fixed on the battle, an intense grin on his face. He had been training with Atticus during these past months, and that beast had learned every single thing that took him years to learn. It was crazy to think that this monster was kept here with a bunch of kids. Isabella chuckled before shaking her head in the next instant. I ask myself the same question every single day. Just as Jared was about to speak, an explosion suddenly rocked the space as the insanely sturdy wall around the hole Atticus had created suddenly erupted, sending a wave of debris flying through the expansive garden. Each of the students used their unique methods to protect themselves from the wave, and without wasting a single second, they each turned their gaze upwards, their eyes widening as they saw the ongoing scene. A staggering amount of youths had just shot out from the second-year building, each one of them with their noses caved into their heads, completely deforming their faces as each of their forms fell from the air. Before any one of the onlookers could understand what was going on, the form of a white-haired boy suddenly appeared in the sky, his icy gaze looking at each of the descending youths with the kind of look one would give ants. It was the same boy that every one of them had been searching for, Atticus Ravenstein. Atticus suddenly raised his right arm, and the sky immediately turned crimson as hundreds of massive fireballs flickered into life behind him. Their scorching forms instantly shot towards the descending second years. Arlo, the Tier 1 youths, and many of the second years struggled to regain their senses, and they all shook their heads in the air. As soon as they saw the scorching wave approaching them, as fast as lightning, they each tapped their chests. Instantaneously, the same transformation Gerald had undergone unfolded as different colored materials erupted from each of their chests, enveloping each one of them, including their faces. In the next instant, the intricate lines on each of their suits lit up with intensity, and their powers increased to staggering levels. The searing fire struck the forms of many of the second years who couldn't react in time, their artifacts quickly reacting and teleporting them away from the area. But the others who had deployed their exosuits released an intense blast from their forms, easily dispersing the flames. Each of them unleashed their newly gained aura fully as they all charged towards Atticus at supersonic speeds, releasing sonic booms in the air. A cacophony of AI voices filled the space in the next instant. Deployment of your exosuit against a lower year is against Academy rules. Unequip it immediately or you would be punished accordingly. It was then that each one of the students watching got a clear read of the situation. Atticus Ravenstein, a first-year student, was currently facing the entirety of the high rankers of the second year and WASA winning. The shock that enveloped every single student currently watching the scene was insanely palpable. But none of them were ready for what they would witness next as a voice, as calm as it was frightening, suddenly permeated the entire space. Katana series, second art. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 endless blade. There was not a single person present in the expansive garden who didn't hear those words. They sounded like the call of the Reaper, as though death had come knocking, wanting to collect life. As soon as those words sounded, words alone could not do justice to the events that followed. None of the students, not even the third years, saw how it had happened. It seemed like a blip, as though time had suddenly become a confusing concept. There was no grandiose display, nor was there anything flashy. At one instant, each of the second years had been rushing towards Atticus, each of their weapons at hand, clearly ready to attack. In the next moment, the space between their limbs and torsos appeared to distort, causing each limb to abruptly detach from their bodies. It went without saying that the amount of blood that fell from the sky was staggering. An intense amount of crimson blood gushed out of each of their severed limbs, immediately painting the sky crimson. Each of the students was far too shocked and baffled by the events that many of them completely forgot to shield themselves. The crimson blood bathed the beautifully lush green expansive garden, drenching many of the students in the process who failed to protect themselves. An intense bright golden light immediately illuminated the whole garden as all of the second year's artifacts lit up. Before their severed hands could get far, the golden light quickly expanded and encompassed each of the youths' forms, and without missing a beat, they all disappeared from the expanse. The area immediately descended into a palpable silence, with only the sound of blood hitting the garden as though regular rain were falling, sounding in the background. What had just happened? Those words crossed the minds of everyone in the garden. Did an instructor interfere? Just what was going on? Many of them just couldn't believe that this was caused by a student. It seemed so absurd they each instantly killed the thought in their heads. But reality had always been clear. It had always been the fault of the living for not accepting it. Seconds passed, and there was no sign of any instructor whatsoever, just the form of a white-haired boy who had been in the same exact position as before and didn't appear to have moved. No way. Those words left the mouths of many of the students as they each focused on Atticus landing gently in the garden, their disbelief palpable. They formed a circle at least 50 meters in diameter with him in the middle, no one wanting to get too close. Had he really done it? They kept asking themselves this question. A first-year student had done all of this. Really? Before they could continue their lines of thoughts, a figure suddenly fell from the skies, brutally hitting the ground beside Atticus with a resounding thud. It was none other than Dell in his completely battered and broken form. There was no way Atticus was ending it there, he was still yet to make his point throughout the academy. Each of the students watched as Atticus approached Dell on the floor, and the next events that ensued were nothing short of cruel. They all watched as Dell was punched, his form burnt, clothes stripped, his figure boiled in a bubble of water. His body electrocuted, every single one of his bones broken, his fingers and toes pulled off. At every passing second that each of the students watched this scene unfold, it was as though Atticus was always coming up with new, innovative ways of brutally torturing Dell. It went without saying that Dell's screams were deafening. The students received another shock of their lives as Atticus went on to utilize each one of his elements apart from space during the torture. Fire, earth, water, air, ice, lightning, light, darkness. Wasn't this too much for one person? Was life even fair? But fortunately for them, they each still had the capacity to formulate thoughts in their heads. The receiver of all of this torture had long since lost his grip on reality. It went without saying that the amount of pain that Dell had endured was unimaginable. He had countless times tried to kill himself, but every attempt at suicide was stopped before he could even move. It got to a point that his piercing and deafening screams had abruptly stopped. This wasn't because he had stopped feeling pain, quite the contrary, he could still feel every single one of them, as Atticus made sure of that. It was just that he had screamed for so long and so hard that his throat basically gave out. But despite the silence, Atticus's actions never once paused, even as the time went by. Many of the students couldn't stomach Atticus's brutality, and each started quietly leaving the scene. The hours ticked by, and eventually Atticus's actions finally stopped. Dell's completely naked form burst out from a bubble of water and landed face first on the floor. Dell supported himself with his hand, his form trembling as he sat straight. Atticus had been graceful enough to heal his physical injuries, and although there was not a single wound on his body, the lost look in Dell's eyes would suggest otherwise. His form was sporadically twitching and flinching as he turned his gaze around, trying to find his bearings. It was as though he had completely forgotten where he was and everything that happened a few hours back. His mouth was open as a trail of drool streamed down from his mouth. Dell eventually noticed the forms of two legs just beside him, and as soon as he turned his gaze upwards and met the two piercing blue eyes of Atticus, his brain seemed to short-circuit as his body jerked. It was an instinctual reaction, his brain hadn't even recognized Atticus, but his body could. His body still remembered every single moment of torture that Atticus had inflicted on him. Dell didn't even realize it as he lost control of his bladder, his hot, disgusting liquid drenching the earth. Atticus watched with a neutral gaze as Dell's head hit the ground violently, bowing in front of him, his form trembling as he started mumbling incoherent words. Atticus turned his focus towards his artifact, drafting a comprehensive contract in under a second. Dell's artifact suddenly lit up as Atticus sent it to him. Sign it. The sound of Atticus speaking frightened Dell. As he flinched, the disgusting hot liquid started streaming out faster, gathering around him. The intensity of his mumbling increased. Atticus simply looked down at him without a single hint of remorse. I won't repeat myself. Dell's body moved on its own as he instantly started rapidly tapping his device frantically as though his life depended on it. Seeing that the contract was signed, Atticus shifted his attention away from Dell's pathetic form on the floor and focused them on the remaining individuals present in the area. It was about 30 minutes to 7 p.m., and the evening sun bathed the now crimson garden in its golden radiance. The entirety of the beautiful garden had turned into a brutal landscape laden with blood. Given the current time, it meant that Atticus had tortured Dell for close to 7 hours. Just the thought of that alone would make a fully grown adult shudder, not to talk of a bunch of teenagers who had watched it happen live. The area had long since been cleared, leaving only Zoe, Ember, and Lila. The latter looked at Dell's current state, her form completely frozen. One wouldn't even have to be a genius to know that she had watched every single moment of Atticus torturing Del, her brother. The both of them had never been close despite growing up together in Sector 4. But it was a normal thing, siblings bicker a lot and many might even openly show hate. But at the end of the day, when it came to the times that matter, their relationship would not change. They would always be family. It was after Atticus walked away from Del that life seemed to enter Lila. She regained strength in her legs as she immediately rushed towards Del on the floor. Atticus had healed his body flawlessly, with him having no scratch on him. But despite this, with all she had seen Del go through today, she felt like the healings could never be enough. The same identical greenish tattoos snaked their way upwards towards Lila's neck as her eyes radiated a green glow. In the next instant, vines covered up Del's form. Tears welled up in Lila's eyes as she focused her attention on her vines. Immediately after Atticus started torturing Del in the garden, she had wanted to step up and stop the situation. But Lila had always been a smart girl. No matter how her emotions wanted to push her to step up, she knew that doing so would be the worst mistake of her life. Lila didn't even look at Atticus. She didn't scream or stare daggers at him. She simply stood while focusing on healing Del, her hands clenched. Atticus didn't turn back again as he walked towards Ember and Zoe a few meters away from him. Ember met Atticus's gaze and turned her head towards Zoe, silently regarding the both of them. And in the next instance, she turned back towards Atticus and smiled while giving him a nod. Then she turned and started walking away. Ember left the scene and walked towards the third-year building. Of course she knew about the relationship between Atticus and Zoe, and she truly had no problems with it. Atticus was someone special to her, and he would always have that place in her heart. But she had never once thought about getting into a romantic relationship of any sort with Atticus or anyone for that matter. In fact, Ember had suitors, a lot of them at that, but her head wasn't focused on that. Many might deem Ember as too plain or simple, and truly, she was. But this was Ember in her entirety. She had always been simple. Her emotions had always been straightforward. Either like or dislike, love or hate, friend or enemy. She had never dreamed of becoming anything, nor did she see a need to. Ember only wanted to live her life in peace with the people she loved. Her hyper brother Caldor, her cousin who always seemed to know and solve any problem in a calm demeanor, Atticus, and her father whom she loved more than anything in the whole world, Ariel. This had been all she wanted. But they had taken that away from her. Ember clenched her fist so hard that blood started dripping out of it. Her emotions had always been simple and straightforward. And currently, Ember wanted nothing more than to crush the head of every single person or thing responsible for her father's death into a gory mess until there was nothing left. In order to achieve this, she would make sure nothing would stand in her way. Atticus approached Zoe, his once icy expression having turned into a smile. So how did I do? He asked with a cheeky grin. But instead of the response he had been expecting, he only received Zoe's silent, expressionless stare. Atticus's face soon lost his grin as he looked at Zoe, utterly confused. What's wrong? He asked and just like before received no response, just Zoe's stare. After a few seconds, Zoe abruptly took her gaze away from him and started walking away. Atticus's expression was the personification of confusion. Did I do something wrong? Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, Atticus started following her, catching up after a few seconds. Did I do anything wrong? Atticus's voice sounded from behind as Zoe entered the elevator of the first-year building. Atticus quickly entered it before the door closed, his confused gaze fixed on Zoe's quiet form. Zoe still didn't offer any response and started walking towards her teleportation room after the elevator reached the top floor, with Atticus in tow. This was the first time Atticus would see Zoe angry and couldn't understand why that was. His thoughts raced until they suddenly settled on something. He instantly asked, did I go too far with him? Atticus's question made Zoe's walking gait suddenly stop. She was just a few steps away from her teleportation room. Zoe suddenly turned, and as swiftly as lightning, she unleashed a punch at Atticus's stomach, landing brutally. Atticus, of course, could have avoided that punch, but chose not to. He played the part perfectly as his hands grasped his stomach and feigned pain on his face. Zoe's amethyst eyes locked with Atticus's, her gaze intense as she spoke, I don't care if you're angry, but if you ever ignore me again, I'll make sure you regret it. HMPH. Without even waiting for a response, she immediately turned and entered her teleportation room, leaving Atticus with his hands clenching his stomach, his expression completely and utterly baffled. Atticus stared at Zoe's teleportation room door, his eyes wide open. So that was why she had been angry. When he hadn't replied to her when she spoke to him in class because he had been pissed. It took a few seconds as Atticus just stood in place, not saying anything. Then suddenly, he chuckled while shaking his head in disbelief. I've heard that women were overdramatic creatures. Looks like they weren't kidding. With a few more chuckles, Atticus turned towards his own teleportation room and entered, and in the next second, he found himself in his division. Although it was a few minutes to 7 and the curfew for the academy campus was fast approaching, the same rule didn't apply to the instructors of the academy. Neither of them had a division to manage and thus were allowed to visit and leave the campus whenever they wanted. The forms of many of the instructors were still high up in the air, whispers filling the space. In truth, all of the first-year instructors hadn't been completely surprised about this outcome. It had been completely expected. As soon as they heard that it had been Atticus involved, they had all pitied the one who gained his ire. What most of them were discussing was the power he had used. The Ravensteins were known as the elementalist of the human domain for a reason. And this was because their battle strength was heavily dependent on the elements. The battle had ended in an instant, and Atticus clearly hadn't used his element to do it. The first-year instructors hadn't watched the battle of Atticus with the Shadow Seraphim, and this was the first time they were witnessing this power. The ones who were the most shocked about everything that happened had, in turn, been the second-year and third-year instructors. Apart from the videos they had watched with Atticus burning the third years, this was the first time they would truly see Atticus in action. They hadn't been allowed to visit the first-year control room and thus hadn't been allowed to watch Atticus's division battles. And since the other instructors weren't allowed to speak about Atticus, they hadn't heard anything about his true prowess. Since when did the Ravensteins birth this monster? The surprised exclamation of one of the second-year instructors suddenly sounded. Although the instructor had basically screamed, in truth, none of the other instructors could blame him. The event that had just occurred had been that shocking. Jared's form floated towards an instructor who was suspended in the air quietly on one side. Smith, why are you so quiet? Jared spoke as he got to him. These days it hadn't gone unnoticed that Jared had been speaking in a normal manner. And this always seemed to happen anytime the matter involved a particular white-haired boy. Clearly, he knew when to joke around and when not to. Smith turned to face Jared and smiled slightly before responding, "Nothing, I'm just thinking about a few things." Smith was none other than the second-year instructor who had been taking the class before Atticus had disrupted the whole thing. "I'm curious, why didn't you intervene?" Jared suddenly asked. Although the instructors weren't allowed to interfere in matters relating to the students, there were certain cases where they were authorized to break this rule. If the students' actions were to disrupt the proceedings of the class, the instructor taking the class could choose to intervene and stop them. But he hadn't done that. Smith smiled. "Isn't it obvious? I was curious. A first year had dared to barge into the second year building and immediately attacked one of their rankers. As I saw that it was none other than the same first year who had burned those third years, I wanted to see what he would do." Jared smirked. "That brat is filled with surprises, isn't he?" Smith nodded. "Which is why I can't help but be baffled. Why is he still being treated like a normal student? He is the most talented that has ever appeared in the human domain. He's a talent we should focus all our efforts on. You would have to ask our honorable vice principal about that." Smith turned to look at Jared before nodding in understanding. "I see." He hadn't been too surprised. There was no instructor who didn't know Harrison's behavior. Once he made up his mind, there was no turning back. Unlike Jared and Smith, the rest of the instructors were far from calm. Each one of them gathered around Isabella, bombarding her with questions. She was Harrison's daughter and thus would have first-hand information. Each of them was far too shocked about Atticus that they forgot about the Academy's mana contract. Isabella couldn't even talk about Atticus even if she wanted to. Inside the comfort of a large mansion, a youth was seated at one end of a long dining table. The room was filled with luxury, and the table was filled with all sorts of assorted meals. Seated on the sides of the table were the brutalized forms of different youths. Each one of them currently had their hands nailed to the table, each one of their forms battered. This youth had a pair of iridescent eyes and hair that seemed to rapidly switch between different spectrums of colors, all the features of the Nebulon family. The brutalized youth seated on the table also shared the same features as him. Just beside this youth was the familiar and battered form of Jordanand, who Atticus had previously enslaved. The youth seated at the head of the table was none other than Zephyr Nebulon, and the current battered youths were the Nebulon youths the Ravensteins had enslaved and instructed to attack Zephyr back at their division. And considering the current situation of things, it was clear that the attack hadn't been successful. Although they were all currently brutalized, none of them seemed to make any sound, as though they dared not to. Their eyes were unfocused, and their forms trembled on their seats. They were all in an illusion, a terrible one at that. The closer a Nebulon was to the main family, the more potent their bloodline. Zephyr was the grandson of the paragon of the Nebulon family, his illusion bloodline was as potent as it gets. It was obvious that the rest of the youths stood no chance. Only the sound of utensils hitting the plate and silent chewing filled the room as Zephyr ate without any care in the world. Since the attack on Aurora, Zephyr hadn't left his division even once. Just as Zephyr continued eating, enjoying the moment of peace, a youth suddenly rushed into the dining room, causing him to frown. "You know I don't like being disturbed when I'm eating. This better be good," Zephyr coldly stated. The youth who entered immediately bowed and offered his greetings. "Young master, I have something to show you. It's very important." Zephyr's gaze narrowed, and he immediately gestured for the youth to approach. The youth did as instructed and immediately approached. Tapping his artifact, he began playing a video, displaying it largely for Zephyr to see. Zephyr focused his gaze on the video. As the seconds ticked by as he watched, Zephyr's hands holding a fork and knife slowly dropped as his gaze widened. "All the second-year top 100 rankers?" Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief. The youth nodded in affirmation, adding, "That's not all, young master." Zephyr gulped. What else could there be? He had literally defeated all the second-year rankers in an instant. But as he continued watching the video, Zephyr had no idea when his hands started shaking, the utensils in his grasp hitting the plate, the sound echoing across the room. Zephyr had just watched Atticus torturing Del, and it went without saying that he was trying hard to stop himself from running away from the academy immediately. As the video ended, he only had one thing to say, "What the fuck?" A cold shiver ran down his spine. The youth who had just showed him the video didn't say anything and simply stood by the side. He couldn't truly blame Zephyr for reacting the way he did. What was making Zephyr tremble was the fact that Del hadn't even been directly responsible for the attack on Aurora, and he had still undergone so much torture. Yes, he had been the mastermind, but wasn't this too much? Zephyr didn't even have to be there or be a genius for him to know that Del was most probably already broken. If Del, who hadn't been directly responsible for the attack on Aurora, had gone through so much, then if Atticus catches him, what would happen to him? Zephyr shivered. Shit. What do I do? He frantically thought as he tried to figure out ways he could get out of this. I can avoid classes, and he can't come to the non-leaders section anyways. The problem Issa. Zephyr was worried about the division wars. What if they match up their divisions together? Wasn't he screwed then? The thought of meeting Atticus scared him to the bones. Wait. Zephyr suddenly remembered something. Cancel the counterattack on his division members immediately. I don't care if the Alvarians are insisting, just leave the Nebulon family out of it. He immediately turned towards the youth and instructed. The youth nodded and immediately turned and left the room. Zephyr was not completely sure about what the Alvarians would do, but he knew that they would want revenge when they hear about what Atticus did to Del. Zephyr had no intention of involving himself with that monster any longer. He only ever hoped never to see Atticus again, regardless of how impossible that was. Zephyr gazed at his food. Fuck. He suddenly hit his hand on the table with a loud bam. He had completely lost his appetite. Zephyr stood up from the table and walked out of the room, his head in deep thoughts. After the brutal events with Atticus, the second years, and Del in which the entirety of the leaders section had watched, with many of them having taken videos, the subsequent events had been completely expected. As soon as the normal students saw it, the academy went into an uproar. A first year had defeated the entirety of the second year rankers. This was the highlight. It was so baffling that if not for the video, many wouldn't even believe the event had happened in real life. It went without saying that this became the topic of discussion for everyone in the academy. The name Atticus Ravenstein had once again spread throughout the academy. And this event just seemed to make each of the students more excited about the Leaders Summit, the point of discussion shifting instantly. Could a first year actually win this time around? The anticipation that enveloped the academy was palpable. If the event of Atticus burning the third years made people wary about the Ravensteins, this current event that had just happened made them completely steer clear of every single white-haired student they saw. Even students who had white hair and weren't Ravensteins enjoyed this privilege. None of them cared to check. As soon as they saw the white hair, they ran as fast as they could. The Ravensteins became feared, and it was even worse for the main cause of these events. No one out of the proud second-year students of the Leaders section dared to confront Atticus. In fact, anytime they saw him in the area, they left immediately. Arlo, the first ranker of the first year, was no different. His pride as the Alpha had been hurt, and he felt nothing but complete and utter shame. The stares Atticus was used to receiving, especially when he was walking with Zoe, all stopped. No one dared look at him for more than a second. But of the whole situation, the most baffling was the quietness of the third years. Neither of them said or did anything, as though they didn't care about the matter. The days went by, and in just a few days to their next division war, Nate visited Atticus in the advanced training room. Nate walked towards the entrance of the advanced training room just beside the mansion. A scanner jutted out and scanned him as he reached the door. Atticus always locked the door of the advanced training room anytime he wanted to train. If it was important and they had to see him, he simply asked the AI to inform him of any visitors. After a few seconds of waiting, the training room door parted open, and Nate immediately walked inside, his expression completely determined. This was something Nate had been putting off for a while, mostly because he had no idea of how Atticus would react to it. But tonight he had mustered everything he had, and he was going to talk to Atticus. As soon as Nate entered the room, he immediately felt the scorching heat emanating throughout the training room. It was so hot that Nate immediately began sweating as he entered. Damn, what's this heat? Nate whined inwardly while wiping the drops of sweat that had formed on his forehead. Nate's eyes turned upwards, noting the searing sun high up. Then his gaze swept across the room, seeing the devastation that was strewn about. His eyes landed on a figure in the middle, dressed in a simple black robe. Despite how hot the room was, there was not a single drop of sweat on him. To think this pretty boy is the cause of all this ruckus around the academy, Nate thought with a slight shake of his head. It was baffling to think that Nate would be thinking of something so trivial out of the blue like this in this situation. But it was exactly because of the situation they were in that the thought popped up. Despite the destruction around him, even Nate couldn't help but admit it, Atticus was flawless. Are you just going to keep staring? The sound of Atticus talking snapped Nate out of his daydreaming. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and his face turned serious as he approached Atticus in the middle of the training room. Atticus raised an eyebrow as he saw Nate's serious look. I need to talk to you, Nate said as he got close enough to Atticus. Oh, why so serious? Atticus asked with a smile. Although he wasn't completely close with Nate and Lucas, it wasn't as bad as them not being able to talk to him. Nate took in a deep breath, steeling himself as he spoke. Atticus, you're doing too much for us. I understand you're probably trying to keep us all safe, but it's too much. We hardly fight, we hardly experience any hardship. We just train and train and train without any real-life battles. Nate took a step closer to Atticus, locking his determined gaze with him. He continued, we can't grow like this, Atticus. I'm sure the others feel the same way but are afraid of the way you'd react if they say anything. We don't want to end up useless, please. Atticus's eyes widened slightly. He had never thought of it from this angle before. To be honest, he was just doing what he thought was right and hadn't considered the impact on the people around him. That was selfish, incredibly selfish, now that Nate had pointed it out. They all weren't just mindless extras, they were people with dreams, Ravensteins, his cousins. It wasn't only him trying hard to gain power, they were all doing their best, and him blocking them like this was completely unacceptable. What was worse was that he knew firsthand just how important real-world experience was. I see, Atticus muttered, looking at Nate with a smile on his face. After a few minutes, the advanced training room door parted open, and Nate walked out with a contented smile on his face. How did it go? A voice rang out from the side, and Nate turned to see Lucas resting his back against the building. Nate grinned. He accepted. He exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist in the air. Lucas chuckled at Nate's exaggerated reaction. I told you he would. Now stop jumping up like a little kid and let's go tell the rest, Lucas said. Ah, Lucas, you have no idea how happy this makes me. Now, the Academy will know the legend of Nate Ravenstein, the Whitehawk Earth Guard. Nate exclaimed. Lucas's expression immediately morphed into disbelief. Did you just give yourself a nickname? Who fucking does that? Nate chuckled sheepishly, shaking his head. Lucas sighed. You're a real piece of work, you know that, right? Nate placed his arm around Lucas's shoulders. But you can't do without your big brother, huh? He teased before bursting into laughter. Lucas turned his gaze downward and with a nostalgic smile, and responded in a barely audible tone, yeah, family, huh? Huh, what was that? Nate asked. Lucas instantly turned his gaze upwards, flashing Nate a smile. It was nothing. Oh, okay, let's quickly go tell the others. Nate happily exclaimed as they both made their way to the mansion. After that day, the subsequent days passed quickly. The Academy students still continued staying away from any white-haired youth they saw, and even more so from the man himself, Atticus. Even as time passed, the name Atticus Ravenstein was still being talked about everywhere around the Academy. The video of his actions was still being watched, with many having turned it into a movie. Days passed, and each of the White Raven Division members who had unfortunately been enslaved by Dell had eventually been freed and allowed to return to camp after signing the same contract the others did with Atticus. Their attack had easily been stopped by Atticus since he had heard everything about their plans. Unfortunately, once the higher years Alvarians saw their young master, neither of them came to the Academy apart from their first years. Lila hadn't told anyone what happened because she didn't see a need to. She didn't know they were involved too. So unknowingly, they had all gone to the Academy campus. It went without saying that as Atticus told Aurora and the other Ravenstein youth about the Alvarian family's involvement, another brutality occurred throughout the Academy campus. Lark and the other first years had been hunted and brutally beaten into a pulp. Words could not begin to describe how much relief the 100 Division members felt as they were freed. They all approached and knelt down in front of Atticus's mansion while chanting his name and thanking him. Atticus, as usual, occasionally hung out with Zoe, Ember, and Kale, who since that day had been looking at him strangely. He occasionally made reference to the one-year time he asked Atticus to battle with him as though he wanted to cancel it and fight immediately. But after witnessing Atticus's battle with the third years, Kale had confirmed his earlier assumption: Atticus had been greatly holding back during their battle. Even during his battle with the second years, Kale could still subtly feel it, he was still holding back. But regardless of how overwhelming Atticus might seem, it never once dampened his fighting spirit. They were still going to do battle after 1 year. The third years of the Academy were still completely quiet. Atticus had hardly ever even met them. It was like they were all intentionally avoiding him. The only third year he could say he met was Ember. Atticus also questioned Ember just in case anyone was trying to give her a hard time because of him, or if anyone even outright attacked her. But in her usual nonchalant manner, she assured him everything was fine. The Academy became relatively peaceful. However, this peacefulness was related to big events that spread around the Academy. The cruelty of the Academy was still going strong, incredibly strong. Many students around the Academy still got bullied, with many still getting enslaved. The rules of the Academy were put in place for a reason many still fail to understand even until now. The misconception that many have about the Academy was that it was just a place to foster the next generation. This was just the half-truth. The Academy was an eye-opener, a place where the youth of the human domain were taught the ways of the world. As Eric Stormrider had said, it was a place to train warriors. One of the major features the Academy used to simulate the cruelty of the world was the Academy contracts and the rules governing them. It was meant to completely mirror the features of a mana contract without endangering the lives of the students. Many might deem it cruel for the Academy to allow students to enslave one another, but the Academy would call them naive. This was the reality of the world. There were mana contracts everywhere, and it went without saying that many were being forced to sign them. The Academy contract would only last for 3 years and won't work after one leaves the Academy. But mana contracts are for life. There was no way to get out of them. Once signed, said individual would be a slave for the rest of their life. There was simply no better place to incentivize the student about the dangers of contracts and the consequences of signing one without thought. To make the students painfully aware of the price you pay when you accept such contracts. There was no better teaching method than allowing them to experience it themselves. It was cruel, yes, definitely. It could induce trauma in a lot of youths, yes, definitely. It could ruin future heroes or talents that may pop up in the future, no. It had been said from the beginning. This was reality. Everyone was born with their talents and bloodline. There was no awakening of any latent inner power whatsoever. Your worth in society was determined from birth and when an individual turned 7. The majority of individuals in the human domain were weak. Only the elite, the tiered, could be said to be somewhat useful. Rather than hope for the impossible, the academy instead chose to shape the minds of the youth in order to prepare them for the cruel world and the battles that were to come. The strong would prevail, and the weak would be left in the dust. Instead of millions of babied, weak-willed youths, the human domain would prefer 1,000 of strong-willed youths. Atticus still never saw Seraphine, Gerald, and Sonorous. Plus, even though he occasionally asked, Zephyr never showed up to class again, much to Aurora's dissatisfaction. Weeks passed, and Atticus spent his time training and training. He had finally started watching the classes on alchemy and blacksmithing. The class had started the important bits, and he felt like it was time for him to start. These new additions unfortunately affected his schedule, greatly reducing his training time a bit as he became even busier. Months passed, and after the talk with Nate, Atticus had decided to leave everything about the division wars to them. Since he was the leader, he still had to attend the battles, but he promised he wouldn't fight unless attacked or if the division was in deep shit. Surprisingly to Atticus, the other Ravensteins had chosen Aurora to lead them. What surprised him more was seeing the hot-headed Aurora being nice and friendly to the others. She and Moon basically became friends. Aurora displayed shockingly incredible leadership as she and the Ravenstein youths didn't disappoint. Every single division war, although getting harder every day, was won without many casualties. Months passed, and Atticus started becoming increasingly baffled. Not even once had the White Ravens fought any Tier 1 youth division. And when he spoke with Zoe and Kale about it, it was the same thing for them. The division wars were gradually coming to an end as their first year was ending. It was as if the academy was purposely avoiding the Tier 1s from fighting. Atticus didn't bother about the matter for long. He would simply intervene if anything went sideways, otherwise, his routine continued. Time passed, and soon enough, the day that Atticus had been eagerly waiting for since he heard about it, came. The day finally arrived. It was a day that Atticus had been eagerly anticipating ever since he had heard about it. The day had come without any prior notice, no heads up. He had woken up early and went through his routine thinking it was just a normal Monday as usual, but oh boy was he wrong. A single notification had suddenly changed Atticus's mood. It went from neutral to extremely excited in an instant. Currently, just like any other Monday or weekdays, the time was 10:50 a.m. and Atticus, the rest of the Ravenstein youths, and every single member of the White Omen division was currently gathered, each one of them facing the large and imposing terminal in the middle of the campgrounds, their excitement palpable. The area was filled with chatters and lots of laughter sounded in the air. The division members were happily chatting amongst themselves. Just like usual, Atticus was at the forefront of the gathering, with the rest of the Ravenstein youth standing behind him. But this time around, the figure of a particular fiery red-eyed girl wasn't standing directly behind Atticus as usual. No, Aurora was currently standing in the middle of Isla, Moon and Luna, with all of them talking and laughing. On a normal day, it would have been a completely baffling occurrence. It was a scene that should shock Atticus to the core, but the man wasn't even looking at that direction. Together with Nate and many of the Ravenstein youth, he was currently facing the terminal with a huge grin on his face. But even if he was looking in that direction, Atticus wouldn't have been shocked. He was already used to the scene. After Aurora had decided to stop relying on Atticus, she had opened up a bit and had gotten closer to the other Ravenstein youths, especially Isla, Moon and Luna. This further intensified when Aurora had begun leading the division during any battle that occurred. Atticus hadn't seen any problem with that and was even glad that she made friends apart from him. If one should take a closer look at the Ravenstein youths, they would spot slight changes in each of them. A significant amount of time had already passed and it was expected that there would be changes. Although it wasn't obvious, with a few of them having grown a few inches, some of them changing their style of dressing while other their hairstyle. They had all become more calm and reserved. More precise, more alert. Of all their changes, there was one that was undeniable, their fierce auras. Compared to their selves during the Nebulon Alvarian event, each one of their aura were stronger and more sharper than before. They were incomparable to their past selves. In total, the amount of time that they had each spent in the academy had clocked 12 months just yesterday. They had each fought their last division war for the first year academic session and notwithstanding, they had won, but it didn't come without any losses. It had been a long ride with the division, facing a lot of battles and hardships, especially when Atticus had declared that he was removing his hands off any battles. He decided not to help anyone. In turn, the division wars had gotten harder, but this had been expected. It was still better that the event that happened sometime during the middle of the year. Atticus had predicted that it would happen, so he hadn't been surprised. The division had been besieged from all sides by a swarm of beasts. It had been a different type of beast from the one that had attacked earlier. This time around, they were airborne. This in turn increased the difficulty of facing the swarm twofold. What had worsened the situation for the division was their overpowered leader's decision not to join the fight. Atticus didn't offer the youths a single help. The obvious situation happened, a lot of youths died during the intense battle, and that made Atticus lose basically all his points as more than 100 died. But instead of worrying about that, for a change, Atticus decided to stop being selfish and still hadn't interfered in the fight, allowing each of them to learn from their mistakes and in turn, grow. Plus, ever since Atticus had found the elemental room, he hadn't seen a reason to hoard that much point again. He had never understood his earlier obsession for hoarding points. There was nothing useful in the academy store and it was basically just rotting there in his account. If he ever needed points, he could always go on a rampage in the forest and gather. Eventually, after an intense battle, with Aurora as the leader, and the rest of the Ravenstein youths and division members behind her, the division prevailed and were able to defend the camp. Subsequent battles happened after that time, but this time around the division had been prepared for the attack. Although many still died, they were able to fend off the beast attack relatively easily. After a few weeks, the beast were finally defeated. The rest of the division wars were quickly completely after that, and now, everyone stood a day after their 12th division war, each one of them excited and impatiently waiting for the terminal to activate and teleport them away from here. Many who were watching this current scene would wonder, just why were they all excited? Atticus, the Ravenstein youths and entirety of the division members all wore excited grins on their faces. The answer to the earlier question was very simple, they would all be getting their exosuits today. Not just Atticus, they were all elated. They had long since heard about the exosuit and none of them could wait to get theirs. They didn't have to wait long, the time struck 10 and simultaneously, the terminal ground lit up in a golden glow, and without wasting even a single second, Atticus and the entirety of the division youth immediately rushed into the golden light. It lasted for a few conscious seconds, moments that made Atticus feel as though he was flying through the cosmos, as though he was invincible, as though the world couldn't contain him. As soon as he felt the extremely comfortable space initially enveloping him vanish, Atticus instantly opened his eyes, a small smile on his face. Atticus found himself inside some sort of small room, and as his gaze swept around, he noted that he wasn't the only one there. The top 10 of the first years? Atticus pondered. He had been the first to recover from the long-distance teleportation, and as the others started recovering one by one, they each followed Atticus' lead and looked around the room. As they turned and saw Atticus standing so close to them, each instinctively jumped backward, creating a safe distance from the figure, their gazes alert. But Atticus wasn't even staring at all of them. His cold gaze was currently focused on one person, a particular boy with vibrant orange hair and a gem embedded in his forehead, Seraphin Stellaris. Seraphin focused on Atticus with shock etched on his face. It had been months since the incident between him and Atticus happened, but it still felt fresh in his memory. His shocked expression suddenly morphed into intense anger, the gem in his head radiating a golden glow. Although he had heard and watched the video of Atticus fighting those second years, Seraphin was still angry and wanted nothing more than to beat the crap out of him. Atticus gazed at Seraphin coldly. Finally, he thought in relief. He hated having unfinished business. Since the incident, This was the first time he would see Seraphine. He would settle the matter with Seraphine here. But just as Atticus was about to move, as though already aware of his intentions, a feminine voice suddenly permeated the space. You boys should save your fighting for another day, today is an important day. Atticus paused. Isn't that a... There was no way he wouldn't recognize that voice. It was the same voice he had listened to almost every day for a year now, Isabella's. Atticus fixed his gaze coldly on Seraphine, who narrowed his eyes in response. The rest of the Tier 1 stared at the duo in confusion. None of them wondered why Seraphine hadn't shown up in class for more than 8 months, they didn't care. Instead, they were more worried about something else. Was this monster going to fight another Tier 1 family again? Just what was going on? Atticus suddenly felt an insanely soft hand grip his shoulder from behind. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. Turning his gaze, he saw Zoe gazing at him while subtly shaking her head. Atticus sighed. He really hated putting off something that should be finished instantly, but it seemed that he couldn't do as he wished here. Looking at Seraphine once more, later, Atticus decided. He removed his gaze from Seraphine and then turned to face Zoe, his lips instantly curling up into a warm smile. Hey, Queen, you look as gorgeous as always. Zoe turned her head away, flicking her hair. Stop stating the obvious. Besides, I told you to stop calling me that. Atticus's smile widened. What do you mean? You're my queen. Zoe scoffed, folding her arms across her chest as she muttered under her breath while rolling her eyes, the so-called queen you completely ignored when she was talking to you. Atticus easily heard what she said, and his expression froze in complete disbelief. That was 9 freaking months ago, Zoe. So, that doesn't matter. Zoe suddenly turned to face Atticus, a small frown marring her beautiful face. Or are you trying to say that I wasn't your queen then? Atticus simply stared at Zoe in shock for a few seconds, unable to utter any comeback. Damn, she got me good, he cleared his throat awkwardly the next second. Of course, you were always my queen. Zoe rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. The rest of the Tier 1 students gazed at the figures of Atticus and Zoe flirting without any care in the world. Was this really the place to flirt? They all wanted nothing more than to scream these words at them, but neither one of them stepped up and simply faced their front, deciding to wait for their next instruction. Not all of them performed that action, though. Among them, the intense stare of 2 Tier 1 students was still focused on them. The first was, of course, Seraphine, who gazed at the figures of Atticus and Zoe flirting while clenching his fist intensely, blood seeping out from his clenched fist. Staring at them for a few seconds, Seraphine suddenly averted his gaze while clicking his tongue. The second was Kale, who kept on looking at Atticus with a huge grin on his face. His appearance hadn't changed much, but the current aura radiating out of his form was undeniably stronger than in the past. The promised 1-year period had already passed, and their promised battle would take place anytime soon. He couldn't wait. Only the sounds of Atticus and Zoe speaking echoed in the room, with the rest choosing to remain silent. Then, an AI voice suddenly sounded. Zoe Starhaven, Atticus Ravenstein, and Kale Stormrider, please go through the door on your left. The students were initially baffled. What door? They had checked when they got here but hadn't seen anything that would pass as a door. But as they turned towards their left, their bafflement increased as they saw a door had suddenly appeared there. The trio listened, immediately approached the door, and entered. As they walked through the door, they each found themselves inside another room, but this time around, there were 3 incredibly large pods in the middle of the room. Turning his gaze upwards, Atticus noted the tinted glass at the top, covering a large booth. That must be where she is, he surmised. The sound of an AI speaking suddenly broke them out of their thoughts. The sound of the AI speaking brought the trio out of their reverie as they each turned their gazes towards the massive tinted booth at the top. Zoe Starhaven, please approach the black pod on your far left. Atticus Ravenstein, approach the white pod in the middle. Kale Stormrider, approach the black pod to your right. The trio turned their gazes towards their assigned pods and then looked at each other before nodding and immediately approaching their respective pods. Atticus found it odd about the AI's instructions. Why is my pod the only different one? Atticus pondered while gazing at the pristine white pod sitting in the middle of the room. Apart from that, compared to the other 2 pods, his was larger, way larger. If this was about rank, then shouldn't the pod belong to the first rank? It felt odd, incredibly so. Atticus didn't need to be a genius to know that he was being given some sort of special treatment. It was a simple fact that would make many individuals happy, but Atticus had experienced enough in life to know that not everything was flowers and roses. Let's just see how it goes, Atticus decided. Both Zoe and Kale also noticed the difference but chose not to say anything about it. Seeing each of them in their positions, the familiar voice of Isabella suddenly sounded. What you're about to receive today, as you all know, is called an exosuit. Exosuits are simply symbiotic nanotechnology that was discovered by our top scientists in the human domain 5 decades ago. During this period, the scientists discovered an extraordinary ore, whose name is currently classified, and using it, they were able to develop a suit capable of boosting an individual's power to incredible levels. The suit had undergone lots of version changes over time in order to achieve the current version. Now, the process of assimilating an individual with the suit is a tedious process. Throughout the duration of your first year, your artifacts have been gathering data on each one of you, which has been used to make an exosuit tailored for each student. Assimilating with the suit will take everything from you. It will be up to how much you can hold on to determine how well you will synchronize with your suit and in turn how powerful you become. The trio listened to Isabella's explanation without uttering a word. For Isabella herself to come and explain all of these things hinted at how important the exosuits were. But Atticus' thoughts were elsewhere. An ore? Huh. Isabella hadn't mentioned the name or given any details about the ore used for the exosuit, but it was sure to be an incredible material if it was being used to make something as powerful as an exosuit. I need some of it. Atticus couldn't help but desire some of it. He had learned a lot about blacksmithing during the past months and in turn created a lot of things. This special ore sounded like the perfect material for him to use for one of his creations. However, he didn't even know the name of the ore, not to talk of how it looked. He even had no idea how he would get it, but Atticus just knew he would eventually get it. After adding a few more explanations, Isabella ended her speech, telling each of them to hold on as much as they can. Those words sounded so ominous that the trio couldn't help but gaze at each other once again. None of them were required to wear any suits or take off their clothes. Now, each of you should get into your respective pods. As soon as Isabella spoke, each of the pods suddenly opened, releasing gusts of white smoke in the process. They each couldn't help but once again pause. Zoe and Kale had both paused because of the ominous white smoke coming out of the pods, but Atticus had paused for a different reason. I should check it before I enter. When he leaves the pod, he would be doing that with his exosuit. Atticus would like to document just how much the exosuit improved his power. Status, Atticus thought, and immediately a holographic screen materialized in front of his face. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 16. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 255 greater than 289. Agility: 297 greater than 325. Endurance: 305 greater than 330. Vitality: 294 greater than 320. Intelligence: 47 greater than 52. Perception: 40 greater than 44. Charm: 33 greater than 38. Will: 34 greater than 37. Level: Expert greater than Expert plus. Talent: Mythical. Bloodline: Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 3. Fire: 12.4 greater than 40.9%. Air: 12.3 greater than 40.1%. Water: 11.8 greater than 38.8%. Earth: 11.6 greater than 39.5%. Level 2. Light: 50.7 greater than 2.3%. Darkness: 42.5 greater than 1.9%. Space: 0.9 greater than 0.2%. Level 1. Lightning: 16.3 greater than 80%. Ice: 14.3 greater than 78.3%. Locked bloodlines: none. Abilities: innate skills, conceal potential, mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery: mythical. Life weapon skills: transcendent slash, Godspeed Grace. Endless Strike. Normal Skills. Arcane Barrier Potential. Transcendent. Current Mastery. Expert Plus. Elemental Mimicry Potential. Transcendent. Current Mastery. Expert. Ethereal Clock Potential. Empowered. Current Mastery. Advanced Plus. A 16-year-old expert rank, the entirety of the human domain would flip upside down should they get any whiff of this. It has to be remembered that the greatest geniuses that had appeared so far in history, the likes of Magnus, Avalon, had only ever gotten to the Expert Plus rank at 20 years old. Not only had Atticus achieved this at 16, if the human domain were to find out just how strong his battle strength was currently, they would all simply jump off a cliff and commit suicide at the unfairness of it all. Atticus gazed at his status in approval. The year had been incredibly long, and thanks to the peaceful time that had come immediately after the Dell incident, Atticus was able to dedicate his time to training. He had improved significantly. Looking through his stats, it was very obvious that Atticus had put a lot of emphasis on training his space element. Practically all of his time after class was spent inside the space elemental room. And instead, he had trained his other elements in the advanced training room back at camp. He had broken through to level 2 just recently, and it went without saying that the abilities that came with it were completely worth all the stress he had gone through. The light and darkness elements are also good. If not for the overpowered space element, Atticus would have been in complete awe of those two elements. Their abilities too had been mildly overpowered. He had also experienced growth in his art's mastery. Atticus had suspected it since before he even broke through, but breaking into the expert rank of his elemental mimicry art had brought about an incredible change in his constitution. As Atticus tried out the changes in the advanced training room, he had been completely flabbergasted. In essence, the Atticus of before compared to now was like heaven and earth. Staring at the ominous pod for a few seconds, Atticus took in a deep breath and entered the pod in the next instant. He lay down inside the pod, its door instantly closing. A weird feeling immediately enveloped Atticus. The pod was cold, incredibly cold and empty. The white smoke that kept on coming out from the small holes in the pod increased in intensity as it enveloped the whole of Atticus's form. But that wasn't even what was on his mind. He felt completely alone. Isolated. As though no matter what he did he could not leave the pod. He was tempted to immediately use his space element to escape, but Atticus mustered everything in him and held himself back. He took in deep breaths inside the pod, trying his best to calm himself down. That seemed to do the trick as Atticus was able to get his heart rate back to normal. As Atticus continued taking in deep breaths, a hatch just below his lower back silently opened up without Atticus having any idea. And from it, a pitch-black thick viscous substance started slowly jutting out of it as though it had a life of its own. If one should look closer, they would see bluish runes, akin to the writings of an ancient lost civilization, flickering to life and dimming in the next second. As soon as it made contact with Atticus's clothes, it was as though it never existed. There was no dust, no remains, that part was instantly obliterated. Then, it made contact with Atticus's lower back, and an unimaginable pain immediately assaulted him. Isabella removed her hand away from a button that allowed her to talk to the trio in the other room. She turned her gaze to the side to see Harrison standing silently with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was directly focused downwards, on the white pod in the middle of the room. Isabella walked towards Harrison, reaching him in a second. She immediately remarked with a sigh, "I hope you know what you're doing, Dad." Harrison offered no response to Isabella's remark. He simply removed his gaze away from the white pod Atticus was in and turned towards a procession of large screens displaying the interior and body shapes of the pods clearly. Harrison's gaze focused on the middle where a particular white-haired boy was being displayed. Hushed whispers filled the space as different individuals walked about the room. Each of these individuals was dressed in white lab coats, with many of them holding large pads like screens, taking down notes rapidly as the stats of the trio in the pods kept on changing. If one should look closer, they would see some of these individuals whispering under their breaths while stealing glances at Harrison and Isabella, the duo standing behind them. Their surprise was expected. None of them could understand just why Harrison, their vice principal, had chosen to witness the assimilation of a bunch of first-year exosuits. It didn't make any sense. They were even more baffled about the fact that the white-haired kid was using their experimental assimilation pod. For the routine process they each planned on doing, it didn't make much sense. The door to the room suddenly parted open, and from it, one man walked into the room. He was wearing a white lab coat and had a slender figure. His blue hair was messy, and he had weary looks on his face as though he wanted nothing more than to end it all, typical features of the Enigmom family members. Despite the demotivated look, the man carried himself with an air of confidence, his green eyes gazing around the room with piercing intensity. The hushed whispers permeating the space immediately quieted down as this man entered. The man turned towards where Harrison was standing and instantly approached. Reaching him in under a second, he bowed in respect and offered his greetings, his voice barely audible as though he was forcing himself to speak. Vice Principal. Harrison turned his gaze towards the man and nodded in acknowledgement. Zarathustra, if you don't mind, I would like you to begin, Harrison instructed. Zarathustra stood up straight from his bow, and his tired face couldn't help but turn a bit reluctant. Vice Principal, with all due respect, I can't help but object to this. Every single test we've carried out using this new specimen has ended up a failure. And in case you forgot, our test subjects were fully grown adults with acceptable talents and a larger threshold for pain than any teenager could possibly have. The risk for failure is too high, and you are well aware of the consequences. He would need years for his body to be properly recovered before he would get his suit. Zarathustra tried to convince Harrison, but gazing at his unfazed reaction, he couldn't help but shake his head. Many would be shocked that he had even spoken this much in the first place. He turned his gaze towards Isabella standing beside him while gesturing towards Harrison, mouthing talk to him. Isabella shrugged her shoulders but instead chose to respond out loud, he's too stubborn to listen. Hearing this, Zarathustra sighed. Okay then. He turned around in the next instance and started walking towards the large screens displaying the trio. The other men in lab coats bowed in respect as Zarathustra approached them. Most of these individuals were also from the Enigmom family, with only a few from other families. The Enigmom family had always been the brains of the human domain, so it was no surprise that their top scientists would come from there. Considering the respect shown by all, it was clear that Zarathustra's standing was higher than the others. He was none other than Zarathustra Enigmom, one of the principal scientists in the entire academy. Similar to many major organizations, the Academy's scientific community was structured into various departments, each dedicated to different research areas. Among these departments, Zarathustra headed the exosuit division, focusing specifically on the development and advancement of exosuit technology. It was unusual to see a man of such high standing here. Zarathustra would normally not involve himself in trivial matters like this. As he reached the screens, he focused his gaze on the screen displaying Atticus. But why this Ravenstein kid exactly? Zarathustra couldn't help but wonder. What was so special about Atticus that would make Harrison want to risk this much for him? Hand me his data, Zarathustra instructed, and one of the other scientists nodded, immediately handing him a large transparent screen. Zarathustra tapped on it, accessing the data of Atticus. In their department, he was one of the very few that was authorized to view the student's data. The data was not too comprehensive, but it contained important information about the individual, with each category graded from F as the lowest to S grade as the highest. Since the advent of the exosuits, only a handful of individuals had ever received an S grade, and that was only in some categories. This was one of the reasons why they monitored and gathered the youth's data for a year, in order to be accurately assess them. Zarathustra's eyes moved at a fast speed as he went through Atticus's data. It didn't even take a second before his eyes widened in absolute shock. What the hell is this? The other scientists looked at Zarathustra, wide-eyed in disbelief, as he stared at the screen, his hands shaking in confusion. What could make him react this way? They each wondered. If only they could see what Zarathustra was seeing, then they wouldn't be this calm. This is astounding, he thought as he double-checked if what he was seeing was the correct assessment. Ascent name, Atticus Ravenstein. Ascent age, 16. Ascent year, first year. Ascent assessment. Ascent mana compatibility, immeasurable. Ascent mana purity index, immeasurable. Ascent physical endurance potential, immeasurable. Ascent strength and agility potential, immeasurable. Ascent vitality and health potential, immeasurable. The list was endless. It went without saying that the appearance of an immeasurable in just one of these categories was enough to completely baffle Zarathustra. But the fact that it appeared in basically everything made his heart freeze. Only one thing came to Zarathustra's mind as he saw Atticus's data, astounding. Why was he just hearing about this boy now? Someone this talented was sure to be known throughout the human domain. He knew the brown-haired kid, Kale in the other pod well. He was known as the most talented in the younger generation, and although he would have still been shocked if this were his data, it wasn't nearly as much as seeing this in a random unknown student. Zarathustra couldn't be blamed too much. Most times the Enigmom family members and even most scientists bury themselves into their work, which in turn made him and the other scientists less informed about the things happening, especially in the academy. Kale's genius had been in public for too long for him not to find out. Zarathustra smiled, an action that baffled each of the scientists. He was really smiling. It was as though he had found a precious rare gem. Atticus' body was flawless, his potential endless. But this was in comparison to their world, Eldoralf. He had only set the bar according to what he deemed it possible they could achieve in Eldoralf, and from what he was seeing, Atticus had broken through every bar he set. Once again, Zarathustra's heart froze as he came to this conclusion. Doesn't that mean? It felt like a mind-numbing discovery, something that would turn the entirety of the human domain upside down should word get out, that Zarathustra was finding it hard to formulate his thought. After a few seconds, he seemed to calm his beating heart and he immediately turned towards the screen displaying his newfound love, this thoughts racing. He has the potential to surpass the Paragon rank. As quick as lightning, he spoke. Introduce Specimen X, Zarathustra instantly instructed. A palpable silence immediately enveloped the whole room as each of them registered Zarathustra's words. They each turned to look at Zarathustra in absolute shock as they wondered if they had heard him right. But seeing as he kept on gazing at Atticus' screen with shining eyes and without saying anything, it dawned on them that he might actually be completely serious. Master Zarathustra, I don't just as one of the scientists was about to express his bafflement about his instructions, Zarathustra's head suddenly snapped to the side, his piercing green eyes landing on the form of the scientist. The man flinched as he instantly averted his eyes from Zarathustra's penetrating gaze, bowing his head. Zarathustra didn't utter a word, but the scientist seemed to understand that he was being completely serious. The scientist instantly stood up from his bowed position and repeated Zarathustra's instructions to the other scientists who had also been shocked. They each murmured under their breaths to each other, wondering just what was happening. Why were they using something so dangerous on a child? With a few taps on the large screen, the screen displaying Atticus's pod suddenly turned green, and it was then that simultaneously, a small hatch underneath Atticus's lower back opened up. The whole room watched silently as the specimen obliterated part of Atticus's clothes, and in the next instant, a scream deafening and piercing permeated the room as Atticus screamed. A frantic beeping sound immediately echoed throughout the room, followed by the monitors displaying Atticus' body on the screen instantly turning red and started blinking rapidly. The scientists immediately panicked as one of them spoke up, Master Zarathustra. We have to stop T. But before he could even finish speaking, the cold voice of Zarathustra suddenly interrupted. Interrupt this process one more time and I promise it'll be your asses in that pod next. Instead of worrying like brainless idiots, focus on getting as much data from this as possible. The scientists instantly shut their mouths. Even the others that wanted to join in and say something all averted their gazes. They all knew that he wasn't kidding. They listened as they started documenting any changes they saw. The soft footsteps of Isabella sounded from behind Zarathustra as she approached him. Is there any possibility of this endangering him in any way or causing any permanent damage to him? She asked in a low tone. Zarathustra chuckled. It was obvious that his earlier intention of not wanting to use Atticus for this had changed completely as he saw his data. Currently, he wanted nothing more than this to happen and, more importantly, for it to be a success. He decided to respond to Isabella. You see, Specimen X is profoundly different from the other suits that you all are using. In actuality, after getting the 1-year data we need from the students, the creation of the suits is basically automatic. It takes very little time to make, and initially, the boy's suit had been made exactly like this. The only issue is, his suit was created based on the data, which meant that the highest power and potential the suit could have was based on the highest bar we set, and that boy had broken each one of them. Zarathustra smiled. It was as if the vice principal knew this fact. If we were to use that suit for him, in the inevitable event that he grows more powerful than we could ever imagine, the suit would basically become useless to him. But if we use Specimen X, this problem would be easily solved. Deep inside the caves a few years back, we found something remarkable. It was a large, pure, and condensed version of the special ores used to make your suits. But I knew from a glance that this was different. It seemed sentient. No matter the conditions we put the ore under, it always kept on evolving accordingly. The process of using that ore to make a suit had been very difficult, but we eventually did it. According to its specifications, it would evolve with its user. However, until now, we haven't been able to find a suitable host for it for years. Zarathustra's smile widened as he turned to face Isabella. This boy might be what we've been looking for. Let's just hope he can hold on and withstand the pain. As soon as Zarathustra finished speaking, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he didn't get any response from Isabella. He turned his gaze towards his right and immediately saw Isabella gazing at him with a cold glint in her eyes, her tone cold as she spoke, repeating her earlier question word for word. Will it endanger him or cause any sort of permanent damage to him? What's with that look? Zarathustra scoffed. It's not like you can stop the process now anyways. If I didn't know any better, I would think you're crushing on him or something, Zarathustra jokingly remarked, but seeing that Isabella just stared at him with a deadpan expression on her face, he cleared his throat, turning his gaze back to the screens, and responded. To answer your question, according to experience and records, no permanent injuries should occur. But he would require time to recover if it should fail. How long? Isabella asked instantly. A year at the very least. Plus during that time, he won't be able to perform anything too strenuous or complicated with his mana. Isabella clenched her fist, instantly shooting her father a cold stare. Ever since Atticus had come into the academy, she had found it increasingly difficult to understand what was going through his head. At the off chance that this should fail, they would bench the most talented youth to ever appear in the human domain for a whole year. Thinking about it was incredibly anger-inducing. Isabella took in a deep breath, trying hard to calm down her thoughts. Although he had been cruel, the blue-haired bastard was right. She couldn't stop it again even if she wanted. After a few seconds, Isabella calmed down a little. She stepped back and turned her gaze back towards the screen displaying Atticus. I guess it's all up to you now. Pain. Intense and incredible amounts of pain. It was the kind where it felt as though his whole naked body was submerged into a searing hot pit of lava, its temperature rising with every passing second. This was what Atticus was currently experiencing. His teeth were gritted so hard that a pool of blood had already filled up his mouth, his hands clenched into fists so tight that crimson blood seeped out from them. This was the only thing Atticus could do currently. If only he could move freely, he would have frantically scratched his body until his skin was completely gone. What was most baffling was that the substance had only just made contact with his back, yet his entire body was engulfed in this intense pain. It felt so unreal and intense that Atticus found it hard to formulate any coherent thoughts. As soon as the pain started, Atticus had immediately tried to use his mana and bloodline abilities, but he found they had been completely blocked. He couldn't feel his mana anymore, as though access to his mana core had been obstructed. Before he lost this connection, Atticus felt the substance on his lower back siphon every single ounce of his mana. And all attempts to take control of the elements turned out futile. Atticus was thoroughly screwed. Although he currently couldn't feel his mana, he had found out that this was internal. He could still feel the mana in the air. Which was why it wasn't surprising for Atticus to notice that the density of the mana inside the pod was continuously and rapidly increasing, with the majority of the mana being siphoned into the pest latched onto his lower back. Atticus could feel it expanding, spreading outwards in every direction on his body, akin to a snake trying to slowly swallow its prey whole. Every single second felt like years of unimaginable torture. Despite not being able to formulate any reasonable thoughts, two words kept finding their way into Atticus's head. Hold on. Those were Isabella's last words to them before they entered the pod. And those two words seemed to play a major part in keeping Atticus's sanity intact. Hold on. Atticus did just that. He held on as the black mass slowly and painfully engulfed his whole body. To the outside observers, it took about 20 minutes for the black mass to envelop the entirety of Atticus's form, but to Atticus, it felt like a century of pure, intense torture. Despite the constant urge to give up and surrender, longing for the pain to end, Atticus held on until his form was completely enveloped. Then, everything went silent. The pod containing Atticus became eerily quiet, and the room where the scientists watched the unfolding scene fell into a grave silence. All the scientists, including Zarathustra, stood transfixed, watching with bated breath. Their focus remained on Atticus's live stats. As they saw that all the earlier issues had calmed down, the beeping sound ceased, and the image depicting Atticus on the screen changed from danger red to green. They released a collective sigh of relief. Instantly, they broke into chatter and murmurs. Good, Zarathustra exclaimed inwardly, feeling exhilarated as he clenched his fist. The boy had passed the phase they had struggled with for years. He had hoped his talent would be enough, and it seemed he was right. The higher an individual's talent, the less pain they experienced during the assimilation process. Every person Zarathustra had tested Specimen X on hadn't been able to remain conscious as soon as it made contact with them. Atticus's exceptional talent had made the pain bearable. Just a bit more, Zarathustra thought, clenching his fist tighter as he approached the large screen. He stopped a few inches away, the bright light from the screen reflecting in his eyes. Isabella's gaze was also fixed on the screen, her hands clenched in anticipation. You can do it, she encouraged silently. But before they could fully rejoice about their progress, a loud, alarming beeping sound suddenly filled the room, shaking them to their core. Their gazes snapped back to the screen, shock palpable as they witnessed what was currently happening. The loud and intense sound of an alarm permeated the room, and as they each turned to see what was going on, they instantly saw the head part of the image depicting Atticus on the screen frantically blinking red. This sequence of events was perfectly followed by the form of Atticus inside the pod suddenly jerking as his body immediately started shaking with intensity. Zarathustra. Isabella's loud worried scream instantly rocked the room, but the one she was talking to was already way ahead of her as he ran multiple possible scenarios in his head, reaching an acceptable conclusion in under a second. It's Specimen X. I had only suspected that it was sentient, but this definitely confirms it. It's trying to take control of the boy, Zarathustra calmly deduced. Throughout the whole process, his calm expression hadn't once changed. Master Zarathustra, his condition is worsening. We have to stop this now. One of the scientists yelled while watching as Atticus's live status numbers kept on rapidly reducing every second. You would do no such thing. Wait. Zarathustra instantly lashed out, his gaze not once leaving the screen. Although he might seem calm, if those knowledgeable about the Enigmom family bloodline see his current glowing green eyes, they would know that the number of thoughts currently going through Zarathustra's head was staggering. And this was even more so because it was Zarathustra himself, one of the brightest minds in the human domain. Zarathustra. Zarathustra. The incessant screams of Isabella and the loud alarms permeating the room became a muted symphony as Zarathustra got completely lost in his thoughts. But not even a few seconds passed before Zarathustra suddenly felt a forceful hand grip his right shoulder from behind, pulling him suddenly. The sound of Isabella's cold voice instantly sounded. Zarathustra, I swear if anything happens to that boy, but before Isabella could finish speaking, Zarathustra suddenly screamed in anger. Would you fucking shut up? Are you on your period or something? I'm trying to fucking think. The whole room descended into a weird silence after that as each of the scientists turned to face the duo. Only the alarming sound of the monitor kept on sounding. As soon as Zarathustra finished speaking, Isabella's gaze turned icy as an oppressive aura suddenly erupted out of her form, her gaze glowing a bright shade of red. Isabella's voice suddenly turned strained as she took a step closer to Zarathustra threateningly, end this now. If anything happens to Hema. But Zarathustra didn't even allow her to finish this time either as he interrupted, so. What would you do then? Zarathustra didn't back off. His form also erupted, radiating a similarly oppressive aura. His light green eyes glowed even brighter as his hair started rising upwards, followed by the random materials in the surroundings suddenly getting suspended in the air. Even though Zarathustra's forte lied in research, his combat capabilities wasn't lacking in any way. The other scientists immediately backed away from the duo. Compared to them, they were all insanely weak. But just as their auras were about to clash, a voice, calm and deep, suddenly sounded, immediately stopping the unfolding scene. Zarathustra, Harrison suddenly called out. Zarathustra instantly released his aura, turned, and immediately bowed in respect towards Harrison. Vice Principal, he greeted. What's the current best mode of action to take? Harrison didn't waste any time and instantly went straight to the point. What happened had already happened and there was no going back. He would rather find a solution to the problem instead of wasting time fighting over useless trivial issues. Zarathustra's response was immediate. Specimen X has already encompassed the boy. It's already too late to stop it without causing any adverse effects on him. It is clear it's targeting the kid's mind, so I would like to believe that everything would depend on how strong his will is. Now, there's nothing we can do but hope for the best, Zarathustra calmly explained. There was not a hint of guilt in his tone. Yes, he had been the one to give the order, but he was against this in the first place. It was Harrison who decided everything. Isabella, just as Isabella was about to erupt once again, she was stopped by the sound of Harrison calling her name. Da! Isabella's words paused as she suddenly turned and locked eyes with Harrison's intense gaze. His words were succinct and simple, wait. Isabella took in a deep breath and retracted her aura in the next instant, and without saying anything, she turned her gaze back towards the screen, her eyes focusing on Atticus's jerking form, her fists clenched. The room descended into palpable silence as each of them focused their gazes on the screen. Meanwhile, the boy they were all watching was currently in a surreal situation. If Atticus had felt alone before, his current situation felt even worse than before. Now, Atticus felt like he was the only thing that existed in the whole cosmos. Everywhere he looked was a nothingness. At the same time, he felt completely trapped as though every single one of his actions was being scrutinized and watched. It felt as though something was trying to influence his every action, as though it was trying to control him. There weren't that many things that Atticus hated in this world, and one of these very few things was being a puppet. Atticus had developed intense hatred for it, and he knew deep inside him that this was because of his current situation on Eldoralth. He still hadn't known why he was brought to Eldoralth in the first place, and he didn't have to be a genius to know that he was probably being monitored. Thinking about it was making Atticus want to erupt. It was eruption-inducing. And Atticus did just that, he erupted. Closing his eyes, a deep red wave suddenly radiated outwards from Atticus's head, spreading out in all directions. Atticus had unleashed his will, and it went without saying that the scream that immediately rocked Atticus's mindscape was earth-shaking. A deep red wave radiated outwards, spreading throughout the space, completely engulfing the darkness. Simultaneously, an intense, deafening scream rocked the whole space. It sounded like the screech of a parasite that had just been caught and attacked with a lethal weapon. It was piercing. Everything shook. The darkness, which had seemed never-ending and eternal before, trembled as snake-like cracks started appearing all over its form. Atticus swept his gaze around him, watching the unfolding events with shocking calmness. I was right, he pondered. As soon as he got to this space, the first thing that came to his mind was mindscape. It had felt familiar, as though he had been there once before. It didn't take long for him to reach a conclusion. During his battle with the Sisquillian youth, Emmerich, when the boy had been trying to take control over him, although it felt tiny to him, as though an ant had collided with it, Atticus had a clash of will with Emmerich in a similar space. For him to be here again meant only one thing: someone or something was trying to take control over his body. So Atticus had unleashed the only thing he knew was powerful enough and able to fight against occurrences like this, his oppressive and brutal will. And the result was as expected. The deafening screeches kept on resounding throughout the area as the snake-like cracks increased in size and numbers, and then in the next instance, it was as though the world shattered. The darkness seemed to break like fragile glass as the whole scenery transformed into a dark red landscape in an instant. Atticus looked all around him, and all he could see was red. It was everywhere, stretching out in every direction. I'm in my will, Atticus deduced. He had long since known the deep red color of his will, and considering the fact that everywhere was red, he didn't have to be a genius to figure it out. It feels so calm. Atticus felt a profound level of peace standing inside his will. It felt comfortable, safe. It was as though it understood who he was on the deepest level, as though he didn't have to pretend or hide anything, he was free. Atticus closed his eyes and took in a large breath, reveling in the feeling, and then opened his eyes in the next second. Just as he was about to repeat this action, Atticus suddenly saw something at the corner of his eyes. Atticus snapped his head towards his right, his gaze landing on the form of a blob. What the hell is that? Atticus's thoughts raced. It was a round, definitely gelatinous blob akin to a slime. Why didn't I see it before? He found it odd that he hadn't noticed it before, given its completely black form coupled with the light blue markings around its body. Against the backdrop of the red space, it painfully stood out. So this is the cause of everything, Atticus deduced. The blob seemed so harmless that it was shocking to think it could be the cause of so much pain. Is this part of the process? Atticus thought skeptically. He wasn't trying to boast. He had only been able to withstand the pain because of his high will, and well, he had been the one. He might have believed it if it was only the tiered family youth receiving the suits, but it was everyone, every single student in the academy. Atticus seriously doubted if a bunch of 16-year-olds would be able to withstand the pain he had just gone through. Aside from that, none of them even had half as much will as he did. If it had been them in his shoes, wouldn't their bodies be taken over already? It was hard to believe everyone was going through the same situation he was currently in. Ever since he saw the pod he was assigned, Atticus had felt like everything had been completely odd, and the unfolding events were starting to prove that he had been right. Just as he was about to continue this line of thought, Atticus's body tensed abruptly as his eyes fixated on the black blob, now showing signs of movement. It started slowly. At first, the blob gradually increased its pace, its whole form started writhing and morphing, growing in mass and height until it took on the silhouette of a fully black humanoid figure. With each passing second, Atticus watched with a mix of shock and intrigue as the figure's features sharpened and clarified, becoming more distinct and recognizable. In the next instant, a spectrum of colors began coursing through the previously uniform blackness of the figure. It didn't take long for it to finish, and long before it even did, Atticus's eyes had already widened. What the hell is happening? Atticus was shocked beyond words. He had absolutely no idea why this was happening. The thing, which had earlier been just a blob, had suddenly transformed into a him. It was the perfect identical copy of him, down to the last and distinct details. It even had his clothes and the same identical katana strapped to his left waist. It was as though he was gazing at his reflection through a mirror. Then suddenly, it locked its piercing blue eyes on Atticus and smiled, startling him. The smile was completely creepy in its entirety, the kind of smile only a possessed individual could give. Atticus's reaction was weird. His face contorted into a baffled expression. Is that really how I look when I smile? Despite the weird situation, he couldn't help but wonder. If that was really how he looked to other people, he couldn't help but wonder why they hadn't run far away from him already. That smile was a sin. The figure's hands suddenly moved as he raised both his palms up, looking at them with intrigue. Then Atticus watched, his core once again shaken as fire suddenly flickered into life on his hand. Atticus didn't even have time to be shocked as the surrounding area around its hand suddenly became humid and water molecules materialized in the next instant, swirling. A gust of air appeared next, followed by blocks of ice and then crackling lightning, intense radiating light, and then the eerie, glum darkness. And as though trying to spite Atticus, the air above his hand suddenly distorted. Space. Those are all my elements, what the hell is going on? A sudden passing thought struck Atticus. This unfolding scene, he had seen it 1,000 times back on Earth. It seemed like what usually happened in movies where a character would fight against a creature who was trying to take control of him or her. Said creature would also assume the same appearance as the character and would have identical powers. The creature suddenly turned upwards to face Atticus, and in the next instant, each of the elements in its palm surged upwards, their shapes intertwining and coalescing into a colossal vortex of varied elements. With an abrupt movement, the vortex pierced the air, shooting towards Atticus's form with supersonic speed. Atticus's gaze narrowed, his expression becoming ice cold. The attack reached him in under a second, and just as it seemed that it would hit him, Atticus suddenly muttered under his breath, "Fire mimicry." It was as though a surge of fire passed through Atticus, changing his composition at the deepest level. It started from his hair, cascading down to engulf his head and whole body. His entire being seemed to shimmer and flicker like dancing flames. Atticus became fire. His form erupted upward in a blaze akin to a mushroom explosion, easily evading the devastating attack that whizzed through where he had been before. Atticus's figure, with his clothes still intact, materialized in the air, and just as he was about to retaliate, he suddenly heard a voice. It was as calm as it was frightening. His voice. But as he heard it, Atticus's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Transcendent / Godspeed Grace. Atticus's gaze was able to get a glimpse of the creature's form, its figure perfectly mirroring the form of the life weapon's first art, before the creature suddenly vanished, a gleaming razor-sharp katana instantaneously appearing inches away from his throat. Atticus's head went completely blank. He had been far too shocked about what had just happened that his head had unknowingly gotten filled with thoughts about just how this was possible. It was using the life weapon's art. How? The millisecond Atticus's eyes regained his focus, the creature's katana had already drawn blood from his neck, a devilish grin on its face. Its elation was well deserved because there was no mistaking it, Atticus was done for, and this was the same exact thought that passed through his head. It was the katana's art in its entirety. He knew firsthand how powerful they were, how swift and quick. There was no time to do anything, no time to call upon any power. Just as the gleaming katana blade was about to cut through Atticus's neck, his resigned gaze suddenly landed on the red hue of the space they were currently in, and then a thought struck him. This space they were currently in, it was his will. Atticus had felt a profound level of peace standing inside this space. Why was that? It felt comfortable and safe, as though it understood who he was on the deepest level. That word had been wrong. There was no it. What he was seeing wasn't a separate entity. He felt peaceful and at home here because of one reason, it was a representation of who he was on the deepest level. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, it was him. Atticus's piercing blue eyes suddenly erupted in an intense crimson glow as his once initially pure white hair turned ethereal, its form radiating a dark red luminous light that hung in the air as though it were weightless. It occurred all at once and from every conceivable angle. The once docile and calm red space suddenly shook, erupting from every angle like a raging inferno that enveloped the creature's form in the next instant. A painful screech, primal in its entirety, suddenly rocked the space. Atticus's crimson eyes gazed coldly at the figure of the creature which seemed to be melting inside the raging red wave that was his will. It lost its once humanoid shape and started morphing into its earlier form. After a few seconds, the raging red wave resided and Atticus focused his gaze on the completely docile blob a few meters away from him. Seeing that it remained completely still, Atticus decided to examine himself firstly. What is this transformation? From the corner of his eyes, he could see his ethereal hair flowing behind him. It felt more like a weightless wave than air. Aside from that, Atticus didn't seem to feel anything different. A thought suddenly popped into his head, and he immediately decided to try it out. With a thought, the red ground stirred and enveloped him, and simultaneously, a surge of power coursed through his form, increasing every single one of his powers. He felt his stats increasing, his bloodline growing stronger, his arts peaking. He felt invincible. This was exactly how I felt back then, Atticus recalled when he had been fighting the life weapon's avatar and had somehow called out to his will. Atticus decided to think about it later and immediately turned his gaze towards the blob on the floor. He walked towards its still docile form, staring down at it. What next? Atticus pondered. As Atticus stared down at it, he felt something calling out to him. It was instinctual, begging him to touch it. Atticus was initially skeptical, but seeing as he had no choice, he focused his attention on his will, making sure he was ready to react to anything. Then, Atticus touched the creature. As his hand made contact with it, it suddenly surged upwards, its form expanding all around Atticus's figure, encompassing him. Atticus had initially wanted to fight, thinking it was an attack, but he calmed down when he realized that there was no threat. In the next instant, Atticus's form was completely enveloped in a cocoon-like mass. Inside the cocoon, Atticus experienced a sensation akin to delicate threads weaving through his body, inch by inch, from the surface of his skin to the depths within. Each thread seemed to intertwine seamlessly with his form, merging and integrating itself with Atticus's very being. It didn't take long, as after a few minutes, Atticus's form burst out of the cocoon, landing on one knee, his entire form including his head enveloped in a pitch-black suit that clung to him like a second skin. Atticus's lowered head suddenly snapped upwards, his gaze erupting into an intense crimson glow. Back inside the room, where Isabella, Harrison, and all the scientists were watching Atticus's live stats on the screen dropping down at a fast rate, his trembling form showing no signs of stopping. Just as Isabella was about to scream at Zarathustra to stop everything once again, she suddenly paused. What had made her pause was one change. It was a really small change that honestly shouldn't mean much considering what they had been witnessing for a few minutes now. One of the numbers representing Atticus's live status had suddenly slowed down. Each of the scientists, Gazes, including Zarathustra's, shot towards that particular stat. It had been vitality, literally the most important stat there. But looking at Atticus's trembling form, they saw that he hadn't changed, he was still shaking intensely. Before they each had time to think about what was happening, the vitality stat, which had been dropping down slowly before, suddenly became even slower, and then in the next instant, it started rising upwards instead. Every single individual in the room watched with bated breath as each of the live stats initially dropping down started shooting upwards with speed. Their gazes shot towards Atticus's form on the screen, which was already calming down, his form becoming stable and still after a few seconds. A deep exhale seemed to permeate the space as each of them released a sigh of relief. But at the next instant, it was as though they completely forgot about the near-death experience Atticus just had. Each of them jumped up in elation. They had finally done it, they had found a host for Specimen X. But out of everyone in the room, the most elated about this development was Zarathustra. He was so happy that he unknowingly started chuckling, his eyes wide open, shining like stars. We have to get as much data from this as possible. Zarathustra's head was going through hundreds of tests that he planned on performing on Atticus. They had just accomplished what they had been trying hard to do for years. Words could not do justice to how he was currently feeling. With a huge grin on his face, Zarathustra walked closer to the screen, his gaze fixated on Atticus. "Prep the testing room," he ordered succinctly. Before each of the scientists could carry out his order, Isabella's cold voice sounded, once again subtly releasing her aura. "That won't be happening. He needs rest, so he would be going back to his division immediately." Zarathustra's initial grin immediately contorted into a deep frown as he turned towards Isabella and flared. "No way. Do you know the gravity of what we have just accomplished? We might have just made history. We need to study it thoroughly." Zarathustra instantly turned towards Harrison. The fact that he had ordered the whole thing meant he had something like this in mind. "Vice Principal, surely you understand. The data we could potentially gather from conducting this experiment would benefit the human domain as a whole. It's for the sake of humanity." Isabella instantly chimed in, her tone cold. "He's not a test subject." But Zarathustra didn't even turn to look at her. His gaze was still fixed on Harrison, hoping he would give the go-ahead. The rest of the scientists all kept quiet, standing by the side. Neither of them had any authority to intervene in a high-level situation like this. Harrison didn't say anything for a few seconds, his gaze focusing on Atticus on the screen. The room descended into an awkward silence despite the intense tension in the room. After a few awkward moments, Harrison finally responded, turning to face Zarathustra. He spoke dismissively, "Send him back to his division." Harrison didn't even bother to wait for a response. With a short look at Atticus's figure, he turned and immediately left the room without uttering any more words. Zarathustra's bafflement was palpable. He stared at Harrison's departing figure with wide eyes until he walked out of the room. He was so flabbergasted about the current situation that his head went completely blank. No matter how long or how fast he thought about it, he couldn't understand just how that man thought. This was something they had been trying to accomplish for years, something that would completely change exosuits for the better, something that would benefit the human domain as a whole, and yet, he expected him to let all of that go. Zarathustra was unwilling. No, his logical reasoning just wouldn't accept that. He had been the one to order this experiment and now he had suddenly changed his mind. Zarathustra took in a calming breath. He was an enigmome, the brains of the human domain. It was a title he carried with complete pride. Enigmome act with their brains not heart. Zarathustra repeated this mantra in his head. Although considering how lively he was a bit different from the others who were more gloomy and completely demotivated, but this was because Zarathustra had always made a point to never become completely demotivated. More importantly, it was a clause in the academy contract. In his line of work, even a second of that was dangerous. Imagine getting tired of everything and then in a moment of weakness, attempting to sabotage the student's exosuit. The result was obvious, such enigmome mana core would blow up into smithereens. After calming down his thoughts, Zarathustra instantly formulated his next course of action. He turned his gaze and saw Isabella's intense gaze fixated on him. Clearly, she remained behind to make sure he followed Harrison's order. Zarathustra clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, "Fucking bitch." Isabella obviously heard him but completely ignored his remark. There was only one thing she was worried about right now, and she couldn't help but pray that her assumptions were wrong. At this point, there was no one in the academy who didn't know Atticus' vengeful personality. I hope I'm wrong. Release the pod, the sound of Zarathustra ordering the scientists broke her out of her thoughts. She turned and saw Zarathustra walking towards the door of the room Atticus was in and immediately followed. In the confines of a room, 3 pods sat, a few meters apart from each other. The room was completely quiet and practically empty apart from the pods. Just as it seemed as this peaceful atmosphere would continue, the largest pod, the white one in the middle of the room, suddenly started elevating, its form standing vertically after a few seconds. And then, abruptly, the door suddenly opened, releasing staggering amounts of white smoke in the air. From it, a white-haired boy fell from the pod, landing on the hard floor on one knee. It was none other than Atticus, who had successfully tamed Specimen X and completely assimilated with his suit. Although during the initial process of assimilation, Atticus' clothes had turned to nothingness, but if one were to look at him now, they would see that he was fully clothed. It was as though they had never disappeared in the first place. Atticus felt drained. He felt exhausted, weak, fatigued, and utterly depleted of energy. Although he now had access to his mana core, his mana had been completely drained. Atticus placed his palm on his head, shaking it in the next instant, trying to clear the disoriented feeling that enveloped him. Simultaneously, the door to the room parted open, and Zarathustra, followed closely by Isabella and another scientist, walked into the room. As Zarathustra walked over and saw Atticus' tired state, he immediately gestured towards the scientist to help him up. I need him in a good mood, he thought. The scientist nodded his head and immediately approached Atticus. But just as his outstretched hands were about to touch Atticus, Atticus' lowered head abruptly snapped up, his crimson gaze meeting that of the scientist. The result was immediate as the scientist's hands abruptly stopped midair, feeling a primal fear that ran deep through his core. It was as though a beast was looking at him. No one had to say anything. He knew instinctively that if he moved, he'd die. Student Atticus. It's fine, it's us. The familiar voice of Isabella suddenly interrupted the scene. Atticus turned his crimson gaze towards her, calming down slightly. Taking a deep breath, his crimson gaze started dimming, turning back to normal, and the tendrils of black mass that had been moving up from his neck, converging on his head, started receding. The scientist, seeing that Atticus wasn't focused on him again, immediately took back his hands while breathing in and out profusely, as though he had just run a marathon. His clothes were completely drenched with sweat. Although he had orders to help Atticus, he completely ignored them. He had no intention of going close to that monster ever again, he valued his life greatly. Zarathustra gazed at the black mass that was receding down from Atticus' neck in intrigue, his smile widening in the next instant. There was no doubt about it now, the boy's suit was different. I have to examine him thoroughly, no matter what. Isabella closed the distance between her and Atticus, her tight-fitted blue-colored suit straining a little bit as she bent down to support Atticus. There was only one thing currently in her head, and she truly hoped to the heavens that she was wrong. This time around, Atticus didn't resist. He allowed himself to be carried upwards gently by Isabella. Why is she helping me this much? Atticus thought it weird that an instructor, a female at that, was currently supporting him and giving him so much attention. Atticus had learned to question everything he saw, no matter how subtle. He might not have put much emphasis on it, but with his incredible perception, it was impossible for him not to notice the subtle looks and glances Isabella had always thrown at him. At first, he thought nothing of it after having come to the conclusion that she might have watched his battles on the screen. But as time passed, it became too obvious and more frequent. At one point, he had been thoroughly convinced that she had a crush on him or something. But regardless, and most importantly, he felt no threat from her. Atticus still felt completely drained of mana and energy. He had long since mastered the trick of absorbing mana into his mana core even when he was not stationary. But no matter how much mana Atticus absorbed, it never seemed to reach his mana core. It was as though it was being siphoned away or sucked by something, as all the mana always ended up in the middle of his chest. Fucking bastard hasn't learned its lesson yet. Atticus made a mental note to teach the suit a lesson when he goes back to his division. Because all the mana was basically getting sucked away, it made Atticus' recovery slow down considerably, but it was still significant considering he was an expert plus rank. Just as Isabella helped Atticus up, the excited voice of Zarathustra suddenly sounded, interrupting the quiet space. Atticus Ravenstein, great job. You have just accomplished what hundreds of people over the course of years had failed to accomplish. The specimen X is awe. Before Zarathustra could finish speaking, Atticus suddenly interrupted him in an icy tone. So I was right. You used me to perform one of your experiments, Atticus seethed. Zarathustra frowned, narrowing his gaze slightly. He really hated being interrupted, especially by a kid nonetheless. Plus, what is that rudeness? He was one of the head scientists in the academy, well above 60 years of age. Although he didn't look old and worn out, he was still 4 times older than Atticus. Hearing him talk that way to him was irksome. Zarathustra calmed himself down. He still had to keep Atticus in a good mood so he'll be able to convince him. Well, yes, but you see, but once again, before he could finish speaking, Atticus suddenly interrupted again. And why wasn't I informed? Atticus left Isabella's hold, who was looking at him with a worried gaze. Shit, he's angry. Despite the fact that the kid was just 16, she had seen just how crazy he could get when he got angry. And she, of all people, knew just how powerful Atticus really was. The current advanced plus rank aura that he was emitting had to be the biggest bullshit of the century. If Zarathustra kept being Zarathustra, Atticus wouldn't hesitate to attack. What the hell? Zarathustra's frown became even deeper as he spoke coldly. You're one rude kid. Rude? Atticus asked as he started walking towards Zarathustra's form, closing the distance in a few seconds. Atticus reached Zarathustra, whose face had already become ice cold as he stared up at Atticus. Atticus had always been taller, way beyond his age group and even beyond. Not everyone could reach 6 feet 4, and Zarathustra was among this group of people. Despite being more than 4 times older, Atticus was still taller than him, and what was worse was that he seemed to have grown even taller after his assimilation with Specimen X. Atticus continued, Today I was supposed to receive my exosuit just like every other first year in the academy, but instead, I was given a separate pod and experimented on without even knowing it. And yet, you dared to call me rude. Atticus' gaze suddenly turned crimson, a staggering amount of killing intent filling the room, making the people present shiver as his icy words sounded. I dare you to call me that again. At this point, the anger bubbling up in Zarathustra had long since passed the point of eruption. Did this boy just threaten him? Many would think he was prideful, and truthfully, Zarathustra was a prideful person, but this current situation was just so baffling. It was clear as day. Atticus was in the advanced plus rank and Zarathustra was a master plus, and yet the kid still dared. He completely forgot about the experiment he wanted to perform, and even the implications of an advanced plus rank killing intent making a master plus rank shiver. His expression was a visage of anger. How dare ya? Just as he was about to erupt in anger. Wait, the voice of Isabella sounded, cutting him off from making probably the worst mistake in his life. Isabella suddenly stepped in between both of them, locking eyes with Atticus as she tried to mediate the situation. Student Atticus, I understand your grievances, but I must suggest you calm down. The order to perform this experiment was given from the vice principal himself. We had no choice but to follow orders, Isabella explained. It was then Atticus' gaze shifted from Zarathustra to look at Isabella. He muttered under his breath, the vice principal. It didn't take long for the image of a gray-haired man to appear in his head. It was the same man that had addressed them after the academy entrance test, the same man who spoke about the prestige of the academy, Harrison Blake. Atticus clenched his fist hard. Atticus was seething. He was so angry that his fist was clenched hard, his killing intent becoming even more potent. Of course, there was no way this would have happened without him knowing. If Atticus had to be completely honest, everything had turned out for the best. It had been done without his knowledge, but he had been able to successfully overcome the suit and had assimilated with it. And although he hadn't yet had the time to assess the changes in him, Atticus was certain that his battle strength had increased significantly. It had all turned out for the good, but no matter how much Atticus wanted to let all of this go, his heart wouldn't let him. It was who he was deep inside. He knew inwardly that no matter the time that passed, this matter was going to keep being on his mind if he doesn't settle it. He was the first successful person to complete this experiment in years. What if something had happened? Atticus was 100% sure that if they had asked him about this and explained all the risks to him, he would have still accepted to perform the experiment, but at the very least he would have known and prepared accordingly. But as though he was just worthless junk, they had experimented on him without even bothering to ask him. Atticus was seething in absolute rage. He wanted nothing more than to torture the crap out of everyone responsible for this event. It had been his nature from the very beginning. Atticus hated being messed with. But fortunately or unfortunately, he knew exactly where his limits lay. Atticus had always been vengeful. He had always attacked without bothering to speak or even ask for the reasons they did what they did. Many might call him impulsive, but every single one of those impulsive attacks was well thought out. Atticus always thought before he acted. No matter how angry he was, he would never willingly jump into the lion's den just because he was angry. In all of those attacks, he always followed the same principle, ask himself the same questions: could he win and at the same time handle the fallout should he do this? But looking at the obvious fact, he couldn't defeat a Grandmaster rank individual, and Harrison was of such a rank, plus the staggering amount of Master plus rank individuals he would have to face in the academy. He couldn't win nor could he handle the fallout. He was still weak. The other scientist had long since moved away from the group, his forms inches away from the door, looking at the group as though getting ready to run should he sight any sign of fighting. Atticus, killing intent that filled the room suddenly receded, and as they each thought that Isabella's words had calmed him down, Atticus suddenly spoke, the anger and pain in his voice palpable. You know, when I entered the academy, you lot ran your mouth, talking about the fairness and how it was a place to train the younger generation, train us to become warriors. Isabella and Zarathustra listened to Atticus speak, with the former still with a worried gaze and the latter staring at Atticus coldly. You made all these rules that were compulsory for us to follow, and in the entirety of my 1 year in this academy, I have never once broken any rule. Every single day, every single daily task, every single weekly task, every single monthly task was completed. Regardless of my altercations, I operated within the rules of the academy and behaved like a youth that was here to grow, to become a warrior. The pain in Atticus' voice increased in intensity as he continued. But in return, I was treated like trash, like an experimental subject, like an irrelevant fool. Atticus' voice was laced with complete fury. He had never been one to speak this much before, especially when he had been wronged. But this time was different. This time he couldn't brute force his way out of this situation because he was weak. A fact that angered him to his core. He had just learned firsthand again how important strength was in this world. He would like to see the person who would dare do this to Magnus. Isabella closed her eyes, taking in a short breath. Words could not describe how ashamed she was feeling. They might have just lost the trust of the greatest genius to appear in the history of the human domain. Student at. Just as Isabella was about to respond, the sound of an audible scoff sounded from behind her as Zarathustra spoke coldly. So what? Stop whining like a little child. The human domain is currently at war with the entirety of the planet at stake, and you think we have the luxury of being fair? If experimenting on thousands of people is what we need to save billions of lives, then we won't hesitate to do it. Atticus paused for a few seconds, after which he turned to face Zarathustra, locking his furious eyes with him. Zarathustra released another scoff, seeing as Atticus wasn't saying anything. Tisk, children, but at the next moment, he was brought out of his thoughts as Atticus lost his crimson gaze and his eyes regained their normal piercing blue color. Zarathustra's gaze couldn't help but narrow as he met Atticus's now clear eyes. Why am I feeling even more threatened? He wondered. You can experiment, kill, and torture millions of people for all you want. I don't give a fuck about that. Atticus' voice was calm, frighteningly so. And the same could be said about his eyes, but every single word made each of their hearts skip a beat. Only one thing matters here. You did it to me, Atticus Ravenstein. I promise you, no matter how long, even if I have to tear this place piece by piece, block by block, I will pay back every single one of you tenfold. Zarathustra's expression contorted into anger as he instantly released his aura. Yo, but before he could even respond, Atticus suddenly turned and started walking towards the door to the room he had come from. Despite his extremely exhausted state, Atticus' steps were loud and firm as he approached the exit to the room. Just as he was about to walk through the open door, a thought suddenly struck him, causing him to abruptly pause. Atticus suddenly turned, his gaze landing on the two black pods on each side of the white pod. He had been so pissed about being used as an experimental subject that he just remembered that it had been he, Zoe, and Kale who came here together. Atticus shifted his gaze away from the pods, meeting Isabella's worried gaze. Are they also being experimented on? He suddenly inquired in a low tone. Although Atticus had spoken calmly and with a neutral expression, Isabella was 100% sure that her answer would determine a whole lot of things. Isabella cleared her throat, regaining her composure, and instantly responded, "No. The experiment was only carried out on you." They had already lost Atticus' trust and there was no coming back from that. What happened had already happened. Now, she must search for a way forward. I see. Atticus maintained locked gaze with Isabella for a few seconds, scrutinizing her and trying to search for any signs of deceit. After a few seconds, he came out empty. And with one final long look at the black pods, especially the one farthest to the right, where Zoe was, Atticus turned and left the room without uttering any more words. Although Isabella had been looking at Atticus with a clear and neutral gaze, Zarathustra's current expression was anything but so. His aura was still encompassing the whole room, his form emitting large amounts of killing intent despite the fact that the one that had angered him had already left the room. If not for this contract, I would have taught that bastard a lesson. Zarathustra seethed. Amongst the academy rules, instructors or any staff of the academy for that matter weren't allowed to do battle with the students. They were allowed to defend themselves when attacked first. The sound of Isabella walking away sounded next as Zarathustra turned his gaze, landing on her departing figure. She didn't even say anything to Zarathustra, and from her demeanor, it was very obvious that she still supported Atticus. The scientist shivering in front of the door swiftly stepped out of Isabella's way as she approached. Despite the distance, it was obvious that Zarathustra's aura was still affecting him. Zarathustra stared at Isabella leaving irritably, clenching his fist tightly. Zarathustra had always been different from many of the Enigmum family members. Members of their family had always been calm and collected most of the time. Never one to lose their composure, just like Zarathustra had done countless times today alone. They had each strictly followed the mantra, act with your brains, not the heart. But right from the start, Zarathustra knew he was different, just like some other Enigmum family members. He was just so quick to get ticked off. Today, not only was he not able to perform the experiment he wanted, but his pride had been thoroughly injured. He didn't gain anything at all, and that fact annoyed him to his core. Zarathustra took in deep calming breaths, his aura that enveloped the room receding as he pulled it back. Zarathustra's gaze regained their normal clarity, his eyes letting out a soft glow as he went back to his calculating self. Isabella stormed out of the room, leaving the building after a few seconds. The location where the students received their exosuits was within the academy campus. Just like the leaders section that Atticus and the other leaders among the students went to attend classes, the academy also had a section dedicated to research and development. A science section, basically. Isabella maneuvered, making her way through the science section, walking into the distance. Although they were all in the same place and close proximity to each other, each section of the academy was strictly separated from each other. To many individuals, especially the students of the academy who were uniformed, their section was basically their world. Many had tried to explore the academy, thinking that they would be able to enter another section, but no matter how far they walked, they never seemed to get to the edge of the section. It seemed endless. But as though trying to laugh at their efforts, as Isabella walked a few meters away from the buildings, her artifact suddenly lit up, and a holographic interface appeared in front of her face in the next instant. Would you like to leave this section? Isabella muttered, yes, and her form was immediately enveloped in a golden light, transferring her away from the area. After a few minutes, Isabella approached the tall and imposing building at the middle of the academy. It was the same one where she had that talk with Harrison and learned about the high stakes in the next Varietiga Nexus. She entered the building without any delay, her eyes sweeping across a hall with only a few people walking about. They were all staff of the academy. Without uttering a word, Isabella made her way toward the elevator at the end of the hall. Miss Isabella, wait. Just as she was about to enter, the sound of a feminine voice sounded from behind her. Isabella turned, her gaze landing on the approaching figure of a woman dressed corporately. She was her father's secretary. Isabella didn't say anything and allowed her to approach her. Miss Isabella, I apologize for the inconvenience, but Master Harrison has instructed me not to allow anyone, especially you, through. He doesn't want to be disturbed. Isabella didn't say anything in response, but the cold aura emanating from her made the woman take 2 steps backward, clearing her throat in mild awkwardness. She was well aware of the love-hate relationship between this troublesome father and daughter duo. Plus, this wasn't the first time she was refusing her access to the top floor where Harrison's office was. But regardless, no matter how many times it had happened, the same thing always repeated itself: Isabella's reaction. Isabella maintained her cold gaze, completely ignoring the ramblings of her father's secretary. She suddenly turned and approached the elevator, intending to use it to get to her father's office. It was very clear that she was ready to force her way through if it came to that. But as she got close to the elevator, she wasn't even able to push the button of the elevator. From every direction, hard and heavy-looking metal doors suddenly closed in at fast speeds, blocking her entry. Isabella's gaze was the personification of cold as she stared down at the door. Even the secretary could notice that there was something really wrong this time around. It wasn't like the other times. Isabella was truly pissed. What the hell happened? Isabella closed her eyes and took in a deep breath, clenching her fist hard. She raised her device in the next instant, clicking on it a few times. The holographic image of Harrison appeared, followed by the sound of ringing. But despite ringing for a while, there was no answer. She dropped her hand down, turned around, and started walking out of the building. He must have lost his mind. Yes, that has to be it, Isabella muttered as she reached the door of the building. Since they had discovered Atticus's talent, her father had constantly made some decisions that many in the human domain, if not all, would term as incredibly stupid. Now that she was thinking about it, he had made some incredibly foolish decisions. The human domain is currently at war and at the same time is getting pressured from other races, and he decided to treat a 15-year-old boy who could easily defeat a master rank as a normal student. Isabella chuckled. Why didn't she see it sooner? Her father must have gone mad. There was no other explanation. This was way beyond having principles. Because no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't fathom why he would decide not to train and mold Atticus into a perfect blade for the human domain. What he had done instead was ruin the trust the greatest genius to have appeared in the history of the human domain had for them. Isabella was angry. She was seething. She knew her father. If he was avoiding her like this, then he had no intention of explaining anything to her. She just had one and only one question for Harrison: why? That same question had been bugging her since. It made absolutely no sense. It was racking her brain to the extent that she felt like pulling her hair out. Isabella suddenly let out an audible exhale, her gaze firming. I don't care about what is going through your head again. I'm going to tell him everything the next time I see him, she decided. Within the highest floor of the building that Isabella had just left, inside the familiar plain-looking office, were 2 men. The office still maintained its incredibly plain nature with pristine white walls, a shelf filled with books, a large obsidian desk, and exactly 2 sofas, each facing the other with a table in between them. That was all. This was undoubtedly the vice principal's office, but the supposed owner of this office, Harrison, was currently on one knee, bowing in complete respect and reverence to a man. This man stood with both hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the beautiful scene of the whole academy campus through the transparent walls. He stood with a bulky frame, his presence as imposing as it was godly. One look at this man, and even the bravest of the brave would be compelled to bow. The atmosphere seemed to distort around him, as though it didn't dare try to contain his form. Although he stood with his piercing gaze surveying the academy, completely and utterly silent, it was as though the weight of the world filled the whole room. Only a handful of individuals in the human domain could have this godly presence. There was no doubt about it, this man was a paragon. Speak. The man spoke in a neutral tone, conversational, in fact, but to Harrison, it sounded as though a god had just decreed. Harrison lowered his head even more as he instantly responded without wasting a single moment. The experiment was a success, esteemed paragon, just as you anticipated. The man didn't say anything for a few seconds, the room descending into complete silence. And then suddenly, the man pivoted, his piercing gaze landing on Harrison's form. To Harrison, it was as though the weight of the universe had suddenly rested on his shoulders. Despite being a Grandmaster rank individual, Harrison's hands and legs seemed to buckle as his head was forcefully lowered even more. Was he hurt? The man inquired. Although his voice still maintained its firmness, one could detect a slight worried tone. Harrison's form strained as he tried to fight the aura. He answered in the next second. No, esteemed Paragon. He showed signs of complications during the process, but it all turned out for the best. He responded with the complete truth without leaving out anything. Only a fool would lie to a paragon. How did he react after? The man inquired further. He was angered and promised to pay back everyone responsible, tenfold. The room suddenly descended into pin-drop silence for a full 5 seconds before a boisterous and hearty laughter suddenly sounded in the next instant. Harrison turned his shocked gaze upwards, his eyes widening as he watched the man laughing. He was really laughing. For Harrison to be shocked that someone was laughing was enough to show the rarity of this action. He had literally never seen the man smile before. After a few seconds, he finally stopped, releasing a few chuckles to get it out of his system. The man removed his gaze away from Harrison, muttering softly under his breath, "That's my boy." And as though he had never been there in the first place, he suddenly vanished. Harrison remained bowing for a few seconds before he stood up. He checked his artifact, seeing a staggering amount of missed calls from Isabella. "I'm getting too old for this." Harrison let out a huge exhale and turned to stare at where the man had been standing just a few seconds ago. After a few moments, he turned and left the room. The golden light of the terminal ground lit up in the same golden glow as always, and the form of a white-haired boy with a cold gaze appeared in the area in the next instant. Atticus took in a deep shuddering breath. He didn't even bother to focus on the surreal feeling of the space element that came with teleportation this time around. He was still pissed at everything that had just happened. Calm down, Atticus let out deep calming breaths, trying to calm down his mind. It took a whole lot from him to walk out of that situation. It had been completely against his nature, but Atticus's logical side had eventually won the debate. If he unleashed everything he had, he couldn't win. Atticus opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the familiar campgrounds. The whole area was completely devoid of students. There was not a single person present apart from Atticus, who had just arrived. Right, they're all still receiving their suits, Atticus surmised. Atticus turned towards the building just beside the mansion and started walking towards it. The camp hadn't changed much since the 1 year. The ground was still earth, and the number of buildings still remained and looked the same, well outwardly, that is. But if one should get a bird's-eye view of the camp, they would think that the camp was truly preparing for war. On top of the walls, sitting just a few meters away from each other, were a staggering amount of artillery units, each one as imposing as the last. Plus, at every corner of the expansive garden, they had built watchtowers, each one standing tall, facing the direction of the forest. Instead of focusing on stupid and wasteful aesthetic things, Atticus had decided to focus on what was more important, defense. Except the other team had an Atticus, he would like to see who could breach their defenses. Atticus walked towards the building, reaching it in a few seconds. It was none other than the advanced training room. After everything he had just gone through, many would deem him mad that he still wanted to train instead of resting for at least a week. His mind had almost been taken over. But Atticus didn't give a crap about his current situation. There was only one thing he could do that would get his mind off the anger he was feeling, and that was training. His fatigue and drain were still very much present, but Atticus was still going to train regardless. Plus, he was really curious. The exosuit that had given him so much trouble, just how powerful was it? Let's find out. The door parted opened, and Atticus entered the training room. His gaze swept across the pristine white room without any change in expression. He approached the middle of the room and sat down cross-legged. As soon as he entered the room, Atticus could immediately feel some sort of excitement. He didn't even have to think to identify the source, the sentient suit he had just gotten. That's right, Atticus had already deduced that the suit was sentient. Only something with a mind for itself could attempt to take over another's mind. It's excited because of the mana, Atticus deduced. It was no secret that the mana inside the advanced training room was more than that in the outside world. Even after leaving the lab section, Atticus still felt all the mana being sucked away towards his chest area. Plus, despite its current excited emotions, Atticus could feel its intense hunger. Now let's see what you are, Atticus muttered, followed by him suddenly removing his top robe, revealing his completely toned, flawless body with a set of six-pack abs. But of course, that wasn't where his gaze was focused. It was completely fixed upon the form of a black splattered mess covering his chest. It looked like a thick, throbbing black splatter with small blue lines running on top of it. The blue lines were emitting a soft glow, each of them running through the mess and converging at the middle of it. It's still not enough, huh? I can't train like this. His rate of recovery had been significantly slowed down because of this thing that kept sucking away any mana he was trying to gather. He couldn't recover, nor could he refill his mana core. I'm getting sick of this, Atticus muttered, abruptly stood up, and swiftly made his way towards the terminal just beside the platform. After a few taps, Atticus changed the settings of the advanced training room, allowing him to increase the mana density in the room threefold. This had been one of the features that came with upgrading the advanced training room. This had been among the things Atticus wanted to focus on. Atticus could immediately feel the incredible increase in mana density in the air. It was a very refreshing feeling. It would have felt even better if this thing wasn't sucking everything. Atticus shot the black mass on his chest a stare. The blue lines interwoven throughout it were emitting an intense glow, and it had immediately started throbbing harder and even growing in size as the mana in the air was increased. Atticus could immediately feel its emotion instantly becoming happy as it greedily sucked all the mana it could as fast as possible. With a small sigh, Atticus walked over to the center of the room and sat down cross-legged in the next instant. Atticus closed his eyes and immediately entered a meditative state. He completely focused on bringing as much mana as possible by using his mana core in order to expedite the suit's growth. This was Atticus's plan. The amount of mana it could absorb would surely have a limit, and Atticus intended on reaching that limit as soon as possible. Atticus repeated this action for hours without moving a single inch. During this whole time, the amount of mana the suit was siphoning only seemed to have increased. And just when it seemed as though there was no end in sight, Atticus's form suddenly jolted as he felt a surge of mana pass through his body. It was refreshing, incredibly refreshing. Atticus had never felt so happy about the existence of mana and his ability to control it. The result was completely instant as Atticus felt all his fatigue wash away as the surge of mana flowed through him. After a few seconds, Atticus opened his eyes to see the form of the black mass shrinking on his chest. Then, it became a moderate size, about as big as two tennis balls molded together. It was simply shaped like a black pentagonal gem jutting out slightly from his chest. Atticus could feel the peaceful and gentle aura it was currently emanating, as though everything wrong that happened today wasn't its fault. Atticus completely ignored it, even though it looked like a full baby that just wanted nothing more than to rest after having a large meal. Atticus had no intention of leaving it to observe that rest. He still had to check out and confirm just how powerful he had become. Firstly, let's check my status. Status, Atticus thought, and immediately a holographic screen materialized in front of his face. Character profile. Name, Atticus Ravenstein. Age, 16. Gender, male. Race, human. Attributes. Strength, 289 greater than 321. Agility, 325 greater than 354. Endurance, 330 greater than 362. Vitality, 320 greater than 401. Intelligence, 52 greater than 54. Perception, 44 greater than 45. Charm, 38 greater than 43. Will, 37 greater than 40. Level, Expert greater than Expert plus. Talent, Mythical. Bloodline, Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 3. Fire, 40.9%. Air, 40.1%. Water, 38.8%. Earth, 39.5%. Level 2. Light, 2.3%. Darkness, 1.9%. Space, 0.2%. Level 1. Lightning, 80%. Ice, 78.3%. Locked bloodlines, none. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current Mastery. Expert Plus. Elemental Mimicry, Potential. Transcendent. Current Mastery. Expert. Ethereal Clock, Potential. Empowered. Current Mastery. Advanced Plus. I see, it was exactly as he expected. Some of his stats had increased significantly since he had gotten the suit, and what was best was that these stats were only the passive improvements. How powerful would he become if he deployed the suit? Well then, here goes. Atticus suddenly closed his eyes and entered a deep focused state. He felt the mana flowing through his body peacefully and without a single obstruction in an organized system, but this time around, a new presence had joined this system. The small pentagonal gem in his chest had formed a direct connection to his mana core, and instead of mana moving from his core to his body, it started from his chest instead. And what made Atticus even more excited was how pure the mana the suit was passing through his body. So this is why I had that increase in stats, Atticus deduced. Atticus could proudly boast about his mana purity, it was way better than many other individuals in the human domain. If he had to be honest, while he didn't think that his was the best of the best, he at the very least didn't believe it was far off from said best. But now, observing the mana flowing through his veins, Atticus could see how wrong he was. Atticus relished this feeling for a few seconds before he decided to move to the next level. It hadn't been complicated. In fact, Atticus didn't even have to think about how he wanted to go about it. It was completely and utterly instinctual. Atticus only had the time to feel the angered emotion from the suit before the gem on Atticus's chest suddenly throbbed, the glows of each of the blue lines running through it intensifying until it became blinding. In the next instance, it was as though a legion of pentagon-shaped soldiers erupted from the gem, rapidly multiplying and spreading across Atticus's body in all directions. As they encompassed his neck, about to reach his face, each of their forms seemed to radiate an intense amount of light, their colors changing into a deep red hue that immediately covered his face and head akin to a fiery shower that blazed upwards. After a few seconds, Atticus stood up straight. His entire form was enveloped in a pitch-dark suit that clung onto him like a second skin. The marks of the tiny pentagon littered the suit up until it got above his neck where a deep red fiery shower was covering his face. His katana remained completely untouched. It was as though the suit knew very well who and no not to mess with. Atticus raised his arm, clenching his hand a few times. Thissa, Atticus muttered under his breath in disbelief. This is too much. The amount of power coursing through Atticus' veins currently was what many would deem unbelievable. It was as though the purity of mana, which had initially baffled him, had suddenly increased another fold. The flow of mana in his body was as seamless as it was smooth. I see none of those lines. Atticus remembered how the exo-suits of the second years and Gerald had looked. They all had glowing lines passing through their forms. With his high perception, he had been able to deduce their use. In physics terms, they each served as capacitors, used to store mana and ensure mana reaches any part of the body instantly, as though it were always there. They also serve as filters to increase each of their purity significantly. Atticus focused inwardly, assessing himself. Looks like I don't need them. To Atticus, it was as though his whole body itself was the capacitor. There were large amounts of mana in every part of his body, and his purity was on another level. Atticus punched the air casually a few times, each of his casual punches creating sonic booms in the air, forming a countless amount of afterimages. Atticus smiled. I could get used to this. Let's see the effect on my stats, Atticus muttered and immediately called up his status. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 16. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 321 greater than 420. Agility: 354 greater than 450. Endurance: 362 greater than 498. Vitality: 401 greater than 650. Intelligence: 54 greater than 60. Perception: 45 greater than 50. Charm: 43 greater than 47. Will: 40 less than 38. Level: Expert plus greater than Master. Talent: Mythical. Bloodline: Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 3. Fire: 40.9%. Air: 40.1%. Water: 38.8%. Earth: 39.5%. Level 2. Light: 2.3%. Darkness, 1.9%. Space, 0.2%. Level 1. Lightning, 80%. Ice, 78.3%. Locked bloodlines, none. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert plus. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert. Ethereal clock potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Advanced plus. Atticus wasn't completely shocked by the changes he was seeing, he had already expected them. He could notice even the most minute change that happened to his body, and each one of them could be felt by him. Of course, he could only give an estimation, he could never beat the system's accuracy. But Atticus's gaze couldn't help but stop on his will stat. Why did it decrease? Atticus wondered. His other stats had increased and he couldn't understand just why his will stat had instead done the opposite. Let's leave it for later. Atticus had a few guesses, but he decided to think about the whole thing later. Atticus took in a deep breath, relishing the fresh air. Damn, even breathing feels different, he muttered in satisfaction. Regaining his focus in the next second, Atticus decided to assess the capabilities of his suit. I know the suit is empowering me normally, but it should have some other abilities, right? Atticus decided to put it to the test immediately. With deep focus, he turned his attention towards his chest, where the suit's core was embedded, focusing inwardly. As he had determined earlier, the suit had formed a direct link to his core, but as Atticus focused deeper, he found out something else incredibly interesting. Let's see if I'm right. Atticus walked over to the control terminal of the training room and changed the landscape to a flatland that stretched predominantly in every direction for miles. After walking for a few meters, with a thought, Atticus focused an incredible amount of mana in his legs, its muscles tensing and bulging as his form bent, intense coiled tension in his legs. Then, with an explosive movement, Atticus's figure tore through the terrain, leaving a massive crater in his wake as he instantly crossed more than a kilometer in under a second. But Atticus wasn't even focused on the speed. Instead, his whole focus was on his chest, observing with excitement. Although it wasn't visible outwardly, as soon as Atticus had used that incredible amount of mana, he felt the suit grumble as though annoyed, and then immediately, a warm feeling enveloped him. Before Atticus had even finished his movement, in under a second, the suit had passively absorbed and replaced the used mana from the air. From under the red shroud covering his face, Atticus grinned. Didn't this mean he practically had near unlimited mana to use? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, let's see everything I can do first. Atticus decided to test what he could feel, and he could feel each one of the tiny pentagon-shaped pieces that make up his suit. He closed his eyes the next instant, focusing his attention on the pieces in his right hand. It didn't take long, as after 2 seconds, their form trembled, and in the next instant, each of them coalesced on the top of his hand, molded and formed a razor-sharp blade. Atticus repeated this same action with his other hand, a long sharp blade forming up instantly. Then, he did the same thing for each part of his body and discovered that no matter what part, as long as the suit covered the area, he had control over it and could form anything he wanted. Atticus moved to remote control next, wanting to see if he would be able to control a detached part of the suit. But despite trying for a while now, Atticus hadn't been able to succeed. He wasn't even able to detach a tiny part, not to talk of control. All he got was an annoyed grunt from the suit anytime he tried. To Atticus, it felt like he was being called stupid. Is this bastard the one stopping me from doing it? Atticus wondered. It always grunted, although not audibly, but Atticus could feel that it was annoyed. Since he wasn't getting anywhere with this, Atticus moved to another test. If anyone from Earth could see what he was about to do now, the figure of a particular person would immediately come to mind: Iron Man. Atticus raised his right hand, pointing his palm towards his front and focused. He could feel the incredible amounts of mana in every part of his body. Atticus didn't even have to move mana from anywhere, the one in his palm was enough. The pitch-black army of pentagon pieces covering his palm suddenly swirled, their forms simultaneously radiating a blue light that became blinding in the next second. Instantaneously, an intense and powerful beam of pure mana shot out from Atticus' palm, its form tearing through the air, releasing sonic booms in its wake. Because the landscape was flat without any dead end, its flight remained undisturbed. Atticus smiled, and with another focus, he released multiple beams from his palm again. He switched and repeated the same thing with his other hand, and after a few seconds, a thought suddenly struck Atticus. If he could control each part of the suit, then wasn't it possible to shoot these beams from any part of his body? Atticus immediately put it to the test, focusing on a spot on his back. During fights, his back was basically the most vulnerable. This would most definitely help with reducing that weakness. It wasn't as straightforward as with his palm, but after a few seconds of intense focus, the spot Atticus had been focusing on suddenly radiated a blue light, and from it, an intense beam instantaneously shot out. Atticus was elated, but he didn't let that get to his head, he still had more tests to do. He did the same thing for other parts of his body, releasing intense mana beams from each part of his body the suit enveloped. And at the end of these tests, he had saved the best for last, the part of his body where the bulk of his mana was gathered, basically the source of all his mana, his chest. Atticus focused on his chest, ignoring the annoyed grunt of the suit, and focused on the large pentagon-shaped mass embedded in his chest. It immediately radiated an intense amount of bluish light, the whole form of the suit mirroring the change in color. Atticus felt as if the mana in his body was drained at a rapid pace, and as though it were not enough, he felt the mana in the air get siphoned into the suit. The air seemed to crackle as a staggering and intense amount of mana condensed at Atticus's chest, as though anticipating the power that was about to be unleashed. The light bluish mana seemed to take on a deep blue hue as they condensed. The whole process took 5 seconds, and as soon as it reached that 5 seconds mark, shit, the sound of Atticus muttering sounded, immediately followed by a cataclysmic explosion that instantaneously cratered the earth in a 100-meter radius around Atticus. A mana beam, as wide as it was devastating, shot out of Atticus' chest, the force of the blast so intense that Atticus's form shot backwards at a fast speed. Atticus quickly regained control of his body and swiftly performed a backflip midair, his form skidding down the earth for a few meters before coming to an abrupt stop. Atticus's gaze focused on the result of the blast. Just like the other ones, since the terrain was flat, it hadn't been able to hit anything, but this time around, there was a huge difference. Apart from the huge craters that had formed where he had been standing earlier, the blast had left behind a 50-meter wide trail of obliterated earth in its wake. Damn, Atticus muttered. If that blast were to hit him, he doubted he would be able to survive. Yes, it was that crazy. Atticus took his gaze away from the devastating scene and turned his attention inwardly, trying to assess his current situation. The suit was still enveloping him completely, but Atticus could feel a huge reserve of his mana had already been used, about 25% of Ida, and this was followed by the feeling of an intense amount of hunger. Atticus watched calmly as the sentient suit greedily sucked in mana from the atmosphere, filling the used-up mana at a fast rate. After exactly 9 seconds, 25% of his mana had been recovered, and he was now back to full strength. Atticus was flabbergasted. I knew it was fast, but isn't this too much? He was completely speechless. Except for when he was incredibly desperate and stupid, would there ever be a time he would use more than 25% of his mana in a span of 9 seconds? Oh, that's right, Atticus suddenly remembered that he was in the advanced training room and the mana was currently multiple times what was outside. Atticus swiftly approached the control terminal and changed back the settings to mirror the outside world. And after another cataclysmic explosion, with another grunt, Atticus watched with shock as the suit absorbed mana from the air at multiple times the speed as earlier. I see. So it's more about the amount it can absorb at a given time frame than the amount of mana in the air, Atticus deduced. The amount of mana in the air doesn't matter, which means it'll take about 36 seconds, give or take, to recover the entirety of my mana if it ever came to that. It went without saying that this suit would become one of his greatest assets. Well, second to the life weapon, of course. Atticus, of course, hadn't forgotten his katana. Nothing could replace it when it came to potential. He was still at the second art, and yet he was already this powerful. Atticus couldn't wait to see how powerful he would become should he learn the third, fourth, and fifth, if it reached that high. Atticus stopped thinking about these things and decided to continue his testing. Let's try this next. He had noticed it when he shot out the mana beams, but when his mana left his body, he had surprisingly perfect control over his mana, especially when it was still in contact with him. Atticus focused on 2 points on his back, just below his shoulder, on his scapulas, and with a slight focus, a stream of mana started flowing out from them, their forms extending and molding. It took a while, but eventually, the forms of 2 large blue wings, akin to angelic wings, were formed. They were, of course, both made purely of mana. Atticus focused on the wings, causing both their forms to flutter a few times. He repeated this for a while, and when he saw that he was getting the hang of them, their forms seemed to coil, and in the next instant, they flapped hard, the force lifting Atticus from the ground, creating a huge gust of air on the earth. Atticus's form ascended at a fast speed, and after a few seconds, he reached his peak. Just as he was about to start descending, Atticus unleashed another flap. His first few attempts were sloppy, Atticus almost fell and lost control a lot of times. But after a while of constant practice, Atticus got the hang of it. With a single flap that rocked the space, Atticus's figure tore through the air, crossing a staggering distance within a second. With another flap, Atticus's form abruptly stopped, and he started flapping gently, his form descending towards the ground, landing gently in a few seconds. Atticus released his hold on the wings, their forms turning into motes of light. He decided to leave the celebrations for later and immediately created multiple blades and weapons with his mana. And after a few minutes of that, Atticus decided to test the defensive capabilities of the suit. Atticus went through a whole series of tests attempting to assess the defensive capabilities of his suit. He increased the temperature of the training room to staggering degrees. It was to an extent that Atticus wouldn't dare stay in such a space for a prolonged period of time before. He would have been melted like cheese. But with him donning his suit, Atticus could proudly say that he didn't even feel any heat. The suit maintained the same exact temperature as before regardless of how much he turned up the heat. Due to Atticus's incredibly keen senses, he was able to notice some slight changes in temperature anytime he abruptly increased the temperature. It only occurred for a second, but to Atticus, it was more than enough. It's as if the suit adapted. Atticus immediately made some assumptions based on what he had observed. They must know more about this exosuit than me. Atticus suddenly recalled the blue-haired scientist that he had an altercation with earlier today. Since they had been the ones to design the suit, it was only natural that they knew about its capabilities. I'd have to figure it out on my own. Regardless, he would rather die than ask those bastards who used him as an experimental tool for help. First of all, the suit adapts. But to what extent? Atticus decided to test and see how far it could go. Personally, I could withstand as high as 3,500 degrees Celsius, which is basically hotter than lava, but this is obviously with some conditions. Atticus had been able to withstand this temperature because of a multitude of things. First would be his change in constitution because of his fire mimicry, and another would be because he was actively controlling the fire element around him and mitigating the heat. But with the suit, Atticus didn't need to do any of this, he didn't even need to focus on the fire element. Atticus cranked up the temperature of the training room to the highest it could reach, 5,000 degrees, and as he saw that the suit still performed the same action, immediately adapting and adjusting accordingly, Atticus's heart skipped a beat in excitement. Doesn't this mean that I'm basically immune to master rank fire? Atticus thought in elation. During his 5 years at the Ravenstein estate, Atticus had done some research about the elementalist bloodline levels and its relationship with ranks. 99% of elementalists in the human domain maintained this relationship between their bloodline and rank. Novice to master rank individual would always hover between level 1 to 3 of their bloodline. It was during this that Atticus was able to get insights about the Grandmaster rank and the prerequisite of attaining it. To enter the Grandmaster rank required you to first be able to create a domain, and this was the same prerequisite for entering level 4 of the elemental bloodline. What this entailed was simple. Master rank individuals were more or less always in level 3 of their respective bloodlines. According to Atticus's calculations and powers he had experienced when battling master rank fire elementalists, their limits had been at most 4,000 degrees Celsius. He immediately tried it with each of the elements, attempting to see where its limits lay: lightning, ice, air, water. Unfortunately, these had only been the elements he could attempt to find out the limit to an extent in the advanced training room. The simulation of the rest of his elements had been subpar. Plus, Atticus hadn't been able to test out his space bloodline. Despite the incredible upgrades, the training room still couldn't stimulate the space element. I guess I'd have to try the rest in the elemental rooms. Atticus decided to leave the remainder of the testing until he got to the academy campus. The elemental rooms would be able to give him the intensity he wanted. Regardless, this is good, very good. I'm practically immune to almost all master rank elemental attacks. Though I'm not sure about arts. Atticus pondered as he walked over to the control terminal by the platform. The purpose of arts was to increase the attack power of an individual multiple times. Although Atticus could withstand the normal elemental attacks, he wasn't sure about an art-infused one. Atticus tapped on the control terminal a few times, and after a few clicks, the platform beside him lit up and liquid metal slipped out of them, coalescing until the form of an extremely large man was formed. Of course, it was completely silver, and gazing at the large and thick limbs with bulging muscles, it was clear that even without the silver color, they would all still look metallic. It wouldn't take a genius to figure it out. These were all the features of the Emberforge family, the blacksmiths of the human domain. Atticus also changed the landscape into an endless flatland and immediately walked, putting a good distance from the terminal. The robot also walked forward, standing a few meters in front of him. Atticus gazed at the ginormous robot standing at least 6 feet 7 feet, calmly. It emitted the unmistakable aura of a Master Plus rank, and Atticus had chosen it for just one purpose: to test the physical defensive capabilities of the suit. Of all the families of the human domain, the Emberforge were known as brutes. When it came to just physical strength, even without the utilization of mana, they were unmatched. Utilizing mana to augment and bloodline to supplement, attack me with your strongest attack. Atticus instructed the AI, who immediately listened. The large robot suddenly fixed its gaze at Atticus, an intense amount of pressure immediately engulfing the area. If this had been Atticus before, he would have been forced to, at the very least, stagger, but Atticus's current form hadn't even flinched. The bulging muscles of the robot seemed to bulge even more as its form started getting slowly enveloped in pitch-black metal. After a few seconds, with its whole form covered in a black, plain-looking armor, the robot's form tensed as it moved. The earth trembled as the air quaked. The massive figure of the ginormous robot rocketed towards Atticus's form, the sheer momentum of its advance creating a whirlwind of sound that filled the room with a deafening cacophony. Without missing a beat, it pulled its massive right hand back for a punch, its form tensing and bulging, the metallic armor groaning at the sheer force of the muscles. And with sudden and unstoppable momentum that seemed to defy the laws of physics, it unleashed a punch, the attack hitting Atticus akin to the weight of a falling mountain. The result was cataclysmic. The ground in a 200-meter radius around them shuddered and convulsed, fissures splitting open like wounds in the earth's surface, while the very air seemed to scream in protest, torn asunder by the sheer violence of the blow. But unlike what any sensible individual watching this scene would have assumed, the opposite happened. Despite the fact that Atticus's form was basically a twig compared to the robot's, the force of the punch didn't shoot Atticus's figure back. He didn't even stagger. If one should get a closer look, they would see the army of tiny pentagon pieces of the suit had coalesced at the point of impact and had deftly absorbed and evenly distributed the force of the punch across the entirety of Atticus's body, an intense amount of ripples spreading out across his form. Atticus only had time to be shocked about this unexpected development before he suddenly felt something stir inside him. It was a weird feeling, as though there was currently a staggering amount of pure energy available for him to utilize. Atticus didn't ponder on this feeling for long and immediately acted. The multitudes of waves on Atticus's form all seemed to ripple towards his arm, and in the next instant, Atticus's right hand shot forward like an explosive cannon, immediately hitting the metallic chest of the massive robot. Atticus's punch collided with the metallic chest of the robot with a deafening clang, the sound echoing through the room like the cataclysmic collapse of a mountain range. The force of the impact was so intense that multiple concentric circles formed behind the robot, the sheer force of Atticus's strike transforming the robot's retreat into a blur, akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens. The robot crashed, tumbled, and rolled on the earth for a few hundred meters before eventually coming to a stop. Atticus gazed at his right hand in slight disbelief. I didn't use any of my mana nor energy to defend or unleash that punch. He immediately threw the suit's core on his chest, a surprising stare. Atticus had only wanted to test the defensive capabilities of the suit, but what he had found out instead was something mind-blowing. He hadn't used a shred of mana or even any effort for that punch. It can absorb and redirect the force of an attack, Atticus thought in complete elation. What got him even more excited was the fact that the suit had done it for a Master Plus rank punch. This was beyond what he could have possibly imagined. Words could not express how happy Atticus was feeling. His road to absolute power had just gotten slightly shorter, but it was still something. Atticus went on to test the suit a few more times with the Emberforge robot and discovered another interesting feature of the suit. If he made contact with an opponent or anyone for that matter long enough, he would be able to absorb a portion of said individual's mana and utilize it accordingly as he wished. Atticus had been thoroughly shocked. This basically meant that he practically couldn't run out of mana on the battlefield. After a few minutes of shock, he changed the settings of the training room, placing a scorching hot sun in the middle of it. He did the same for the robot, replacing it with the familiar hyper form of Robot Jared emitting a Master Plus rank aura. Atticus immediately began battle with Robot Jared, and it went without saying that Atticus was slowly falling in love with his suit. As though realizing the power of the foe in front of it, the robot had immediately unleashed its full strength, equipped its massive hammer, and charged at Atticus at blazing speed. Atticus's movements had been effortless. It was as though he were weightless, his every move nimble. With his newly increased perception, Atticus easily evaded each one of the robot's attacks. The incredible and intense temperature that usually affected him before hadn't even caused the slightest amount of discomfort for Atticus. If anything, he felt as though the room got colder. If Atticus's face hadn't been covered by the red shroud, his intense grin would have been blinding. The battle went on for a while until Atticus started noticing something. It was something he hadn't been paying attention to, but because he had just realized the time that had passed, it suddenly dawned on him, he wasn't getting tired. There was not a single feeling of fatigue or drain in his form. Atticus felt as good as new. As he scrutinized his form inwardly, Atticus had immediately found out the reason for this and had immediately slowly paused, and this pause was because he had suddenly gotten a bit scared. Isn't this too much? Atticus wondered. From what he had just found out, his suit was passively using mana to heal every single drain or his fatigue that afflicted him. Basically, it was passively recovering his stamina without him having to do anything whatsoever. However, this disbelief about how overpowered the suit was soon deadened in his head as a devastating punch suddenly struck Atticus, sending his form shooting through the air, tumbling down against the earth for a few hundred meters. Atticus didn't focus on the damage the punch had caused, nor did he focus on the fast-approaching blazing robot. He was only focused on one thing: the intense amount of pain that had suddenly racked his head. Atticus's gaze shot towards the suit's core and saw that large throbbing vein-like lines had suddenly appeared around the pentagon-shaped gem embedded on his chest. And in the next instant, Atticus felt his control over his body abruptly cut off. He only had time to be shocked before the massive form of Robot Jared's hammer appeared inches away from his face. It was as piercing as it was painful. As Atticus felt a massive, piercing pain hit his head, he abruptly lost control of his whole body. The red shroud covering his face followed suit the next instant, its form fading into the air, enabling Atticus's exposed face to feel the intense and staggering amount of heat radiating out of Robot Jared's blazing hammer, inches away from hitting his face. Atticus didn't get the chance to assess his situation and find out what was going on, he didn't even get the chance to think. His body was out of his control, and a massive, scorching hammer was about to hit his face. It went without saying that he was screwed. But the only thing that was still in Atticus's control was his eyes, which never once wavered. Atticus wasn't sure what exactly was going on, he had a few assumptions but didn't have any time to ponder about it. But there was only one thing Atticus knew: he had felt this feeling before. This feeling of being watched, having your every movement and thought under someone's control. No matter how long, it wasn't going to change. The fact that Atticus hated being used or controlled to his very core. It doesn't matter who was responsible, there was only one suspect currently anyway. Atticus immediately acted before his whole form could get taken over. His piercing blue eyes suddenly turned crimson as he immediately unleashed his will. It felt as though a wave of scorching fire spread throughout his body, obliterating any form of hold the suit held over him. Atticus gradually regained control over his body in time to hear the intense and devastating screech that sounded inside his head. But that was the last place his focus was. His gaze didn't even flicker. As soon as he felt the control over his body was back, with a slight narrow of his eyes, Atticus's form seemed to distort as his whole being seemed to defy containment. Before the massive hammer could turn his face into a bloodied mess, Atticus's form abruptly vanished, the hammer hitting the earth in a cataclysmic impact that sent a wave of scorching heat spreading outward for hundreds of meters. Without missing a beat, the air above the bent robot distorted as the atmosphere fissured. The form of Atticus appeared in the next instant, his right leg, infused with staggering amounts of mana, raised skyward. With an explosive impact, Atticus's right leg hit the back of robot Jared's head, the force of the kick sending its face deep into the earth in another apocalyptic explosion, deep cracks and fissures spreading in a 200-meter radius from the point of impact. Stop the simulation, Atticus instantly instructed the AI just in time, before the robot could go supernova. With focus, Atticus's form abruptly teleported away, intending to move away from the wreck and devastated Earth. After his advancement of his space bloodline, a whole new world of powers had unlocked itself to him. Atticus had initially been sad when he first unlocked the space element because of his inability to utilize the space element outside his body. But this had changed when he advanced to level 2 of his space bloodline. Here, he had been able to project the space element outside his form, but unfortunately, just like his other bloodlines in level 2, he couldn't control the elements when he wasn't in contact with them. However, Atticus had been elated to find out the space element was widely different. In level 2, Atticus was able to project outward and control any element he was in contact with, so he had attempted something. Atticus simply projected the space element to encompass about 5 meters away from him, and after a few trial and errors, he had been able to control the space around that area, and in turn, Atticus had been able to teleport within said area. But unfortunately, Atticus had just reached the second level and hadn't really had the time to unlock other powers. There was one he was looking forward to using: gravity control. It went without saying that if not for the exosuit he was testing out, he would have been completely focused on achieving that. However, after what just happened, with the intense frown on Atticus's face as he stared at the suit's core in his chest, it was obvious that achieving gravity control with the space element was the least of his worries. Atticus gazed at the suit's core with an intense frown, his thoughts racing. Although he had suspected it before, when he unleashed his will, he had confirmed that it had indeed been the suit that had attempted to take control over him. But how? Didn't it learn its lesson the first time? Atticus pondered. This time around, he hadn't been called into his mindscape. The attack had happened abruptly and when he had least expected it. It was as though it had been waiting for the perfect moment to catch him off guard. Atticus took in a deep breath and released a huge sigh in the next instant. I knew it, it was too good to be true. All things come at a cost. Atticus might have just discovered a huge weakness when it came to using the exosuit. Although it was laying completely low and listening to him currently, Atticus still felt as though he was being watched. It was very obvious that it was currently quietly observing Atticus with rapt attention, waiting for even the slightest hint of him being distracted for it to act again. It felt like a very stubborn goat. No matter how much Atticus scolded, flogged, or tortured it, it was only going to come back again the moment it saw the chance. This was a huge problem. During battle, especially if it were life and death, there was no helping it, Atticus would have his full attention on the battle. It went without saying that getting his body taken over at any moment during a life and death battle would be a death sentence. And Atticus had no intention of forfeiting his life. Looks like it could only attempt to take control over my body if I am actively using the suit. Atticus was trying to find some sort of silver lining in this situation. If the suit's consciousness could attack him even when he wasn't donning the suit, then he would have to either figure out a way to passively utilize his will to keep it in check, or he would have to find a way to separate from it. The former would of course be the best option and his most preferred, but unfortunately, Atticus could not achieve this, at least not currently. It required a great amount of focus for him to use his will, something that Atticus currently could not half-ass despite his high intelligence. It was precisely because of this high intelligence that he could control his will at this level in the first place. If only I could use that power, Atticus remembered his transformation when he had utilized his will inside his mindscape. Then, his will had encompassed the entirety of his form. If he could fight in that form, then Atticus doubted if the suit would have dared to do anything no matter how unfocused he got. However, what was important was that Atticus couldn't achieve this now, which simply meant that bye-bye exosuit for now. At least until I'm able to utilize my will in the background and fight intensely at the same time, Atticus sighed. He had thoroughly been enjoying the suit's capabilities, but now that he had discovered this huge weakness, he would have to put everything on hold for now. Currently, Atticus's face was still out in the open, with the black suit only covering from his neck downwards. With a slight thought, the armies of tiny pentagon pieces suddenly started moving, their forms coalescing in the middle of Atticus' chest, getting sucked into it at a fast rate. After a few seconds, the form of Atticus with his toned upper body in full display was revealed. Atticus instantly felt his power reducing at an unimaginable rate, returning back to normal. It wasn't a good feeling, if he had to be honest, the feeling of getting weak, it was terrible. Atticus wore his robe in the next moment. After which, he swiftly checked the time on his artifact, his eyes widening as he saw the current time. They had each been transported to the science section around 10 in the morning, and Atticus was sure that he had gotten back to the division before 12. But currently, it was already past 6 p.m. He had been training for more than 5 hours without even knowing it. Well, at least I've calmed down a bit, Atticus thought. One of the reasons he had decided to train was to momentarily calm down his raging blood because of what had happened to him. Atticus shook his head, snapping out of his thoughts. They must be back by now. He swept his gaze around the landscape, taking in all the destruction, his gaze stopping on Robot Jared for a few seconds before walking over to the control terminal and clearing out the whole room, returning it to its pristine white appearance. Atticus also made sure to check and wipe out every record of his taken during this training session. After which, he walked towards the exit of the training room, the door parting as he approached. But before Atticus could even step out of the room, finally, he suddenly heard the excited voice of a familiar red-eyed girl, and in the next instance, Atticus's form deftly darted to the side, evading the blazing form of Aurora streaking into the training room. Before Atticus could wonder why she had done that, his gaze landed on the forms of Nate, Lucas, and the other Ravenstein youths entering the training room. Atticus smiled and immediately stared intently at them, scrutinizing each one of them thoroughly. He had done this because of one reason: they were all donning their exosuits. What do you think? Atticus turned to see Nate, with his two arms raised while flexing his muscles. His whole form was enveloped in a dark brown attire with dark intricate lines adorning his form. Lucas was also standing beside him, adorned in a sky blue exosuit with white intricate lines tracing across it. Although each of them was covered from head to toe, Atticus was still easily able to distinguish between them. Atticus focused his gaze on the bulky form of Nate. He could immediately feel the large increase in power from Nate's aura. During the 1-year period, Nate had been able to break into the advanced rank. But now with the suit, Atticus could see that it had bumped him up to the advanced rank. His aura had become heavier. Maybe it had something to do with proficiency. Or maybe talent. Atticus could still remember Gerald's transformation. He had ranked up a surprising twice, and this had been in the expert ranks. But Nate had instead ranked up just once. This was the same with Lucas and the rest of the Ravenstein youths. Atticus smiled. You look strong. Atticus's compliment was followed by the sound of a blazing figure crashing down on the earth just a few meters away from the group. What about me? The feminine voice of Aurora sounded immediately after, and the group turned to see her with both her hands on her waist, her form blazing. Her form was entirely enveloped in raging flames, and her exosuit had a deep red hue with white intricate lines tracing along it. Although her entire form was covered, including her face, there was no denying it, it was Aurora. Atticus chuckled slightly as he started walking towards her. Is this really necessary? We know you can control fire. The raging flames surrounding her body abruptly got snuffed out as Aurora's head snapped towards Atticus, her right hand pointing at him. The other Ravenstein youths sighed as they saw this. It was clear to everyone that she was about to erupt, but unlike what they thought, as though a switch were turned off, Aurora slowly lowered her hand down. I understand why you're being a hater. Even with her face being covered, Atticus could feel the smug smile that had suddenly appeared on her face. The hell are you yapping about? You're jealous of my exosuit. You probably got a weak and ugly one, hee. Atticus had to utilize a lot of effort to stop himself from erupting into laughter. His exosuit could be called a lot of things, but the word, weak, or any word in the dictionary that had even the slightest similar meaning to said word, was not one of them. Atticus tried his very best to stifle his laughter, and from the look he was giving her, he made it plenty obvious he was trying hard not to laugh at her words. Lucas, Nate, and the others also gazed at Atticus in complete curiosity, each of them wondering why he was laughing. It just dawned on each one of them that Atticus had reached the camp before anyone else since he had been in the advanced training room when they had all arrived. Which meant that he had received his suit before any of them, which was weird considering the fact that they had all left the science section together after receiving their suits. They had even seen the other leaders of the divisions back in the science section but not Atticus. It didn't take long for each of them, especially Lucas, to suspect that something must have happened. He either simply finished early before us or he had gotten a different suit than ours. Lucas was leaning toward the latter, and this was because he had seen every single genius of the first year before they were sent back. Aurora abruptly released hold of her exosuit, the red attire covering her form getting sucked into the suit's core on her chest. Her piercing red eyes narrowed as she fixed her eyes on Atticus. "Show us," she simply said. The other youths all gathered around Atticus, each of them immediately unequipping their exosuits. They all fixed their gazes on Atticus, curious about his exosuit. Atticus was feeling conflicted. His exosuit was without a doubt overpowered. He wasn't worried about showing them this. What he was worried about was what he had just discovered a few minutes ago. He had decided not to utilize his exosuit even when he was training. Although Atticus hadn't put too much emphasis on it, the fact that his will had reduced when he deployed the suit was still nagging his mind. That right there had been a huge red flag. I almost forgot. Status. He had completely forgotten to check his will after he had unequipped his suit. Atticus glanced at his status screen, his eyes immediately fixated on the particular stat he had been looking for. He couldn't help but breathe in a sigh of relief when he saw that it was back to normal. He had been right. The suit's consciousness would only act if he was actively utilizing the exosuit. Atticus glanced at the expressions of the Ravenstein youths gazing at him, each of them filled with curiosity and, of course, the impatient form of Aurora who kept gesturing for him to bring out his exosuit already. It should be fine if I don't lose focus. With a huge sigh, Atticus focused slightly and in the next instance, the army of pentagon-shaped pieces streamed out of his chest, converging and engulfing his form in under a second, a red shroud materializing and covering his head. The entire room suddenly descended into pin-drop silence that lasted for a few seconds. Each one of them, especially Aurora, gazed at Atticus' new form with their mouths agape, each of them shocked. It looked so cool. This is so unfair. How come yours is so different? Aurora immediately screamed in protest. The part that made Atticus' suit a killer was the vivid red shroud covering his head. She wanted that. It'll go good with my suit. Hee hee. Hater, Atticus teased. Aurora, calm down. It's not like you can take the suit from him. Before Aurora could retort, Moon suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. The young master is done using the room, let's go train. But, although reluctant, Aurora allowed Moon to drag her into the training room. But she made sure to give Atticus an intense stare as she was getting dragged away, one that made Atticus shiver. I should lock the door to my room before I sleep, Atticus gulped. With the way Aurora was looking at him, his suit in particular, he wouldn't be surprised if she visited him while he was sleeping. The rest of the Ravenstein youths followed immediately after, admiring Atticus' suit for a few seconds. Atticus watched them with a smile as they each entered the training room and started testing out their suits. So, are you ready for it? Atticus turned towards his side to see Lucas standing beside him, also watching the Ravenstein youths training. Atticus chuckled slightly and responded, the leader's summit. I should be fine. Oh, someone's arrogant. Lucas shook his head slightly before adding, you do know that you're public enemy number one, right? You think they would gang up against me? Atticus inquired, raising an eyebrow. That's a very high possibility, you know that, right? Atticus tilted his head slightly as he pondered, then turned his head back towards the front. I don't think that would happen. No, I'm about 90% sure it won't happen. Don't forget how incredibly proud those young masters are. Some would rather die than join hands to fight, especially for just a feeble first year like me. The sound of Lucas's laughter immediately filled the room. Feeble first year? Really? Lucas asked in slight disbelief. If Atticus was just a feeble first year, then what should he call the rest of them? Yes, feeble first year. What else could I possibly be? Atticus blinked twice while maintaining a straight face despite his baffling words. Lucas simply shook his head. Atticus was being too much. Still, I think you should keep your guard up. You never know what might happen, Lucas advised. Yes, of course. I'm always on guard. Don't worry, Atticus assured him. Lucas simply smiled and didn't say anything again. From what he had observed about Atticus, while it was true he always had his guard up, it was obvious he wasn't putting much emphasis on the other tier 1s. It was a fact that Atticus was smarter than him, but Lucas had noticed that he wasn't really a people's person, especially when he had already tagged them as weak. Lucas suddenly decided to change the topic. So who would you be taking along? He inquired. Amongst the rules of the Leaders' Summit, each one of the leaders was required and allowed to choose one subordinate from their division to join them during the duration of the summit. Although it was pretty obvious who Atticus would choose, Lucas still thought it best to ask him directly. Lucas's question was immediately followed by a cataclysmic boom that reverberated throughout the room. Atticus and Lucas turned their gazes to the side to see a streaking figure hurtling back through the air at fast speed, leaving a fiery blaze in its wake. In the next second, the figure hit the hard training room walls in a brutal impact. The duo both followed the fiery trail the figure had left, their gazes landing on the figure of Aurora, whose fist was stretched out for a punch, her whole form covered in a dark red attire. The whole room descended into a loud silence as each one of the youths currently training stopped and turned their gazes towards the figure. After a few seconds, the form of the figure became visible, each of their gazes landing on the bulky figure of Nate, also donned in an exosuit, a large fiery fist imprinted in his stomach, bending him at the waist. Atticus chuckled, who else could I possibly pick? Do you even have a choice? Lucas also joined in on the laughter. After that, Atticus and Lucas spoke about some random things for a few minutes while watching the rest of the Ravenstein youths train. Atticus silently observed each of their exosuits, trying to note the differences between theirs and his. It was no secret that his exosuit was different from the rest of the exosuits they were giving the students. After a few minutes of observation, Atticus had been able to find out some interesting features of their suits. Although the exosuits all shared some similarities with each other, the term, tailor-made, for each of them would be the right fit for what he had observed. For example, Aurora's suit, apart from increasing her mana flow, purity, and the amount of mana she would hold, somehow made using the fire element easier and more powerful. Atticus had noticed it in her movements, they had been more seamless than before, more blazing, more unpredictable, like flickering flames. It had been obvious that her mastery of her fire mimicry art had increased significantly. Just like Nate, it had bumped her only one rank up, to the Advanced Plus rank. It had been the same for Nate too, it had augmented his mana positively and had increased his proficiency in his earth mimicry too. If not for Aurora's explosive punch, Atticus doubted anyone could have sent him flying like before. He had also observed the rest of the Ravenstein youths and saw that their suits each followed these same pattern. Elijah with his lightning mimicry, Chubby with his fire, Eric and Arya with their darkness and air respectively. It had increased their proficiency in their respective mimicry and had purified and improved their mana flow and control. After getting beaten times without number by Aurora, Nate had made the stupid decision of challenging Atticus to battle. But of course, this had ended up as expected, his form getting slammed against the wall on the other side of the training room. After this, Atticus hung out in the training room for a while with the other youths before he decided it was time to retire for the day. He separated from the Ravenstein youths and left the training room after a few moments. Atticus was immediately met with the bustling campgrounds. It wasn't only them that had gotten their exosuits, the rest of the first years had also gotten theirs. Atticus's gaze swept across the area, seeing the division youths donning different shades of exosuits. They were all happily running about showcasing their suits, with some flying in the air. Atticus could also sight some crowds gathered around some youths about to engage in an arm wrestling competition. After a few seconds of taking in the sights, Atticus retreated towards the mansion and headed straight to his room to get some shut-eye. It had been an incredibly long day, and he was completely mentally drained. He really needed to sleep and rest his head. As Atticus had his bath and was about to sleep, a thought suddenly struck him: if I'm asleep, it would take over my body, right? Atticus pondered worriedly. He just couldn't escape this nagging feeling that it was possible. As he came to this conclusion, Atticus couldn't help but release a huge sigh. The academy had really given him a huge burden, one he would have to learn to live with. The gains had been incredible, he wasn't going to lie, but the fact that he had to live his life completely alert in order to make sure that something inside him wouldn't take control of his body wasn't something many could live with. Just to be safe, Atticus had locked the doors of his room, remembering the intense stare of a certain red-eyed girl, and then he had placed rune mines in every single inch of the room, including the walls, ceiling, and doors. The mines weren't enough to hurt him significantly, but at the very least, he should wake up should something happen. After this, Atticus slept. The night went by quickly. The next morning, Atticus had woken up and luckily hadn't encountered any problems, his body hadn't been taken over. Atticus still chose to be careful and had performed the same routine every night before he slept, placing rune mines all over the place. Apart from that, they had found out that classes had been put on hold for a week, in order for some of the students to recover fully from getting their suits and also to prepare for the upcoming Leaders Summit. Seeing as he couldn't go to the academy campus anymore, Atticus had continued his routine and had trained intensely at the camp instead. Atticus's routine had been exactly the same as before, but now with one difference: he wanted so badly to unlock the gravity control ability. The last time he had tried it briefly was when he had been inside the space elemental room, and then Atticus had felt that it was within his grasp. He only needed a little push, but unfortunately, the time that he was allowed to be in the elemental room and the academy campus came calling. Atticus could have decided to wait for the 1 week, but he was extremely impatient and wanted to unlock it as soon as possible. It was also better that the academy had cancelled all compulsory activities in order to give the youths time for themselves. And so, Atticus had focused fully on unlocking the gravity control ability. Of course, he had trained other abilities too during this period. Apart from his suit, of course, he had been serious about not using the exosuit until he found a solution to the problem. Despite taking time to train each of his abilities, Atticus's main focus had been unlocking the gravity control ability. It had been difficult, especially when he was training without the space elemental room. It was as though he had to start from scratch. He didn't know why, but unlike his other powers, the gravity control hadn't come naturally. In fact, if not because he had seen Astrian use it back at the Raven camp, he doubted if he would have thought about it. But Atticus had never been one to shy away from hard work. He was persistent to the extent that it was scary. Atticus would sit down, meditating in one position while manipulating the space element for hours on end, trying his best to figure out and learn the ability. After relentless trials and errors for days on end, finally, on one day, a day before the 1 week the academy gave them elapsed, when the sun was at its peak, Atticus felt the air around him get heavier, and instantaneously, the silver form of the robot standing just a few meters away from abruptly sunk onto one knee as a huge weight pressed down against it. Atticus's eyes snapped open, an intense grin on his face. He was currently sitting down cross-legged on the floor in the advanced training room. This had been mostly what his training comprised of. He would sit down cross-legged with his eyes closed, project the space element to encompass a few meters radius from him, and then he would start tinkering with it. It had taken Atticus almost 1 week because of the difficulty of what he had done. Using the space element to manipulate gravity wasn't a straightforward task. Regardless, if word got out that he had learned it in just under a week, the human domain would riot. He was using space to influence gravity, basically utilizing something to influence another thing. It wasn't going to be easy. He first had to tinker and understand the intricate relationship between space and gravity. Then he had tried to fine-tune its interaction with gravity. After which he would analyze the effects of his manipulations, adjusting his technique to achieve the desired outcomes. But of course, he could only control it within the small radius he could project his space element to. After a few seconds of increasing the gravity in the small radius, Atticus released his hold, allowing the struggling robot to stand up straight. Atticus gazed at the robot, his thoughts churning. It can barely affect intermediate ranks, huh? Although he had been able to use gravity control, it was still incredibly subpar compared to when Astrian had used it. It couldn't even flatten an intermediate rank individual. The best it could do was make the robot kneel. I could feel it affecting me too. I better fix that. The effect of the gravity on him had been incredibly minute, so he hadn't even felt any pressure. But regardless, he felt like he should figure out a solution to the issue. If he should get more proficient in it in the future, he wouldn't want it to slow him down. Atticus focused on the space element, projecting it in a few meters radius around him. after which he enveloped himself in a thin blanket of space. After tweaking it for a few seconds, Atticus suddenly increased the gravity inside the radius, causing the form of the robot to stagger and go down on one knee immediately. Atticus's lips curled up into a grin as he saw that it had worked. He hadn't felt a single thing. I'll need to be able to do this instantly. It takes too long before I can use it. I guess it's more practice then. Atticus closed his eyes and focused inwardly, then released hold of the gravity and increased it in the next instant, causing the form of the robot to stand straight and abruptly go down on its knees again. Atticus continued this training process, intending to decrease the amount of time it took for him to utilize gravity control. He also planned on increasing its potency too. He still had a long way to go before he would be able to master it. He didn't even know how to use zero gravity yet, he had only learned how to increase the gravity in a given radius. Regardless, if there was one thing Atticus was, it was relentless. He wouldn't give up. As Atticus was busy trying to master gravity control, an important meeting was about to take place on the academy campus. Within the confines of the same tall and imposing skyscraper in the middle of the academy, a group of powerful individuals were currently gathered inside a large circular hall. The whole hall was completely pristine white and had a large obsidian round floor in the middle of the room. Each of these powerful individuals was seated in their respective seats, facing the middle of the hall. The hall was filled with the powerful aura of Master Plus ranks, indicating their ranks. Only a certain group of individuals in the academy were in this rank of power. Upon sighting the familiar, hyper, and vibrant form of a certain orange-haired man, the identity of the individuals in the hall should be easy to guess. This was a gathering of all the instructors of the academy. They were all present, from the first to the third-year instructors, from the leaders to the non-leader instructors. Considering the sheer magnitude of the academy and the millions of students currently attending it, many would be forced to believe that the hall would be completely filled up. In a sense, they would be right. But this was only because all the chairs in the hall were currently occupied. In the sense that the hall was overcrowded with instructors, it would be completely wrong. The hall was scanty at best. Only a total number of 31 individuals were currently present inside the hall. They were each seated in a circular format and on the same elevation with each other. Although the instructors were divided and categorized according to the year they teach, there wasn't any major form of hierarchy between them. They were all instructors of the academy, and the only reason they were teaching different years in the first place was because their skill set had been a perfect fit for each of the respective courses the students took. That was all. They all had more or less the same strength, each of them at the Master Plus rank. And if one should take a closer look at each of their features, they would see that they were mostly from the tiered families of the human domain. Despite there not being any hierarchy between them, there was a subtle tension in the air. Each one of them was seated in groups, according to the years they taught. The forms of Jared, Isabella, and the other first-year instructors were seated on one side while the others were on another side. But of all the instructors present, only one of them could truly claim that she was well respected, and the firm voice of this same individual suddenly sounded, her words resounding across the room. I think it's about time we begin this meeting. The chatter permeating throughout the hall came to an abrupt stop, and each of them turned their heads, their gazes fixing on the form of Isabella, who sat down calmly with her legs crossed. Isabella maintained her neutral expression as she continued to discuss the theme to be used in the Leaders' Summit. She was Harrison's daughter. But this hadn't been the reason she was held highly. They all knew Harrison. The man was the last person who would practice a disgraceful thing like nepotism. His principles wouldn't allow him. The main reason was that Isabella had been in the academy long before they had each been staffed. By now, many would have noticed that there practically weren't any old instructors in the academy. Each of the instructors were mostly in their 30s. And this was because the individuals that the academy usually hired as instructors always had the talent to advance into the Grandmaster rank and had more or less always succeeded. The academy only went after the best of the best, and this current situation only goes to prove it. As soon as an instructor advances into the Grandmaster rank, they were always sent out of the academy to either join the war or do something else important. Regardless of what they were teaching, they would immediately be sent out. A single Grandmaster rank individual was a powerful and valuable asset. It didn't matter if the students were the future of the human domain, they couldn't allow such a valuable asset to be wasted teaching. This more than not always happened at the same time, which caused the old instructors to be replaced by the new ones. But considering her father's position, even from a young age, Isabella had been amongst the staff of the academy. There was not a single thing about the academy that she didn't know. In fact, she had been amongst the people who assessed and hired most of the instructors currently in the room. The fact that she wasn't a tier didn't matter. There was no other person in the hall that the instructors would all actually listen to. Each of the instructors suddenly went silent, especially the second and third years, each of them glancing at one another. Although the instructors weren't allowed to interfere in the affairs of the students, the Leaders' Summit had always been different. The Leaders' Summit hadn't started with the academy, it wasn't until after a few decades that it had been introduced. And from the start, each year, it has been the responsibility of the instructors to choose whatever theme the students would use to battle during the summit, and this had been exactly why they were currently gathered. Isabella, Jared, and the other first-year instructors all frowned as they saw their reaction. They didn't have to be geniuses to figure out that they were obviously planning something. They each had their suspicions but didn't even need to think about it, as in the next instant, the voice of a man suddenly sounded. "I have a suggestion." The voice sounded slow. It was undeniably a man's voice, but it was as though speaking those words had been an incredible journey that took a lot of effort to achieve. With lazy droopy eyes, blue hair, a slender figure, and an expression that screamed demotivation, the instructor, unmistakably an enigma, turned his tired gaze towards Isabella. "Well, let's hear it." Isabella maintained her composure even though she knew well what he was about to propose. The instructor's name was Rhiannon Enigma, and he was one of the instructors of the third-year students. Rhiannon nodded, a small smile marring his demotivated face. Then he mustered everything he had in him in order to raise his voice so everyone could hear him. "The Leaders' Summit has been held every academy year in the school. It was held so frequently that at this point, it has basically become a tradition." Hearing an enigma, one who always acted logically, talk about tradition was baffling, to say the least, but they each didn't say anything and waited for him to finish speaking. Despite trying his very best to be loud, his voice had at best come out conversational instead. But the people currently in the room weren't normal beings, they all could still hear him clearly as he continued speaking. "Because of the importance that the Leaders' Summit embodies, we've always strived for fairness. To bridge the gap between the higher and lower years and make sure they each experience memorable battles and challenges." By now, the faces of the first-year instructors had already morphed into a perplexed look as they each stared at Rhiannon with a look that screamed, "What the hell are you talking about?" Jared chuckled slightly, his intense grin undisturbed as he watched Rhiannon speak. Isabella too was silent, her expression completely neutral as she waited for Rhiannon to finish speaking. Rhiannon continued, "And this is why, in lieu of all of this, I propose we use the level lock." As soon as those words dropped, the hall instantly erupted into chatter as the first-year instructors immediately voiced out their disagreement, their collective voices resounding across the room. "This is outrageous. We've always proposed this same thing every year, but you all always shot it down. Why the hell would we agree to this now?" Rhiannon maintained his demotivated smile and responded calmly and with a straight face, "For fairness." The other first years also voiced out their disagreement and started speaking out, but it was obvious that Rhiannon wasn't alone on this. The other second and third years suddenly started backing him up, expressing their agreement with what he had proposed. The hall instantly turned into chaos as the instructors went back and forth between each other. It was crystal clear what the second and third year instructors were trying to do. The level lock was the same feature that was used in the combat training classes, the same feature Atticus and Jared had used during their first class when they sparred against each other. A feature that allowed one to limit the power and abilities of selected individuals to an agreed level. Their intention was as clear as day, they wanted to limit the strength of each of the youths to the same level so that each one of the students would have the same starting point. It would sound incredibly odd to many people if they were to hear this, and this would be because the higher years were naturally stronger and more powerful than the lower years. So why then was a third-year instructor, who clearly wanted the winner to emerge from his year, proposing that they make the students' strength equal? That same question was what many people would wonder. But to the instructors currently in the room, there was no one amongst them who didn't know why they were doing this, it was very obvious. How predictable, Isabella inwardly sighed. She already knew well that they would do something like this. The reason they were doing this was simple: Atticus Ravenstein. To the higher year instructors, he was too much of a wild card. They couldn't risk losing the whole competition to a first year, it would reflect badly on them. If they had to be absolutely honest, there was no permanent relationship whatsoever between the instructors and the students they currently teach. Hell, after this year, everything would shuffle, and they would get new students. However, each one of the instructors was tiered, and the tiered were proud by nature. The second years would rather a higher year win, at least there would be a valid reason for their loss, while the third years wanted to win at all costs. Each of the instructors went back and forth between themselves with no signs of stopping until a scoff, one that resounded with such intensity that each of them had to pause, suddenly sounded. Many didn't even have to turn to look, they were all well aware of who was responsible. Only one family could be that loud, and amongst said family, there was only one currently present in the academy, Jared Stellaris. Immediately after the scoff, Jared's voice boomed as he sneered, "You bunch of pussies. Stop trying to hide behind fairness. It's clear as day you lot are scared about that monster beating the shit out of your students." Jared burst into a loud and annoying laughter as he finished speaking. He didn't try to reduce the intensity of his voice, nor did he try to mince his words. Some of the instructors carried their gazes away, each of them embarrassed. Jared had been right on the mark. But unlike what one would expect, Rhiannon simply responded calmly, "So, do you refuse?" He didn't even try to deny or accept Jared's accusations. From the start, he had already anticipated the first year's instructors knowing what he was doing. He had still gone on with it because he was well aware of the personalities of two iconic figures amongst the first year instructors. Especially the hyper man he was currently looking at. "No, I accept. Let's do it," Jared suddenly declared with a huge grin, prompting the other first year instructors to be shocked. Jared chuckled, "You all should calm down. That boy defeated the entirety of the second year top 100 in an instant, and you're worried about him losing. Let's just sit and watch the show." Ziel, one of the first year instructors who had watched Atticus's first division battle with Jared, with his scaled skin and slits-like eyes, suddenly sighed. "You're falling into their trap, dumbass. This is exactly what they want. Think about it, if his powers were restricted, could he still do that? Besides, it's obvious that if we agree to this, for the sake of fairness, they would suggest some other rules that would clearly be unfavorable for him." The other first year instructors all nodded their heads in agreement. He was completely right. Jared's grin widened even more, although he had been spouting bullshit, the corpse still made some sense. It would be far too easy for that monster, and it'll all probably end in an instant if we don't do this. Besides, I really want to see him struggle. Rhiannon completely ignored the fact that Jared had called him a corpse and simply maintained his neutral stare. The other first year instructors were still unconvinced, frowns marring their faces. Vladi released another sigh, "I guess we'll leave the decision to her then." He and the rest of the first year instructors turned their gazes towards Isabella, who surprisingly hadn't said anything since Rhiannon had spoken. Each of them was waiting for her to make the decision. After a few seconds, Isabella finally opened her mouth to speak. Step, step, step. The ground shook, the earthen walls trembled as two individuals walked through a large hallway in tandem with each other. The first stood at a height of 6 feet 5 and had a face as though carved by the gods with thorough attention, handsome as it was enchanting. A pair of piercing blue eyes that seemed able to pierce through anything. This figure was donned in a dark blue trench coat that seemed to flutter as though caught in an invisible breeze as he walked, a normal-looking katana strapped to his waist. His every step was precise and measured, his form radiating an aura of unflinching confidence. The second, walking in tandem, had a more petite appearance and was donned in a simple red robe with fiery imprints adorned around it, adding to the fierceness of her crimson eyes. On her wrists were two golden bracelets, each emanating an incredible aura. They both wore identical earrings on one of their ears. These individuals were unmistakably Atticus and Aurora Ravenstein. The day had finally arrived. It was a day that many, including the majority of the students and instructors in the academy, awaited with bated breath. Aurora walked with an excited expression on her face, as though she couldn't wait and was anticipating an event. While Atticus had a more reserved expression. He couldn't be said to be excited, he was neutral at best. To him, this felt like a waste of time. He didn't feel like he would gain any valuable experience there. And although the Academy had been generous enough to promise incredible rewards for the winners, the fact that said rewards weren't specified in the first place was a huge turn-off for him. Atticus just felt it was a normal competition that should come and go. But gazing at the obviously excited girl beside him, Atticus had already decided not to be a mood killer and simply go with the flow. I can't wait to get this over with and continue training my space element, Atticus sighed inwardly. He had just learned how to utilize the space element yesterday, and Atticus wanted to keep the momentum going. He had been able to reduce the time it took for him to increase the gravity in a certain range significantly, but Atticus still hadn't been able to achieve zero gravity. He wanted nothing more than to train right now. Rumble. Atticus felt the ground quake from beneath him, the large sturdy walls around them trembling. Once the time had reached back at the camp, they had both been teleported to a random room and asked to go through the massive hallway to their destination by an AI. The hallway was so large that it could fit 10 large trucks stacked upon each other on both sides. If Atticus hadn't been sure before, from the trembling earth and the muted sounds he was hearing, it was very clear, they were heading towards the right place. They had been walking for more than a minute now and could already see the end. An incredibly large double door was just ahead. The trembling of the earth increased in intensity as they both neared the door, and after a few seconds, they reached its front. Neither had said anything during the walk. Atticus was daydreaming about training his space element, while Aurora was also daydreaming, but instead about burning students into a crisp. Creak. The ginormous double doors at the end of the hall creaked open as they reached its front, the forms of the massive doors trembling, making the surrounding area shake and the ground quake. And then, they started opening slowly, but this was just at the beginning. As soon as a space, minute in its entirety, just enough for sound to pass through, formed, a wave as intense as it was forceful suddenly burst through the double door, sending their forms swinging backward, hitting the wall they were hinged to, sending shockwaves throughout the area. The wave continued through the hallway, hitting Atticus and Aurora with intensity. At this point, many would have assumed they were both under attack. There could be no other explanation. But this assumption couldn't be more wrong. The intense wave that had just swept through the room was none other than. Whoa! The loud and intense sound of resounding cheers rocked the whole space. Before, the double doors had been keeping the intense sound at bay, but now they were both opened, and nothing was stopping them. As swiftly as lightning, Atticus and Aurora deployed their mana and protected themselves from the intense wave. Atticus had no doubt that no matter the intensity, it shouldn't be able to hurt him. But regardless, he had always been careful. Damn, Atticus heard Aurora mutter and immediately chuckled. Atticus manipulated the air element, wrapping them both inside and drowning out the sound. What? Don't tell me you have stage fright, he remarked with a smile. Atticus's words seemed to snap her out of her thoughts, her face immediately became flustered. What? No, she instantly denied, but seeing Atticus's continued stare while giving her a smug smile, Aurora awkwardly cleared her throat and turned her gaze away from him. Maybe just a little bit, Aurora muttered under her breath, causing Atticus's smile to widen. It was understandable, considering the current magnitude of the crowd. You don't have to be. It's just a normal competition where we get to beat the crap out of people, and knowing you, burn people to cinders. Atticus's last words seemed to bring a smile to Aurora's face as she raised her clenched fist, a raging fire materializing on top of it. We'll be together every step of the way, Atticus added with a smile, patting Aurora's head before turning and walking away, completely unaware of Aurora's abrupt change in expression. Both her hands were lowered, her fists clenched as she stared at Atticus's back with determination. I have to stop relying on him. At the next instant, Aurora caught up to Atticus, the intense sunlight illuminating both their forms as they walked through the door. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally have the last participant. Let the Leaders Summit begin. The last participant is here. The one you have all been waiting for, Atticus Ravenstein. Whoa hhhhhhhh. The screams were deafening, the air rumbling as millions of students all screamed at the top of their lungs. The whole area shook, each student hitting their legs and arms on the floor and chairs in unison, creating a unified chorus that echoed throughout the entire Colosseum. It didn't take time, it was instantaneous even, as each of the Academy students saw the tall and imposing handsome figure of Atticus appear on the large screen. It started with an echo. Atticus. That name traveled far and wide across the entirety of the crowd. Atticus. It echoed once more, but this time with more fervor. After a few seconds, and as though a switch was flipped, the millions of students gathered in the crowd all started chanting the name, Atticus, the air thrumming with excitement, the earth trembling. Damn, the man who had announced Atticus's arrival thought in his head with a hint of disbelief. Usually, the hosts of the Leaders' Summit had always been a Stellaris. They were loud and hyper, their aura always radiating excitement. Those were exactly the qualities of a good host. But this time around, if one should take a closer look, it was none other than Gon, the instructor who had made quite the fortune over the past year because of this same particular white-haired boy. I mean, I know his entrance would be loud, but isn't this too much? Gon's gaze swept throughout the crowd, taking in the cheering masses. After which he cleared his thoughts in the next instant. It doesn't matter, it's time for another win. Gon gazed at the position where the operators of the academy were gathered. This time around, it wasn't just the first-year operators that were involved in the bet, it was the operators of all the years. Gon was thoroughly giddy. A crowd of millions of people cheering at the top of their lungs, no matter how brave one claimed to be, would at the very least make many hearts skip. And seeing how Aurora clenched her fist, it only goes to prove the point. But Atticus remained completely undaunted. There was not a single change in expression or even the slightest change in body movement. It was as though Atticus was standing in the midst of loud rustling leaves. From the very beginning, Atticus hadn't focused his gaze on the crowd. His gaze had been fixed on the figures on top of an elevated platform in the middle of the colossal Colosseum. The competition involved the top 10 ranked students of every year in the academy, and gazing at the elevated platform, Atticus could see that everyone was present. He had been the last one to arrive. The intensity and loudness at which the crowd was chanting Atticus's name was staggering. It was impossible for the students who were supposed to be his opponents to not get overwhelmed. But the gazes of the third years, especially the likes of Zezizius, Gerald, and Sonorous, simply turned and gave Atticus a glance for just a single second before removing their gazes and facing their fronts as though he were an inconsequential ant. Atticus chuckled inwardly, the situation so baffling that he broke into a smile despite the current circumstances. Atticus ignored everyone, from the millions of youths chanting his name to the third-year fools, subtly, looking at him with disdain, and took a step forward. To many of the onlookers, it had been a normal step, just the kind you see every day. But there was something about it, perhaps because of the one who took the step, that compelled each and every one of the millions of youths chanting in the Colosseum to abruptly shut up. No one knew why or how it had happened, but the whole Colosseum suddenly descended into silence as Atticus and Aurora walked side by side towards the elevated platform. A loud and uproarious laughter rocked the inside of a spacious booth as a certain orange-haired man laughed in a tone that many would deem annoying. Most of the individuals inside the booth snapped their gazes towards the direction of the noise, their eyes landing on the form of Jared, who kept on laughing while watching Atticus walk towards the platform. Jared noticed the looks he was getting, but he didn't care. He currently had a staggering amount of food in a cart just beside him, and he had every intention of finishing them during this competition. Today, he was going to thoroughly enjoy the show, and nothing would stop him. Basically, Jared and every other instructor in the academy were present inside the booth, and of course, the vice principal, Harrison, who sat down just behind the group of instructors in a position of higher elevation than the others. Harrison was as usual, silent as he watched the unfolding events silently. While Isabella, who was seated at the front row of all the instructors, wore a more contemplative expression, her thoughts racing as she watched the scene below. The meeting they had a day before had spiraled completely out of control, and eventually, they had settled on something completely different from what she had expected. The whole theme of the Leaders' Summit had eventually been changed, and they had chosen something she didn't think they would use anytime soon. From the very beginning, Isabella had always wanted to create challenging situations for Atticus, and although the higher year instructors had suggested it had been up to no good, Isabella had still accepted it. Atticus could use a dose of challenge. This will be your first real challenge in the academy. I hope you handle it well. Atticus and Aurora, who had pulled herself together, reached the elevated platform after a few seconds. Each of the participants was arranged according to their rank and year, with the former in rows and the latter in columns. Their subordinates stood directly beside each of them. In total, there were 6 columns and 10 rows. Atticus immediately figured it out and started walking towards the empty space just behind a beautiful purple-haired girl. But he hadn't even taken a single step forward when the sound of something wet hitting the ground filled the air. Atticus's gaze, together with the other youths, slowly fixed their gazes on the form of a red-haired boy standing at the third row of the second-year column, Del Alvarian. His whole form was currently shaking, his legs trembling and struggling to keep him from falling as he stared at Atticus's figure in absolute horror. A few months had passed since the incident with Del, and considering his current reaction as he saw Atticus, it was obvious that it was still very much in memory. A large space had long since been created between Del and the rest of the people on the line, each of them staying away from the pool of urine. Atticus focused on Del for a few seconds before taking his gaze away, completely ignoring him, and started walking towards his designated spot just across the platform. Apart from the initial glance, Zezizius, Gerald, and Sonris hadn't turned to look at him again, but some of the other third years still kept on throwing subtle aggressive stares at him. Before Atticus got to his spot, he swept his glance around the area, noting down each one of the higher year rankers and of course giving a nod to his allies. For the third year column, Atticus could see the form of a purple-haired handsome youth radiating peace, standing at the front of the line, unmistakably a Starhaven. He didn't ponder on it too much and shifted his gaze. The Starhaven youth was followed by a blue-haired one, Zezizius, followed by the white figure of an Ember who was smiling at him, and just beside Ember was Orion, Sirius' son. Orion simply greeted Atticus with a small bow. Atticus responded with his own nod and carried his gaze away, noting down the orange-haired youth behind Ember, Gerald, and then the green-haired Sonorous. The second-year column had Arlo at the front, who still felt completely ashamed about his loss and didn't dare to look at Atticus, and then another bulky youth with steel-like muscles followed by the trembling form of Del, who clearly didn't want to be there. And at the ninth row, Atticus saw the bowing figure of Hogan and Thena Sophie. Unlike Hogan, Sophie's excitement was palpable as she waved at Atticus with intense fervor. If not for the current situation, Atticus had no doubt that she would have rushed in for a hug by now. Atticus smiled slightly, he had missed those times at the Raven camp. Responding to both of them with a small nod, Atticus and Aurora finally reached the first-year column, and with Atticus flashing Zoe, who rolled her eyes while muttering, "Show off," and Kale, whose intense gaze was fixed on him, a smile, they both stood at their designated spot. He was already well aware of the first-year rankers and had only noted each of their subordinates instead. Each of them came with their family members except Kale, who had come with an unknown female. Atticus's walk had only happened in the span of a few seconds, and throughout that time, the whole Colosseum maintained its quietness. Gon shook his head profusely. He too had been completely lost in the moment and had forgotten himself there for a second. What a fucking kid. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Gon roared at the top of his lungs, snapping the millions of youths out of their daze. At the next instant, the Colosseum trembled as the students all resumed their loud cheers. Feeling the excitement in the air, Gon continued. Good, good, but before we can begin, as per tradition, our honorable vice principal would like to say a few words. Gon's words were followed by the sudden appearance of a man in the sky, his intense aura immediately silencing the crowd. Atticus's gaze immediately became icy as he fixed his eyes on the man who had just appeared, Harrison. But rather than making a scene, Atticus took in a subtle deep breath, his expression returning to normal in the next instant. Now's not the time. Harrison, with his figure suspended in the air, gazed down at the participants calmly and spoke. I'll be brief. The Leaders' Summit has been a tradition carried out every year for decades now, and during this competition, we aim to make you all experience and overcome challenges, all in hopes of making you find your path to becoming warriors. Harrison's tone suddenly shifted, becoming intensely more serious. The real world can be cruel, and sometimes we have to be more cruel in order to survive. Atticus could feel Harrison's gaze on him as he said that last part. He didn't have to be a genius to understand what was happening. Harrison had been talking to him. Expect that cruelty in the future, Atticus thought coldly. I wish you all good luck. The figure of Harrison abruptly disappeared from the air. The Colosseum still maintained its silence for a few seconds before the sound of an explosion woke the crowd up from their sober mood. Each of them turned their gazes upwards to witness the beautiful sights. A beautiful fireworks display showcasing the number 98 in the sky. This marks the 98th Leaders Summit of the Academy. Gon's roar was immediately followed by the sounds of deafening cheering that lasted for a few seconds. After the crowd calmed down, Gon turned his gaze towards the participants and addressed them. The theme of this year's summit is Hunter and Hunted, and the rule so well, I'll leave you all to find that out yourselves. Let the Leaders Summit begin. Each of the participants only had the time to show confused expressions before the platform they were all on suddenly lit up with an intense golden glow, and as abruptly as light, they each all disappeared. The crowd screamed in complete fervor as multiple massive screens suddenly started appearing in the middle of the Colosseum. Atticus felt a surreal and amazing feeling of space envelop his form. This lasted for just a second before it abruptly vanished, and Atticus suddenly felt the mana in his body reduced to staggering levels, his form becoming considerably weak. What the? Atticus didn't even have time to ponder about this sudden change before the pitch-black darkness suddenly receded, and Atticus felt an intense rush of wind against his skin, followed by the sensation of weightlessness as though gravity was pulling him downwards. Atticus's eyes snapped open, his gaze sweeping around the area, immediately comprehending that he was currently thousands of feet in the air, descending downward with speed. Before he could formulate his next move, Atticus suddenly felt a wave of heat coming from behind, and as soon as he turned around, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat as he saw the staggering amounts of massive fireballs blazing towards his form at supersonic speed. Atticus's gaze turned icy. The oppressive heatwave painted the sky in a vivid orange hue, impossible to ignore. Atticus pivoted swiftly in the air, his eyes locking onto a multitude of colossal fireballs hurtling towards him. Atticus's gaze swept around the area, his mind oddly clear. Despite the fact that a tsunami of fireballs was about to burn him to a crisp, he didn't seem to care. There was only one thing on his mind currently: finding Aurora. Luck was on his side as he didn't have to search for long. He found Aurora just about 60 meters away from him, her expression a mix of shock and bewilderment as she stared at her hands. Atticus didn't bother to think about why she was staring at her hands in shock. This clearly wasn't the time to do something so foolish. Ironically, he didn't have to ponder on it because just as Atticus focused on the air element, an element he was used to using as easy as breathing, he felt his heart beat wildly as he felt no connection to it. It was as though this action broke the dam as a flood of realization struck Atticus. The mana in his body had reduced drastically, he couldn't feel any connection to the elements. Any attempts at deploying his arts were unsuccessful. The stupid parasite that was always searching for a chance to take over his body was gone. Parasite await. Atticus's hand gravitated towards his left waist, his heart pounding as he saw that his katana was nowhere to be found. It was as though the whole world was crumbling. Everything he had worked hard for was gone. Countless hours spent training, the tears and blood she'd all gone to waste. Something was wrong. Something had to be. Everything he had worked hard for was gone just like that. Atticus shook his head. He could feel his intelligence had reduced a great deal, but his mind still worked fast. In under a second, Atticus got himself back together. He didn't let all this hold him back. Now wasn't the time to think about why. There was only one thing needed in this situation: action. There are no objects or surfaces that I can use to push off from, and no matter how much I tense my muscles, it's not enough to cover the distance. Which leave us aerodynamics and air currents. Atticus had been truly overpowered in the past, and it was this very fact that made his intellectual prowess so hidden. Until now, many didn't even know that Atticus had as much intelligence as he had. But the truth was, from his childhood when he had been allowed to take lessons, he had learned and understood every basic subject he had access to, and amongst those was physics. Aerodynamics was simply the study of how objects move in the air, while air currents are streams of air flowing through the atmosphere. Atticus might not have his fire elements again, but he still had his intelligence and perception to a certain degree. Atticus's sense of feel was still functional. With everything that had happened so far, only 2 seconds had passed in reality. As soon as Atticus had seen the scorching fireballs approaching, he had already calculated the time it would take to reach them: 5 seconds. Only 3 seconds remained. Atticus cleared his mind, tuning every single thing out, his form entering a state of absolute focus. As Atticus's form kept on descending from the air, he focused on the subtle changes in the air in a 20-meter radius from him, feeling the alterations in the airflow. One of the easiest ways of achieving this was temperature. There was one certain combination of sensations that would indicate an incoming air current, and in under a second, Atticus felt it. A drop in temperature followed by a subtle warmth had just happened at exactly 11 meters away from him. Atticus's reaction was instantaneous. He immediately utilized the principles of aerodynamics and streamlined his body to minimize drag, allowing him to move through the air towards the updraft. 2 seconds left. Atticus positioned himself at an angle relative to the direction of the updraft. Tensing his muscles and adjusting his body position, Atticus angled himself to catch the current. He adjusted his body position and movements to maintain balance and stability while utilizing the updraft as a foothold. And then, with a burst of momentum, Atticus shot forward at supersonic speed, crossing the distance and reaching the baffled Aurora in a second. 1 second left. As Atticus had been trying his best to get to Aurora, he had also been thinking about how the both of them could escape this predicament. Despite how anger-inducing it was, all his abilities were gone. He couldn't use anything. Well, not anything. Atticus was sure that if it were possible, they would have also blocked it. But it was a good thing his will wasn't completely influenced by his rank in mana. Atticus could also feel his will reduced, but it wasn't significant. This had been exactly why he hadn't utilized aerokinesis to get to Aurora. He needed to use his will sparingly. Looking at the approaching fire, Atticus was sure he couldn't survive it if it hit him directly, not in his present state. Atticus's plan was simple: engrave a grade 2 shield rune. Unfortunately, he didn't have an engraver nor a slate, and every attempt at reaching into his space ring had been futile. Because of this fact, Atticus had chosen an alternative. As swift as lightning, Atticus grabbed the hem of his trench coat, ripping apart a significant amount of it. Atticus bit into his finger in the next instant, crimson blood spilling out from it. Long before slates and engravers were invented, many had used and were still using beast skin and their blood for rune engraving. Atticus' clothes had always been made of the finest materials, magical beasts. A light blue glow suddenly radiated from Atticus' hand, coalescing at the tip of his bloodied finger. Atticus focused on his will, the blue glow immediately taking on a crimson hue. With swift movements, Atticus engraved the words, "Impenetrable Shield," on the piece of cloth, channeling his mana into it. A crimson shield materialized in front of him instantly. Atticus had always been careful from the outset. This was how he had always been. He could have chosen to engrave multiple grade 1 runes so he would be able to probably minimize his will, but Atticus had decided against that. Apart from the fact that the material he could engrave on was very limited, Atticus could feel the scorching heat of the massive fireballs approaching him. It wasn't something a grade 1 rune shield could block, not even close. So he had decided to be careful from the outset and go with a grade 2 rune despite the strain. But Atticus would have never expected what happened next to happen. 1 second elapsed, the massive fireballs landing with force. The shield emitted a chorus of metallic clangs as the fireballs bombarded its surface, the sound reminiscent of a blacksmith hammering molten metal on an anvil. Atticus's assumption had been completely accurate. The wave of fire was cataclysmic. It engulfed the entire area in a scorching wave of fire. If not for the rune shield Atticus had made, their forms would have turned into nothing more than a charred mess already. It didn't take long before it happened, something that shook Atticus to his core. The sound had been non-existent, but the gravity of the situation made it as loud as a nuclear explosion. A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the shield. It's more powerful than an advanced plus rank. Atticus. It had been so abrupt and sudden that Atticus only had the chance to hear the soft and worried mutter of Aurora from behind him before a multitude of cracks started appearing on the shield. Atticus forcefully swung Aurora, who was trying to come to his front, behind him and deftly took off his trench coat, spreading it in front of him. The intense wave of fire broke through the shield with great force, exploding in a raging inferno of scorching fire that swallowed everything up. Atticus crossed his hand in front of him, enveloping his form with the trench coat, making sure Aurora was covered behind him. At the next instant, the intense force of the fire blasted their forms away from the air in different directions as they separated in the air. Atticus's figure was sent hurtling backward, his form engulfed in a torrent of fire and smoke like a leaf caught in a tempest of flames. An unimaginable amount of pain racked Atticus's form, fire ravaging his whole body, but despite this intense pain that would have made many pass out, Atticus's bloodied eyes swept around the area, his head oddly clear. His gaze locked onto the form of Aurora in the air, his mind mapping the trajectory of her descent. At the next instant, Atticus's form collided and broke through multiple sturdy trees-like twigs before getting lodged into an imposing and large tree. A mouthful of blood spilled out of Atticus's mouth, landing on the earth in a huge splatter. Atticus shook his head profusely, his gaze cloudy as he tried to regain his grip on reality. Atticus struggled, his figure shaking and turning, removing himself from the lodged tree. He landed on the floor, his form sinking to both knees as he lay down on the earth on all fours. Atticus coughed a few more times, crimson blood and a significant amount of black smoke streaming out of his mouth. He raised both his hands, shakily unclenching his arms, his gaze landing on two small pieces of the remains of his trench coat. Then, as Atticus's gaze turned to look at his arms and then his whole body, his heart shook. Luckily, Atticus had crossed his arms in front of him, but this had enabled said arms to take the full brunt of the scorching fire. His arms were thoroughly blackened and charred, and the same could be said for a significant portion of his form. Only half of his trousers remained, covering his kneecap upwards. His inner robe had been reduced to a blackened mess that clung to him. Luckily, his face had been spared, but there were some burnt patches here and there on his hair, its snow-white form tainted by blackened spots. It's too slow. Atticus could feel it, he was barely healing. And this was because most of the mana inside his body was being completely suppressed. This was a problem, a huge problem. He had no access to any of his bloodlines, so he couldn't use the water element to heal. Atticus slowly clenched both his fists, instantly wincing at the enormous pain that racked his form. Although they were still somewhat usable, Atticus could feel his fighting strength would be hindered. Especially now that his strength was being suppressed. I have to go after Aurora. Atticus shook his head profusely, clearing his thoughts from anything apart from this. He shakily stood up, noting that his shoe had luckily survived the raging fire. Atticus stretched out his hands and legs, rolling them and relieving their tensed forms. I can only engrave one grade 1 rune for now, any more and I would become demotivated. He turned towards the east, where he had seen Aurora fall. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Atticus felt his spine tingle. With lightning-fast moves and without hesitation, Atticus ducked and rolled, barely managing to dodge multiple laser beams that pierced the space he had been before. There are 4 of them. The dust from the earth had hardly cleared when Atticus instantly scanned the surroundings. Atticus didn't waste a single second, there was nothing to think about. There were 4 enemies in the area, that was all he needed to know. Atticus bit into his index finger, engraving the word, heal, onto one of the leftover pieces of his trench coat. He instantly channeled his mana into it, a green wave enveloping his form. However, Atticus's injuries had been far too severe, not enough for a grade 1 rune to heal completely. But for now, Atticus needed all the help he could get, no matter how little. Atticus's action had been too swift and sudden, not giving the enemies enough time to fire at him a second time. The green light faded just in time for Atticus' cold gaze to land on the forms of the enemies. 4 large figures donned in a purple futuristic combat suit walked into the small clearing Atticus was in, each of their large gun-like weapons pointed straight at Atticus's form, their gazes radiating an intense crimson glow. As Atticus saw the imposing figures of the individuals clad in sleek purple futuristic combat suits, the world seemed to slow as Atticus wrapped up his perception to the highest level it could reach in his current weakened form. No words were spoken. They had each already tried to kill Atticus, and that was all that mattered. Atticus watched as each of them slowly pulled the trigger of their respective guns, the nozzles lighting up in a crimson glow, 4 distinct laser beams shooting towards Atticus's figure. Atticus's mind spun, his gaze moving at fast speed as he mapped out the exact trajectory of each shot. With lightning-fast movements, Atticus's hands on the floor suddenly clenched, his legs tensing as he shot forward, his form suddenly adjusting in an awkward position in the air. The next event was insanely baffling to the 4 men, as each of their precise shots, each targeting weak points, missed as though they didn't dare touch a single inch of Atticus's body. The men weren't novices. Seeing their shots had missed, they each unleashed rapid, precise shots at Atticus, each one threatening to turn him into Swiss cheese. But Atticus's movements were short and deliberate, too elite and well coordinated, dodging each of the shots before they had even left the gun. Atticus's retaliation was swift, his right hand flickering to the side, 4 hard stones appearing between each finger. Atticus's eyes narrowed, his gaze landing on his targets. Without hesitation, He channeled mana into each stone, his hand flexing as their forms cut through the air at supersonic speeds, instantaneously appearing inches away from each of the assailants' crotches. No matter how well covered or armored an individual, particularly a man, was, there was always one point on their body that 99% of men would try to defend when threatened: their crotch. Despite the fact that mana-infused stones, especially weak ones such as the ones about to hit them, weren't powerful enough to inflict any damage or harm on their targets, their minds didn't even think of this fact as they each removed their hands from their triggers, swiftly covering their crotches as though their lives depended on it. It was completely and utterly instinctual, an action that Atticus had thoroughly been expecting from the very beginning. It had been a very brief opening, an opportunity that Atticus took without any hesitation. Atticus's leg tensed, mana coalescing in their forms. His whole form vibrated with power before he crouched and shot forward. Atticus's movements were quick and swift. His body appeared almost weightless, his rapid footsteps leaving no indication that he had stepped on the earth. His form instantly appeared, suspended in the air above the assailant on the far right, a mana-infused round kick inches away from the assailant's neck. The impact was decisive and unforgiving. Despite the full combat suit he was wearing, his neck was always going to be one of his many weaknesses in his body. With a sharp snap, the force of the kick bent his neck at an unnatural angle, before getting propelled sideways, hurtling through the air like a rag doll and crashing through the nearby trees in a series of bone-jarring impacts before simply crumpling to the ground, lifeless and motionless. Atticus didn't let his momentum slip away for even a single second. With a sharp mid-air spin, Atticus grabbed the gun of the enemy he had just killed, his form instantly mirroring the exact same stance he had seen them use earlier. Before each of them could react, Atticus fired exactly 3 shots, 3 audible brutal thuds resounding across the area in the next second. Each of the assailants had holes pierced through a small gap in their necks, a gap so small even the most skilled marksman would have to be incredibly lucky to land 3 shots consecutively as Atticus had just done. However, despite this incredible achievement, Atticus showed absolutely no elation. Throughout this battle, his gaze had been completely cold. Atticus landed gently and instantly pivoted, raising his gun and targeting the first assailant he had taken out with a kick to his neck earlier. He remained unmoving, lifeless even, but Atticus wasn't taking any chances, especially not now. The sounds of 2 shots being fired permeated the space, each of them piercing the neck of the unmoving assailant. Atticus did the same thing for the other men he had shot initially, shooting each of them to make sure they were indeed dead. After which he rested his back on a tree, taking in a deep breath as he tried to process all that had just happened. Is this still the leader's summit, or did something happen? Everything that had happened so far had been so baffling that Atticus was forced to believe that there was something wrong somewhere. If not for the fact that it was him, Atticus doubted that anyone amongst the other students would have survived this situation. He wasn't trying to brag, it was a simple fact. Apart from this, there was one other feeling that kept nagging at his mind, but Atticus had been shoving it deep inside of him. Now wasn't the time for any distractions. Aurora. Atticus released a deep exhale. But before he could go to Aurora, he wanted to check the identity of the attackers and hopefully utilize their suits. You're strong. Just as he was about to move, Atticus's form abruptly froze as he suddenly heard a voice coming from the top of the tree he had been resting on. It sounded robotic, as though it had been a machine that had just spoken. Without even turning to look, Atticus dashed forward at fast speed, putting enough distance between himself and the tree. After he was at a safe distance, Atticus swiftly turned backwards to look at who or what had just spoken, leaning in on the ladder. In the next second, Atticus's gaze shook as he saw the figure. Atticus had been shocked for 2 reasons. Firstly, the figure standing in front of him was most definitely not human. It was so apparent that even the blind would notice. Atticus instinctively knew that he was a male, a young adult at that. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch tall, he possessed a slightly bulky physique and was adorned in an ornate, elegant golden robe. His complexion was pure white, marred by long red marks that trailed across his face and down his entire body. His head was completely bald, and his eyes glowed with yellow pupils. Thick, short, bone-like protrusions curved slightly from the back of his wrists, ankles, elbows, shoulders, and forehead. Even his ears bore multiple white bone-like structures above their tips. There was no need for thinking, this was most definitely not human. An alien, or is this simply a simulation? The second reason Atticus had been shocked was that he hadn't felt the boy's presence nor heard any movements or sounds before he had spoken. Granted, he hadn't been actively using his perception, and his senses had weakened considerably because of his restricted powers. However, Atticus was still confident in his senses. As Atticus scrutinized the alien, he got his answer. Shit. Advanced rank, Atticus discovered. He had long since figured out what his rank had been lowered to, intermediate plus rank. It had been a stark contrast, especially compared to his original expert plus rank. The alien suddenly hit his chest with his fist, a sound of hardness meeting hardness permeating the space, his expression becoming serious as he spoke. My name is Zarikon the Unyielding, third son of Mortrex the Indomitable, the current great Osark of the Bone Race. I have come for your he. Zarikon was unable to finish speaking, he didn't need to. Atticus almost made the stupid mistake of believing there was a chance for a peaceful resolution, especially when he saw that he could talk, but those last words snapped him out of that dream. Atticus moved deftly and with practiced ease as he unleashed 3 precise shots, each of them targeting the alien's forehead, neck, and heart. However, before the attacks could land, 3 distinct slashes suddenly appeared between each of the shots, their forms disappearing in the air. How despicable. This is not how a warrior should act. Zarikon thundered, seeing as Atticus had chosen to sneak attack him. There was nothing more cowardly than attacking a warrior who was introducing himself. But Atticus didn't give a crap about honor, especially in this situation. He maintained his cold gaze as he focused on the device hanging on Zarikon's robe, just beside his neck. That must be some kind of communication device he's using to speak. He can't speak the human language. Atticus was venturing further and further away from the assumption that these people were a simulation. What if they were real? Atticus instantly deadened that thought as it sprung up in his head. It didn't matter if they were real or not, he had already made his peace about taking lives. Whoever tried to kill him would be killed, no questions asked. This alien in front of him had come from who knows where and had asked for his head. There was no need to speak. I have to finish this fight fast and go for Aurora. The alien's angry scream had barely fallen when Atticus had already shot forward. With his form undisturbed, Atticus unleashed multitudes of shots, each of their forms moving at supersonic speeds appearing in front of the alien in the next second. Just as they were about to hit, a deep yellow barrier suddenly materialized in front of him, effortlessly blocking each of the shots. Despicable, despicable. Zarikon locked his intense yellow eyes on Atticus as his form bent, he shot forward with speed, both Atticus and the alien colliding in a series of blows. Undoubtedly, the alien was faster, way faster than Atticus. It would seem that the whole warrior persona wasn't for naught. His every blow was fierce and at the same time free. His movement coordinated as he deftly changed stances, unleashing brutal blows after blows in rapid succession, attacking from every angle. However, despite his low rank, Atticus had the one thing even an advanced rank individual would only dream to have: perception. Currently, Atticus had unleashed his perception in full throttle. His every attention, every being was focused on one thing: the alien in front of him. He focused on capturing every single detail, every nuance of the alien, every twitch of a muscle, every direction his gaze suddenly focused on, every attack unleashed without the full intent. Everything was taken into Atticus' mind and broken down into pieces before formulating the best possible course of action. All done in under a second. A punch was unleashed, one with a speed faster than what Atticus's body could react to. But Atticus's form was already out of the trajectory of the punch, his mind having predicted it, and his form moved before it was even unleashed. The alien's gaze narrowed, a frown appearing on his face. He wasn't a novice in battle. Somehow, despite the fact that he was powerful and faster than him, the boy appeared to be able to predict his movements before they were even made. I guess you taking out those men wasn't a fluke. Regardless, I shall have your head. Zarikon's form abruptly stopped, his leg tensing, as he suddenly shot backward, creating space between them. The pores of his skin seemed to enlarge, pure white skewer-like bones jutting out of them. With lightning-fast speed, the staggering amount of bones shot towards Atticus. Atticus reacted instantly. With the speed at which they were coming and his limited abilities, he had no way of avoiding them. He crossed both his arms in front of him, his form bending down slightly as his legs coiled back. Atticus moved, his form dashing through the wave of bones and appearing in front of Zarikon in the next second. Zarakon's gaze morphed into a slight shock, not expecting Atticus to take on the full brunt of the attack like that. Atticus' cold, piercing blue eyes landed on the alien, completely ignoring the pain racking his whole body. Just as he was about to unleash an attack on the surprised alien, Atticus' gaze widened as he watched the bones sticking out of each of Zarakon's limbs suddenly grow in length, each of them becoming as long as scythes. Before he could formulate his next move, Zarakon's form swirled in the air, a vertical slash appearing inches away from Atticus' head. Zarakon's movements were effortless and swift as he swirled in the air, a vertical slash appearing inches away from Atticus' head. Atticus had been able to catch everything, from Zarakon's transformation to the vertical slash he unleashed at his head. They all seemed slow to him, but Atticus' body couldn't react to the abrupt change in time. He had immediately stopped his momentum, already predicting the strike, but Atticus only had enough time to move his head away from the trajectory of the attack. The razor-sharp bone-like scythe protruding out of Zekern's wrist slashed down Atticus's left shoulder down to his chest, leaving a nasty gash. A fountain of crimson blood gushed out of the wound, splattering on the earth, followed by an unimaginable amount of pain. Atticus instantly gritted his teeth hard, his hand clenched as he pushed down the pain deep inside him and darted backwards, attempting to put some distance between the both of them, but Zarakon was no fool. While he was completely confident about his strength, he knew well enough that Atticus shouldn't be left alone. This human had surprised him more than once today. Plus, it wasn't the warrior's way, never hold back in battle and fight with all you got. This was the warrior's way, a way ingrained into his bones from childhood. With long bone-like scythes protruding out of each of his limbs, Zarakon moved. His form blurred with speed, his every movement swift and weightless, seemingly as though he were carving the air, leaving behind a trail of slicing whispers. He appeared in front of the retreating Atticus, his form spinning as he unleashed a series of slashes that threatened to split Atticus' form into multiple pieces. Atticus swallowed hard, ignoring the blood gushing out of the nasty gash on his chest. He forced his body to move as he tried to evade the devastating attacks coming from every elevation. He barely managed to avoid the attacks, 3 long gashes appearing on his arm, torso, and leg. But Zarakon had no intention of relenting. His speed suddenly doubled, his form blurring as he closed in on Atticus once more, a multitude of air-splitting slashes heading towards Atticus. Both their figures moved at fast speed around the forest, Atticus' whole being completely focused on evading each of the lethal attacks. Trees were cut into pieces as though they were twigs, and the gashes on Atticus' form kept on intensifying. Despite the fact that Atticus was still able to easily catch each of Zarakon's movements, his body was unable to react to his swift and erratic attacks. After a few moments, the inevitable happened. Atticus' movements suddenly started getting sluggish as the blood loss began settling in. At this point, Atticus' gaze was wide open, his whole mind focused on staying lucid. His breathing was haggard, vision completely fizzy, his whole form filled with deep cuts and crimson blood gushing out of each of them. No one among the Ravenstein youth or even the White Omens division would ever dream of seeing the white-haired monster in such a state. And the fact that an advanced rank alien was the cause of this would have been even more baffling. But here it was, happening in reality. Atticus suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, its intensity forcing him to immediately cease using his perception, an action he instantly regretted dearly. 2 deep horizontal gashes appeared in his chest, a fountain of blood spewing out of them. This was immediately followed by a bone-crushing punch that struck Atticus' bleeding torso with brutal intensity, sending his form shooting backward to collide with a sturdy tree. Atticus's battered form landed on the earth with a large thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His breathing was erratic, his whole form trembling as he tried to lift himself up. With the intense amount of wounds on his body, a small pool of blood had already formed around him. Zekern, who had been initially moving towards Atticus, suddenly stopped, a small smile appearing on his face. The robotic voice sounded at the next instant. Father was paranoid for no reason. You are all too weak, he scoffed, fixing his gaze on Atticus' battered figure. You don't have to worry. It would be a great honor for you to die by my hands. Taking your head would bring me great honoa. His speech was abruptly interrupted by the sound of Atticus laughing. It wasn't loud, nor did it sound like the laughter of a man who was on his last ropes. It sounded normal, as though the one laughing had suddenly heard the funniest thing in his life. Zekern was thoroughly baffled. Did he hit him in the head too hard? Despite his intense pain, Atticus clenched his arms on the floor, his whole body shaking as he slowly stood up straight. Zekern couldn't help but frown as he saw Atticus' current actions. Even though he was laughing, the intensity and coldness in Atticus' gaze could freeze an ocean. And this gaze was fixated on only one person, Zekern. There was not a single shred of hesitation, not a single shred of concern about the current situation. Despite the fact that it had long since become obvious that Zekern was more powerful than him, Atticus didn't seem to be worried. Despite his completely battered form, his aura radiated dripped with confidence. What is this? Zekern was baffled, thoroughly baffled as he stared at this enigma that was Atticus. Atticus finished laughing after a few seconds, releasing a deep exhale. This was a first. It wasn't the first time he was beaten, quite the contrary, he had had his ass handed to him a lot of times. But this was the first time he was struggling so much against someone in his generation. Despite his alien features, Atticus could discern that he was young, early 20s probably. His power was being restricted, yes. But it was also true that he had a lot of advantages over his peers. This was a first. Atticus couldn't say exactly how he felt, it was a completely weird feeling. He couldn't help but admit, he had been having it easy, very easy, especially with all his powers. But now that his powers were being limited, he was feeling something he hadn't felt in a long time, desperation. Even if he ended up in pieces, losing every single one of his limbs, he would win this fight. Atticus suddenly grinned, his bloodied teeth in full display, and in an abrupt motion, Atticus moved. Atticus's form leaned forward abruptly, as though he was descending towards the ground. Just as it appeared he might collide face first with the floor, Atticus moved. The ground beneath him immediately fractured, creating a miniature crater, as he sliced through the forest with unparalleled speed. Despite his utterly battered and bloodied body, it would have been a miracle for Atticus to walk, but for him to still be able to achieve such a high speed in his current state. Zekern's heart beat wildly, an intense grin appearing on his face. He had been completely wrong about Atticus. Considering his sneak attack when he had been introducing himself, he had taken him for a coward. But Zekern could see that intense gaze, he knew very well what it was because he had seen it hundreds of times before, with him being the one to make the expression a majority of the times. That was a warrior's stare. A stare one would give when they had absolutely no intention of giving up on the fight. It was a look he knew all too well, a look he had shown so many times that it became his title. I am Zekern the Unyielding. Come, warrior, I will battle you to the death. Zekern thundered, the honor in his words palpable. Each of his bone-like scythes suddenly became sharper as he instantly got into a stance, his gaze becoming serious. Alas, Zekern would have never expected what happened next to happen. He had made the foolish mistake of thinking that Atticus was or would ever be an honorable warrior. It was very obvious that he was giving Atticus the honor of attacking first, a mistake he was going to pay dearly for. Atticus's bloodied figure appeared in front of Zekern like a phantom, noting the intense grin on his face. His arm suddenly tensed, his hand flicking as he threw a staggering amount of sand at Zekern's eyes, instantly covering his vision. Zekern's shock was palpable. Sand. There was nothing more dishonorable than what Atticus had just done. But Zekern reeled in his anger. He knew he was currently in battle, and despite the fact that his opponent was weak, a slight amount of distraction was lethal. Zekern's aura suddenly surged outwards, its force sending the forms of the sand away from him. His seething gaze instantly turned towards his side where Atticus had suddenly appeared, only to meet the form of an intense crimson liquid covering his vision. Zekern only had the time to see the squeezed mouth of Atticus when the blood splattered on his face. Zekern felt a raging storm welling up within him, an intense amount of anger. Part of it was directed at himself for being so naive to believe Atticus was a true warrior, and the other part was directed at the culprit himself. But Zekern didn't have the chance to vent, he didn't even have the chance to clear his vision. He had been distracted by his anger for a split second, a second Atticus had no chance of missing. Atticus's piercing blue eyes suddenly took on a tint of red in their irises. His eyes glowed as his form was instantly covered from head to toe in a red translucent glow. Atticus felt his body becoming freer and lighter, his every movement becoming more effortless. The sharp pain that had afflicted him earlier had been due to him overusing his perception, especially in his weakened state. But now that he had empowered himself with the mana in the atmosphere, Atticus could instantly feel the pain becoming bearable. The next sequence of events happened instantaneously. Atticus's hips swung, his legs flexed, his toes almost digging through his shoes to leave 10 indents on the forest floor beneath his feet. His speed exploded, a mana-made crimson sword appearing inches away from Zekern's head. His actions had been too sudden, too fast. Hoa! Zekern only had the chance to utter one word before his head was sent flying into the skies, a fountain of blood raining down and coating Atticus. Atticus staggered forward, his legs buckling as they failed to hold him up. The translucent red glow covering his body was instantly snuffed out as he sunk onto both knees, laying down on the ground as he continually muttered the same mantra over and over again. For my family and for revenge. For my family and for revenge. Atticus even went as far as to replay the scenes of himself getting killed in his home back on Earth, and the scene of himself being completely powerless against all this and Ronid back at the Raven camp. Despite the intense headache that was currently hammering his head, Atticus still kept it up. Currently, as soon as he had cut off the head of the alien, Atticus was immediately assaulted with massive amounts of demotivation. He currently felt like lying down on the ground and allowing himself to bleed to death, ending it all. It was a terrible feeling, one that he hated to his core. Atticus continuously repeated this mantra, replaying the scene in his head constantly while taking in deep and haggard breaths. His whole body was hurting greatly, his wounds still bleeding out, but he was completely focused on regaining his sanity. After exactly 2 minutes, Atticus took in a deep inhale, exhaling in the next instance, and then he forced himself to stand up. His demotivated state was far from gone. In fact, he was questioning his every action currently, but Atticus knew that he had to move. I have to get to Aurora. Atticus staggered a bit as he stood up, trying to find his balance. He was still insanely dizzy because of the blood loss. He gazed around his form, noting the staggering amounts of cuts on his body. I have to find a way to heal this, he should have something. Atticus turned his gaze towards the body of the alien he had just killed and started walking towards it. Its head was just a few meters away, with an expression of shock and anger. Reaching it, he rummaged through the corpse, finding what he was searching for after a few seconds. Atticus's breathing still sounded labored as he thoroughly searched the corpse of the alien he had just defeated. His whole body arched badly, and he wanted nothing more than to lay down here and do nothing. But Atticus wouldn't allow that. Not in 1,000 years. What if we're not at the academy again? Atticus had no idea if they were still being protected by their artifacts, and he sure as hell didn't plan on testing it on himself. There might be no more protection from real death. He had made so many assumptions in his head already that many would call him delusional. But this whole situation was just so bizarre that he couldn't help it. After going through the corpse for a few seconds, Atticus finally found what he was searching for. He allowed his form to move back, sitting down on the forest floor, and gazed intently at the item in his palm. It looked completely simple, ancient even. It was a small sack, with a small rope tying it together at the top. If one looked closer, they would notice small intricate patterns on it that anyone knowledgeable would instantly identify as runes. A lot of them, in fact. But Atticus didn't even need to notice these runes, his mana sensitivity was still undisturbed, and he could easily feel the mana emanating from the small sack. Please don't be imprinted, Atticus hoped, his thoughts followed by him instantly channeling his mana into the sack. In the next instant, yes, Atticus was elated. He had hoped that the storage space not be imprinted like his was. The tired family of the human domain always had theirs and their descendants, space storage imprinted with its users' mana signatures. Although anyone with at least Grandmaster rank would be able to get past such defenses, it still served to avoid family possessions, especially secret arts or artifacts, from falling into random people's hands. Every single Grandmaster rank in the human domain was completely accounted for, and their short numbers would help narrow down the search. This had been a precaution, one that only the influential took, and gazing at the clothing of the alien he had just killed, it was obvious that he was from an influential background. Atticus went through the space storage and found quite a lot of things, useful things. But Atticus, from the very beginning, had been focused on something, and in under a second, Atticus found it. A deep green vial suddenly appeared in his palm. But Atticus had always been cautious. Drinking an unknown substance just because he was desperate was something he wouldn't do, especially when it wasn't a life and death situation. Just to be safe, Atticus poured a very small amount onto one of his fingers, his gaze focused and ready to cut it off at the base should he see any signs of poison. Luckily, the opposite had happened. Atticus could see the wound on his finger healing at a visible pace. He quickly downed the vial the next instant, feeling a surge of relief. Good, it's a high-grade potion. Potions were classified as low, medium, and high, with the latter obviously being of the highest quality and value. The high potions were more often used by the Tier 1s. Although the Tier 2s could still afford the luxury, they usually used them more sparingly. Atticus could feel the deep slashes on his body healing at a visible pace, the intense headache hammering his head becoming more bearable by the second. Although his fatigue was still very much present, Atticus's body felt better, way better than before. Atticus brought out a blue vial next, sniffing it and pouring it into an open wound in a disposable location. After seeing that it was okay, he downed the contents immediately, feeling his fatigue washing away. It wasn't recommended to drink the same potion twice in one day unless it was very severe, or else Atticus would have loved to consume more healing and stamina recovery potions. There was a significant amount present in the space storage. Apart from potions, Atticus also found a few high-grade weapons, artifacts, clothes, books, and Anna insignia. Atticus channeled his mana and brought out the insignia, scrutinizing it thoroughly in his hands. It looked exactly like an identity badge of some royal family. Atticus turned his gaze down towards the body, his thoughts racing. Who was he? Atticus shook his head in the next instance. I don't have time for this. He quickly stood up and ran over to the corpses of the assailants he had killed earlier. With swift movements, Atticus opened each of their helmets, seeing that they each were indeed aliens, with features resembling Zekern whom he had just killed. It went without saying that this would be Atticus's inaugural encounter with another race, an event that was supposed to be special and filled with excitement. But currently, it wasn't even amongst the list of things in Atticus's thoughts. Atticus also went through each of their belongings, attempting to find anything useful. He also found more space storages but of lower quality and smaller inventory than Zekern's. Atticus picked up their space storages plus the guns and suits of each one of them, placing them in Zekern's space storage. Unfortunately, he couldn't place a space storage into another, so he had simply decided to tie them at his waist. After which, he brought out a simple robe amongst Zekern's belongings. They were mostly filled with elaborate and luxurious clothing, but he had been lucky to find a simple one that wouldn't hinder his movements. After a few seconds, he was dressed in a simple black robe with 5 sacks hanging around his waist. Atticus also found one long sword and 2 short daggers amongst his belongings, fixing his problem of not having a weapon. Seeing as he was ready, Atticus turned towards where Aurora had fallen. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly paused, thought passing through his head. Atticus turned and approached the bodies of the men he had killed, especially Zekern's, and put them inside one of the smaller space storages. He had a feeling a whole world of trouble was coming. Atticus moved towards the east side of the forest at a fast speed. Although his body was filled with crimson blood, already showing signs of drying, he was more or less healed. But regardless of how many healing or stamina recovery potions he wanted to take, it would do little to recover his will. Atticus was still battling with an inner turmoil, one that questioned his every move. Every action or thought he took or planned to take was always done with multiple times the effort. However, despite the setback, Atticus's movements were swift and agile. His body felt as though he was as light as a feather, his feet barely touching the ground before he had already moved a few meters away. Atticus hadn't encountered any more enemies on his way, an occurrence that he should be happy about and thanking his stars for, but a deep frown found its way to Atticus's face, his hands clenching slightly. After running through the forest for several minutes, Atticus finally reached a small clearing, and his heart couldn't help but tremble as he gazed at the current scene. His assumption had been right. The fact that he hadn't seen any enemies could mean that they had already gotten what they wanted and left. The area was filled with signs of battles, with trees being broken, splatters of blood, and deep craters scattered across the area. Atticus clenched his hand, forcefully calming down his beating heart, and took in a deep breath. Then he allowed a hint of rationality to take over instead of losing himself to his emotions. Atticus used his perception and scanned the whole area thoroughly. There are signs of scorch marks, but I don't think they're from Aurora. It's probably from their guns. Atticus thought, recalling how Aurora had gazed at her hands in confusion when they had just been transported. He was sure it hadn't only been him affected by the restrictions. Due to the dire situation back then, he hadn't thought to check her rank. If not, he would have confirmed his assumptions. Atticus, mind spun, going through numerous possible scenarios, and reaching the most likely conclusions in a second. They might have killed her, and her artifact teleported her away, if that feature was still available, that is. Or just like me, she defeated them and left with their bodies, or she lost and was captured and taken somewhere. Out of Atticus' assumptions, he was leaning towards the last one. Atticus wasn't trying to look down on Aurora, he just felt like it was the assumption with the highest possibility. Without perception, dodging their laser beams wouldn't be easy. Plus, considering the fact that she was being limited and without her bloodline, it was something that would take her some time to get used to, especially if it was something she had been used to using for most of her life. Atticus could completely understand her loss. Atticus' gaze moved at a fast speed, taking note of every single detail in the area. Every scorch mark and blood splatter, even the tiniest footprints, were taken note of. He also went one step further, releasing a pulse from his core and trying to see if there was some kind of detail that wasn't visible to his eyes. He was able to see multiple handprints, their dimensions unmistakably Aurora's. Unfortunately for Atticus, she and her opponents had been fully clothed, which made them not leave any mana imprints with their steps. Regardless, Atticus kept on searching. After a few moments, Atticus' gaze suddenly turned towards the north of the forest, taking note of the subtle trails and footprints that led away from the area. Atticus approached and saw about 5 different sets of footprints, proving that his assumption had indeed been correct. These 2 looked deeper. Atticus noticed 2 out of the sets having a deeper depth than the rest, with the first one out of the 2 deeper than the second. Looks like she didn't go without a fight. One was carrying Aurora, and the second their comrade she knocked out. Reaching this conclusion, Atticus acted immediately and dashed through the forest, his perception working at full speed as he followed the trail carefully. A whole myriad of thoughts were going through his mind, but Atticus silenced them all and kept on moving. At this point, he could only hope. It didn't take that long. After a few minutes of moving at top speed, Atticus suddenly noticed signs of movement up ahead. His speed exploded, his every movement silent as he approached a tree to his side. With quick, effortless steps, Atticus scaled the tree with his steps, reaching the top and hiding himself among the leaves and branches. From the tree, Atticus squinted his eyes, his gaze focusing on the forms of 3 individuals donned in the same purple futuristic suits, equipped with guns, walking and looking around the forest. After thinking about it a little bit, Atticus decided not to attack them and simply kept quiet, staying out of sight in the tree. The men walked past the tree, none of them seeing Atticus, and continued moving through the forest. After a few seconds, they were both out of sight. Patrols. Is there some kind of camp nearby? Atticus speculated. Deciding to confirm his assumption, Atticus turned towards the direction the 2 had come from and continued moving. But instead of running on the ground, Atticus decided to move through the trees. They would provide good cover for him, and he would easily be able to see the area from a high vantage point. Atticus jumped from branch to branch, moving at a rapid pace. During his move, he would encounter a set of 3 men patrolling the area and would always hide. He would have loved to take care of them, especially when they were divided, but if they truly were patrolling, they were sure to have ways of communicating and alerting the camp should they fall. After a few minutes of moving, his form abruptly stopped on one tree branch, his gaze focused on what he had been searching for, a camp filled to the brim with imposing individuals all donned in futuristic battle suits. Atticus squinted his eyes as he stood on a tree branch, his whole form crouched. He was currently located at least 50 meters away from the camp, and despite the distance, Atticus could still vividly see the ongoings of the camp. Looks like it was made in a hurry. The entirety of the camp only had 2 tents erected, and considering the high numbers of armored men present in said camp, it made it quite clear that they didn't have the luxury of having a place to rest in. Apart from that, Atticus also caught sight of different equipment scattered around the camp, and among them, the sight of numerous gigantic artillery pieces, with their massive nozzles pointing towards the direction he had come from, caught his attention. That explains the attack in the air, Atticus reasoned. He had wondered where the attack had come from earlier, and gazing at the heavy artillery, it didn't take many neurons for him to figure it out. But this could only mean one thing. They had been expecting them. That was the only thing that could explain the presence of the hastily made camp. Atticus shifted his gaze away from the imposing weapons, looking at the multiple watchtowers erected around the perimeter of the camp. There were no walls and only hastily made short wooden fences around the camp. Are they made of bones? It went without saying that Atticus had stumbled upon some kind of bone race. Considering their distinct features and abilities of the ones he had defeated, reaching this conclusion was as easy as making pie. The watchtowers were opened, each with a pair of 2 men, heavily armed, gazing at the surrounding area and ready to react to anything with their full attention. And what was so eye-catching was the fact that each watchtower seemed to be made of bones. The men were all so diligent at their jobs that Atticus was tempted to believe that they were robots. But recalling the warrior persona of Zekern, their diligent behavior became understandable. Looks like I stumbled upon some sort of warrior race. Noting each of the watchtowers and the fact that he was out of their sights, Atticus scanned the whole camp, and after a few moments of searching, he finally found what he was searching for. A few men donned in the same futuristic combat suits all stood stationary around one point at the backside of the camp. Despite his incredible senses, Atticus was having a hard time discerning what they were obviously guarding, but he didn't need to. There was only one thing that should require such a number of people to protect her, in this sense, watch. Prisoners. You all better hope to the gods that she's okay. Atticus suddenly placed his right hand on one of the short daggers crossed on his lower back, his gaze turning icy. Inside the confines of one of the large tents that Atticus had been scouting, the sounds of brutal thuds resounded across the space. The interior of the space did justice to the tent's massive size. Despite the fact that the camp had truly been hastily made, the opulence of the tent would suggest otherwise. There was a king-sized mattress with a canopy at the far end of the space along with elaborate and clearly expensive-looking furnitures. The whole ground was padded with a long dining table filled with numerous delicacies in the middle of the room along with a chandelier hanging on top, illuminating the whole room. The sounds of the brutal thuds showed no signs of stopping, increasing in intensity with each passing second, followed by thunderous robotic sounds. What do you mean he disappeared? A large, rotund leg brutally slammed against the bloodied, helpless head of a man lying face first on the ground. He was donned in the same outfit as the men that attacked Atticus but with his head exposed, without any helmet. There were 2 other men with their heads bowed, standing close to the entrance of the tent, each of them wearing the same outfit. With one look, it was unmistakable, they each had the same features as Zekern, the bone race. There was not a single feeling of compassion as they watched their comrade get beaten. To each one of them, they deserved it. They had failed in their duties and deserved nothing more than to have their heads cut off. There were no excuses, their warrior's heart wouldn't let them make one. The thunderous robotic voice of the man resonated, how could you possibly lose him? The Osark would have our heads if he finds out. The man seethed, his huge rotund leg hitting the man on the head once more, an action that seemed to make his cheeks and fat tremble and vibrate. Crimson blood splattered on the ground in response to the intense force. Despite his bloodied state, the man being beaten made absolutely no sound. Meanwhile, the one unleashing this torment had his large body drenched with sweat, clearly because of the strenuous movements he had just undergone. He was rotund, his appearance a sight to behold. He looked like a large, round man with a massive and rotund frame, with rolls of soft flesh that wobbled as he moved. Every movement he took caused his voluminous bulk to jiggle. His cheeks and chin were round and plump. His belly was the most prominent feature, protruding like a sizable barrel beneath his ample chest, causing the buttons on his shirt to strain with each breath. His legs and arms were stout, and his fingers were thick and stubby. Despite this, he still had the distinct trait reminiscent of the bone race and was dressed luxuriously. The man breathed haggardly, raised his massive hand, and removed a white handkerchief from his soft chest, wiping the sweat that formed on his forehead. After which he shot the man on the ground a stare as though blaming him for stressing his body too much. I want you to take as many men as you can, burn the forest if you have to. Find Prince Zekern at all costs. The robotic screams of the rotund man were immediately followed by the battered form of the man on the floor abruptly standing up, his form bowing, and the 2 standing behind him also bowing. The 3 hit their chests in unison, the sound of hardness meeting hardness permeating the space. They each uttered something at the same time, but it was clearly not in the human language. It sounded like clattering, as though hollow iron meeting another hollow iron. They each had the same translation artifact, yet it hadn't translated it. Regardless, its meaning was clear. The man maintained his seething demeanor as he stared at them, dismissed. He ordered, and just as he was about to turn, one of the guards suddenly spoke. "What should we do with the prisoners, Lord Eli?" Elia's response was immediate. "Focus on finding the third prince, you buffoons, before I have all your limbs cut off. Move now," he thundered, making each of them bow and leave the room. As soon as they left, the angry expression on his face instantly morphed into a worried one. Shit. How did it come to this? He hit his massive hand on the sturdy table, its form instantly buckling under the force, crashing down on the floor and spilling all the food. It was clear that despite his looks, he still packed quite a bit of strength. Ilya put his right index finger in his mouth and bit down hard on it, a significant amount of blood gushing out. He kept on biting his index finger until he felt he had calmed down enough, his beating heart calming down slightly. It's not the Osark I should be worried about, it's her, he thought gravely. I shouldn't have brought that fool here despite how much he pleaded. Shit. The sounds of numerous firm footsteps resounded across the area as a staggering amount of soldiers, donned in purple futuristic suits and all equipped with guns, marched out of the hastily made camp. The short wooden gate closed behind the group, their march undisturbed as they streamed into the forest. Seeing them, Atticus immediately hid, making sure to stay away from their sights. After a few seconds, with each of them long gone, Atticus landed on the ground once again and focused his gaze on the camp. This makes it easier. I have to act now before they return, Atticus decided. Although the camp wasn't empty, it was quite scanty. However, Atticus had zero intentions of attacking the camp head-on. For an important person such as Zekern to be present, it was only fair that there be some strong warriors to protect him. Plus, even though he had acted like a warrior, he still gave off some kind of young master vibe. These towers are a huge problem. Luckily, the camp was surrounded by trees, enabling Atticus to jump from one tree to another and circle the camp. After observing each of the watch towers around the camp, Atticus noticed a pattern in their routine. There were exactly 7 towers around the camp, and the men on top were all so diligent in their jobs that they practically acted like robots. The duo on the top of each tower stood on different sides of the tower, and after more or less 10 seconds, each pair would swap their positions, moving slowly in a clockwise direction. After watching them for a while, Atticus studied every single one of their demeanors and habits and instantly came up with a plan of entry. He would be cutting it close, really close, but it was his only option. He chose the western side of the camp where 3 towers stood. At the point of exchange, the men on the 2 towers at the left would lose sight of the spot in between the middle and the right tower for exactly 2.4 seconds. The only problem is that the man on the right tower would only lose sight for 1.6 seconds, and I need at least 2 to pass through, Atticus's mind swirled. The distance between him and the camp was about 50 meters. Taking into account his speed and precautions, Atticus determined how long it would take him to reach his destination. I would need a small distraction. Atticus jumped down quietly from the tree and grabbed a flat stone on the forest floor, bending down and picking up another. Just in case. Then, he crouched down, both hands on the ground, one knee forward and the second stretched behind him, placed firmly on the tree. Then, Atticus slowed down his breathing, his focus on each of the men on the towers, watching silently. After a few seconds, the men started switching positions, and just as they got to the noted position, Atticus's leg tensed, his form erupting with speed. His every step on the ground was utterly silent, his every movement swift and without hesitation as he ran. 1 second elapsed, and Atticus's gaze snapped towards the man he had predicted would sight him during his run, his hand flickering to the side as a flat stone appeared in his hand. Without disturbing his momentum, Atticus threw the stone, its form spinning in the air, moving in a curve, reaching its target. A man at the top of a tower suddenly turned his gaze towards the forest. He thought he felt something hit his suit. Seeing as there was nothing there, he turned and continued his walk, but unfortunately for him, Atticus was already long gone. Atticus used one of the large heavy artillery as cover and moved carefully around it. One of the reasons he had chosen the west was because of its close proximity to his destination. And he hadn't been wrong. I just have to get to that artillery, and I'll have perfect cover to attack. Atticus focused on the artillery ahead of him. It was about 10 meters away, and it was a distance he should be able to cross in less than a second. From his cover, Atticus's gaze fixed on the towers that were in his line of view. The good news was that as the exchange ended, the interior of the camp was away from their view until they moved, which happened more or less every 10 seconds. After a few seconds, and checking around to see if anyone was in the area, Atticus's form shot forward. But just as he left the cover of the artillery, at the corner of his vision, he suddenly caught sight of two men, donned in purple suits without helmets, coming out from a door that suddenly opened up in the artillery he had just left, their eyes widening as they locked their eyes on him. Atticus's gaze narrowed dangerously. Hello guys. I've noticed y'all are dissatisfied about the current situation of things and I decided to put this note here to address any complaints or questions, no spoilers, you might have. I will respond to everyone to the best of my abilities. So, fire away. Please. If it's about the pacing, I really am trying to speed things up. But honestly, I've come to realize that this is just how I write. I love adding details that might seem useless to you when I'm writing. And if it irks you, this poor author is sorry, sad face. I'll try my best to ramp up the pace. By the way, how's the pacing since the start of the summit?